Xianfang quickly became blurry, as if the time around him were distorting. Gradually, it was as if tens upon tens of thousands of years flitted by, countless eons and countless images of Xianfang. This was a consummate life-saving magic that Xianfang had acquired after becoming a paragon and mastering the essence of time. It represented all of the 60-year cycles through the tens upon tens of thousands of years of his existence. A magical technique like this could only be described as terrifying, and with it, he could even escape unharmed from 8 essences paragons. Only by destroying all of the souls which he had left in the stream of time could he be fully destroyed. As long as one of those souls remained, he would be able to immediately and fully recover. Unfortunately for him, a consummate magic such as this was something that he could only use once in his entire life. If he abused it, the backlash caused by the great Tao of time would transform him into an aspect of time itself. His consciousness would fade away, and he would become an essence slave. By this point, 60% of the quarter hour had passed. It was already impressive enough that Meng Hao had been able to fight against the battle prowess of the 7 essences level for so long. Even more impressive was that Meng Hao had forced Xianfang to unleash a consummate magic like this. Even if Meng Hao lost in the end, he had fought in epic fashion. Paragon Xianfang threw his head back and roared, completely unleashing the full power of his consummate magic. He could not evade the chaotic, soul-locking sphere of light, so he faced it directly, stretching his arms out in front of him and viciously jabbing forward with his fingers. Massive booms rang out as everything in the space around Xianfang twisted and distorted in the direction of the sphere, then slammed into it, instantly crushing it. I'm betting on the fact that this magic is incomplete. I'm betting that such an incomplete magic is insufficient to destroy all of my souls throughout time. Xianfang threw his head back and roared as his essence of time made contact with the turbid light sphere, resulting in a blinding explosion. Strangely, light did not shine past the 300-meter border of the sphere. However, the area inside of it became like another sun, filled with scintillating, dazzling light. Within that 300-meter area, Paragon Xianfang's expression twisted ferociously. The turbid sphere of light vanished, and became 6 streams of smoke that bored into the essence of time. Within those tens upon tens of thousands of years of time, the 6 streams of smoke began to eradicate Paragon Xianfang's souls. No sound could be heard, and yet within the twisting time that surrounded Paragon Xianfang, numerous flashes of extermination could be seen as more than 10% of his souls were wiped out. The loss of 10% of his souls caused an unsightly expression to appear on Paragon Xianfang's face. However, that number quickly increased to 20%, then 30, 40, and even 50. When the destruction passed 50%, Paragon Xianfang's eyes shone with intense terror, astonishment, and even disbelief. He refused to believe that he would perish this day, and refused to believe that he had miscalculated. Furthermore, he refused to believe that his most powerful life-saving magic, which could only be used once in a lifetime, was incapable of standing up to an incomplete Taoist magic. Impossible! He roared. Instantly, his blood surged in his body, causing the chi and blood of the souls within the rippling time to erupt with intense soul power. At the same time, the 6 strands of smoke were beginning to run out of power after having exterminated 50% of Xianfang's souls. However, they still managed to spread out, increasing the destruction to 60%. Only then did they begin to show signs that they would fade away. Soon, 70% of the souls had been eradicated, and the 6 streams of smoke were now fading away. They pushed hard, but in the end, couldn't quite exterminate 80% of Xianfang's souls before completely vanishing. When that happened, Meng Hao coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, then sagged in exhaustion. His face was completely drained of blood, and the backlash from what had just occurred shattered his internal organs and left his entire body vibrating. His cultivation base was teetering, and his consciousness was fading. He had lost. He didn't even have the energy to chuckle bitterly. He knew that he had been completely and utterly defeated. He had never failed in such bitter fashion before. Even his desperate fight with Lord White of the Seventh Mountain and Sea had ended in victory. However, on this day, despite having done everything in his power, he was left without the slightest hope of victory. Meng Hao's heart swelled with bitterness and pain. The Green Emperor's eternal incantation was still working, but without sufficient time, he wouldn't recover enough to even lift his hand and unleash a divine ability. Besides, as of this moment, time was like a sharp blade hanging over Meng Hao's neck. Only about 70% of the quarter hour had passed, and to hang on for any longer would be extremely difficult. Because the battlefield on the outside was obscured by the covering of mist, and because Meng Hao could not allow distractions during his battle with Paragon Xianfang, he could only get a general sense that the situation on the outside was equally discouraging. Xianfang was some distance away from the sun's spell formation itself, trembling. The 300 meters of light around him was quickly fading away, along with Meng Hao's Taoist magic that was the combined 6 hexes. Soon, Paragon Xianfang himself was revealed. He was in extremely bad condition, his hair disheveled, his body soaked with sweat. A complicated expression could be seen on his face, as if he had just experienced a near-death catastrophe. Then, he turned to look toward the spell formation, and Meng Hao sitting there, completely drained of energy. In the 33 heavens, the only people who could force me into a situation like this would be the 2 8 essences paragons. But now, another person like that exists. You! Xianfang gave Meng Hao a profound look, then clasped hands and bowed. This bow is a bow of respect to you. I have no choice but to kill you, but at the same time you have my admiration. Different mindsets have led to this war, and have thus our battle here. I understand you had no choice in the matter. However, despite being a paragon, I'm only at the 7 essences level, so I had little choice myself. Meng Hao, I will remember your name, and now the time has come for you to leave this world forever. Xianfang took a deep breath. Of all his souls that existed within the stream of time, nearly 80% had been destroyed. However, as long as even a single one remained, he could not be truly killed. The main thing he regretted was it was a magical technique that he could never again unleash. If Meng Hao somehow managed to unleash that incomplete Taoist magic a second time, then he would die beyond the shadow of a doubt. Meng Hao sat there silently, sighing inwardly. It was a critical moment of life or death, and yet he felt no fear. Instead, he thought about his life after his parents went missing, about being a scholar in Yunjia County, about the imperial examinations, and about the events on Mount Daqing which had led to him entering the world of cultivation and the Tao. His life flashed before his eyes, images of his family, his wife, his friends. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Xianfang took a step forward to enter the spell formation itself. Just when he was about to reach out and exterminate Meng Hao, an enraged roar echoed out, from none other than the 100,000 cultivators that Xianfang had completely disregarded this entire time. Ruarar! No words were spoken, no explanations were given. There was only a furious cry that echoed out from the depths of their souls. 100,000 cultivators' eyes were all completely bloodshot as they unleashed the power of their cultivation bases, and even their life force, to fight back against Paragon Xianfang. They would not allow him to enter the spell formation, and they would not allow him to harm Meng Hao. Xianfang's eyes flickered, and he snorted coldly, stomping his foot down viciously. The entire sun shuddered as a massive wave of power shot out toward the spell formation and Meng Hao. Meng Hao had not received numerous injuries, but the injuries he did receive had been extremely grievous. Therefore, it was the 100,000 cultivators who absorbed the powerful attack. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and there were some whose bodies withered to the point of collapse. This sudden development wrenched Meng Hao out of his reverie regarding past memories. To see 100,000 people refusing to yield, determined to give up their own lives rather than allow him to be killed, caused his entire body to tremble. Xianfang was also moved. Inwardly, he sighed, unsure of what to say at this point. However, he continued to press the attack as viciously as ever. His killing intent rocketed up as he took 8 steps forward, forcing his way through the spell formation toward Meng Hao. With each step he took, the spell formation trembled violently. The 100,000 cultivators coughed up more blood, and some even withered away into death, allowing the spell formation to draw upon them until they were killed, all for the purpose of protecting Meng Hao. Perhaps it would be most accurate to say that what they were protecting was not just Meng Hao, but their home. For some groups of people, the destruction of their homeland will lead, not to a thirst for revenge, but to hopelessness and confusion. However, there are some people whose spirits cannot be exterminated. For a people like that, when the critical moment arrives in which the survival of their homeland is on the line, then the only choice will be sacrifice. Those were the type of people whose vengeance would live for all eternity even after their homeland was destroyed. Sacrifice oneself to defend one's home. Wars are never truly fought over resources. Or perhaps it is most accurate to say that when wars are fought over resources, then regardless of how many casualties are suffered, they are relatively tame. The true brutality of war comes when the goal is to crush the spirit and will of an entire people. Only by wiping out the spirit and the will of a people can that people be truly exterminated. When exterminating a people, what is exterminated is not just life, but the heart and soul of the entire people. In the opening stages of the war between the mountain and sea realm and the 33 heavens, Meng Hao had ignited a fire. He had burned the landmass that was the first heaven to illuminate the eyes of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. He had awakened the spirit and the soul of the people. When that happened, the war changed. Perhaps the 33 heavens could exterminate the people of the mountain and sea realm, but they could not exterminate the souls of its cultivators. As of this moment, every step Paragon Xianfang took resulted in one cultivator after another making the ultimate sacrifice. Blood flowed, and bodies withered. They used their deaths to buy time. "You don't need to do this," Meng Hao said through bleary eyes, his body trembling. He looked around at the group of cultivators around him. They were people he had never even seen before the war started. They were strangers. They had their own families, sex, loved ones, even children. But now, it was without hesitation that they gave up their own lives to slow Xianfang's steps. Bodies withered, and souls faded away. They were like candles in the wind, sputtering on the verge of being snuffed out. Finally, a desperate howl echoed out from Meng Hao's mouth. A blood-colored flicker appeared in his eyes, and a flame suddenly burned within him as he looked up at Xianfang. As of this moment, Meng Hao had played all of his cards. There was only one thing left to do. He waved his hand, drawing fully upon the power of his life force to summon all of his 33 soul lamps. Of his 33 soul lamps, 6 were already extinguished. The other 27 still burned. Of the 7 desolations, he had completely passed the first, and had experienced one tribulation in the second desolation, leaving 4 more lamps before that desolation was passed. In the past, whenever he extinguished soul lamps, he had only done so after being completely confident of the outcome. But now, it was a critical moment. Tens of thousands of cultivators were dying to protect him. Therefore, despite lacking complete confidence, he felt that he had no other choice. As one cultivator after another withered up and died, Meng Hao gritted his teeth, and his eyes gleamed with determination. The flame which burned inside him only continued to grow hotter as it prepared to burn. Not himself, but others. Without any further hesitation, he lifted his right hand and pointed at his 7th soul lamp. "Extinguish," he said, pushing out with all of the power he could muster, unleashing the last scrap of his divine will to crush down onto the 7th soul lamp. It was like a wind had gusted past the lamp. The flame flickered, and then was snuffed out. A curl of smoke floated up, which instantly bored into Meng Hao through his mouth and nose. As it spread out through his body, he began to shake, and blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His cultivation base began to rumble, and his fleshly body filled, first with numbness, then stabs of pain. It was almost as if his body was a combination of both yin and yang, with one half being icy cold, and the other scorching hot. His cultivation base was now growing. Before, it had been almost completely spent, but now it was recovering. As it did, His body withered rapidly under the simultaneous freezing and scorching of yin and yang. In the blink of an eye, he was nothing more than a pile of flesh and bones. Furthermore, the sensation of deadly crisis within him soared to incredible heights. It almost felt like his body was about to be transformed into nothing more than ash. Paragon Xianfang's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at Meng Hao's soul lamps. Although his expression remained neutral, inside, he was being battered by massive waves of shock. His cultivation base. Despite being shocked, he began to walk faster. The will of a paragon spread out, and more of the 100,000 cultivators withered, many of them transforming into ash. Of the 100,000 people, only half remained alive. However, not a single one of that remaining group chose to give up. It wasn't that they lacked a fear of death, but rather they understood that Meng Hao was more important than all of them added together. For the mountain and sea realm, for their families, for their friends, they were willing to die to prevent Meng Hao from perishing. "You people are looking to die," Paragon Xianfang roared, pushing forward, unleashing his cultivation base, sending a divine ability roaring out. There were now 50,000 cultivators left, and even as blood spurted out of their various wounds, Meng Hao chuckled bitterly. He wasn't sure whether or not he would die, but he did know that the power of one extinguished soul lamp was not enough to recover his cultivation base. His eyes gleamed with cold light, and he clenched his jaw viciously. Extinguishing a single soul lamp doesn't count as risking it. His divine will exploded out to extinguish his 8th soul lamp. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the flame flickered, then suddenly winked out. Smoke poured into Meng Hao's body, and he lifted his head up and let out a piercing howl. Then he slowly rose to his feet, his energy rapidly returning to its previous heights. Simultaneously, the intense sensation of imminent danger exploded up within him. His body had already been extremely withered, but now it got even worse, to the point where nothing seemed to remain behind other than skin and bones. And yet, his eyes shone with indescribable intensity. He leaped up into the air, his energy soaring, surrounded by rumbling sounds. He flew out from the center of the spell formation toward Xianfang, whose face instantly fell. At the same time, Xianfang clenched his hand into a fist and unleashed a punch. Meng Hao's expression was vicious, and his overall appearance completely ferocious. The second desolation would not be immediately fatal, which gave Meng Hao time to take 3 steps forward and use his god-slaying fist to meet Paragon Xianfang's punch. A massive boom echoed out as the 2 fists slammed into each other. A tremor ran through Xianfang. He might be a paragon, but his short battle with Meng Hao had left him completely and utterly shaken. His qi and blood were set aboil, and his eyes burned with killing intent. Just when he was about to unleash another attack, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, a wild gleam appeared in his eyes, and he waved his hand toward his 9th soul lamp. Unexpectedly, he was planning to extinguish that soul lamp too. "Are you crazy?" Xianfang blurted in shock. He had never seen anyone successively extinguish one soul lamp after another. Doing that was courting almost certain death. Eyes glittering coldly, he asked, "Are you that set on killing me before you die?" Just when he was about to launch another attack, he realized that after extinguishing his 9th soul lamp, Meng Hao was actually extinguishing the 10th. When both of those soul lamps were extinguished, their smoke poured into Meng Hao's nose and mouth, filling his body and causing his cultivation base to rise explosively. At the same time, his battle prowess reached a completely shocking level. He had just extinguished 4 soul lamps in one effort, which filled him with 4 times the power he had commanded when initially igniting his ancient realm soul lamps. Right now, his cultivation base and battle prowess exceeded that of an imperial lord. He was now only slightly behind a paragon in terms of power. In terms of his divine sense, it also experienced explosive growth. Now, it wasn't 80% as powerful as a paragon's, it was equal to a paragon's or even slightly more powerful. With divine sense power like that, coupled with his cultivation base and battle prowess, it was possible to say that Meng Hao was now completely qualified to fight to the death with a paragon. At the same time, his Green Emperor's eternal incantation surged into action, constantly restoring him, ensuring that his battle prowess was truly at its peak. Unfortunately, the aura of death which surrounded him was incredibly strong, and was soon reaching its peak as well. In addition, the second desolation was so intense that his already emaciated frame was beginning to completely rot. Blisters appeared all over him, which let out an aura of rot after they popped. There were even some places where his flesh had turned into a bloody mush, revealing blackened bones. Those bones had long since been tainted by some sort of curse power. However, Meng Hao ignored all of that, striding forward at increasing speed until he was right in front of Paragon Xianfang. There, he lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. The mountain-consuming incantation exploded out, causing Xianfang's face to flicker. He could see how terrifying Meng Hao was at this moment, and thus, he didn't hesitate at all to snort coldly and fall back into retreat. He didn't want to have anything to do with Meng Hao at the moment. As far as he could tell, Meng Hao was doomed to die, and therefore, there was no reason to continue fighting him and join him in death. Besides, in his current state, Meng Hao was completely fear-inspiring, even to Xianfang. Trying to run away? Meng Hao said, lips twisting into a smile. As of this moment, he didn't care if he was dying. The only thing he was concerned with right now was making sure Xianfang died with him. He was convinced that Xianfang had no more soul-saving magics left. There was no way for him to evade death. Besides, Meng Hao had the echelon mark left by Paragon Sea Dream, which meant that he was more than qualified to battle with this 7 Essences Paragon. Although eking out a victory wouldn't be easy, neither would it be easy for the Paragon to slay him. Rumbling echoed out as Meng Hao picked up speed, transforming into a black rock. And yet, this rock was also little more than skin and bones. It was as if it had just climbed up out of the grave, completely ferocious in appearance, with a strong aura of death surrounding it as it slashed its claws toward Xianfang. Xianfang's face flickered as he sent out all of the essence power he could muster. Meng Hao in rock form slammed into him, and the rock shattered, revealing Meng Hao himself, who staggered backward, coughing up blood. Virtually all of his flesh and blood were destroyed, with nearly half of him being nothing more than bones. And yet, Paragon Xianfang was also coughing up blood. In the face of this maddened Meng Hao, he didn't hesitate at all to yet again fall back into retreat. Regardless of anything, there was no way he would give Meng Hao a chance to drag him along into death. It was at this exact moment that the quarter hour ended. Suddenly, the surrounding mist began to roil, and then, in the blink of an eye, vanished. "Heaven is helping me," laughed Xianfang, his eyes glittering. With that, he flew off of the sun, content with having made a huge accomplishment within the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao is going to die, and the mountain and sea realm's shield will soon shatter. Almost as soon as the mist vanished, Meng Hao could see that beyond the first sea, and beyond the shield, the second heaven was bearing down. The shield was twisting, sinking in, covered with countless, madly flickering magical symbols. Paragon Sea Dream was not in the vicinity. She could not abandon the shield only because of Meng Hao. Now she was below the shield, using all her power to bolster it. Meng Hao's Paragon puppet had lost its connection to his divine will when he was in his fierce fight with Xianfang. Now it had nothing left but its instincts as it hovered there beyond the region where the mist had been. It was at this point that the landmass that was the second heaven smashed into the mountain and sea realm's shield. A huge, ear-splitting boom echoed out through the entire mountain and sea realm, causing all the cultivators' minds to reel, and their ears to fill with piercing pain. It was the same with the outsiders beyond the shield that protected the first sea. When Meng Hao saw all of this, some of the madness in his eyes faded away. He watched as the huge land mass bashed into the shield, which then shattered into countless fragments. When that happened, blood sprayed out of Paragon Sea Dream's mouth, and she suddenly seemed to age. On the moon, blood sprayed out of the mouths of 100,000 cultivators as their bodies were shredded and transformed into nothing more than ash. Xidigarba's demon form collapsed, and he returned to his previous cultivator appearance. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he sagged in exhaustion. Apparently, his Tao foundation was now unstable. The already cracked land mass that was the second heaven now entered the mountain and sea realm, transforming into countless meteors that hailed down. At the same time, the millions upon millions of outsiders waiting outside the first sea let out excited roars as they charged in. The tide of battle had completely shifted. In the first sea, the mountain and sea cultivators were already engaging in fierce fighting with the outsiders. Unending rubble from the shattered second heaven rained down, some of it piercing down to land on the mountain and sea below it, and even the planets there. Incredible casualties resulted. The war was no longer balanced. The situation was now anything but that, and it was all because of Xianfang. The reason why the mountain and sea realm was now in such an unfavorable position was because of Xianfang. As of this moment, a cold smile could be seen on Xianfang's mouth as he sped along, intent on leaving the mountain and sea realm. His plan had worked. Meng Hao was destined to die, and the mountain and sea shield was broken. Of course, he had been seriously injured in the process, and he now needed to leave the mountain and sea realm to recover. Control of the war effort would now be handed over to the other paragon. However, even in the moment in which he hoped to flee, a rotting, skeletal figure appeared, which was Meng Hao. Laughing a grating, maniacal laugh, he smiled and said, "Paragon Xianfang, you threw yourself out as bait. So why are you in such a hurry to leave? You might be a paragon, but you can't just waltz in and out of the mountain and sea realm whenever you feel like it." Even as he spoke, Meng Hao reached out and crushed some unknown object with his right hand. Simultaneously, the lightning cauldron appeared above his head, and electricity danced. Rumbling echoed out as Paragon Xianfang, regardless of whether he was willing or not, suddenly switched locations with Meng Hao. It was form displacement transposition. As soon as he reappeared, he frowned and let out a cold harumph. However, only a moment later, his face fell as he realized that a thick mist was spreading out around him. Gloom Pearl. You can use Gloom Pearls too? Right. Your aura of death. Xianfang's face fell as he remembered that, when fighting with Meng Hao earlier, Meng Hao had taken one of the Gloom Pearls. Xianfang had forgotten that point, but now it was obvious what was happening. Normally, Gloom Pearls could only be used by means of a special technique. The only way someone unfamiliar with that technique could activate a Gloom Pearl was if they had an intense aura of death surrounding them. And of course, that was exactly the state Meng Hao was in, enabling him to use the Gloom Pearl. Paragon Xianfang's heart began to pound, and his expression was very grim. The mist seethed, completely locking him in place where he was. He would now need a full quarter hour before he could move. Well, you won't be able to cause a big stir within a quarter hour. Let me guess, Meng Hao. You plan to give your last bit of life to Sea Dream, or perhaps use the Egu puppet to try to kill our other paragon, right? You won't succeed in a mere quarter hour. Even as his sinister voice echoed out from within the mist, the sixth heaven's paragon suddenly stepped down into the starry sky. After glancing in the direction of Meng Hao and Xianfang, he sent his cultivation base power out to block Sea Dream and the paragon puppet. He actually wasn't worried about Xianfang. He was concerned about Sea Dream and the Egu puppet. As far as Meng Hao went, he had confidence in Xianfang's methods, and was sure that Meng Hao would soon die. Sea Dream was shaken as she looked over at Meng Hao and his intense aura of death. At the same time, Meng Hao's divine will once again connected with the paragon puppet, and its eyes began to glow. However, Meng Hao's divine will was rife with an aura of death, causing the puppet to also be surrounded with the same aura. In response to Paragon Xianfang's words, Meng Hao merely smiled and didn't say a word. Considering his current state, that smile looked completely ferocious. Meng Hao knew that right now, it would be impossible to kill Xianfang, and therefore, all he wanted to do was lock him down temporarily. In this critical moment of danger for the mountains and seas, the balance of the war needed to be restored. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light. With that, He extended his right hand toward the area that contained the mist, and then waved his hand slightly. As he did, a thread appeared, a horizontal thread, down below the mist. Then, Meng Hao made a second stroke with his hand, then a third, and a fourth. The 4 threads connected to form a circle that completely surrounded the mist. Inside that mist, Paragon Xianfang's face flickered as he sensed the fluctuations of essence. That's the essence of space. Even in the moment in which surprise filled Xianfang, the eyes of the other paragon went wide. That paragon didn't move in to help, but instead raised a hand high up toward the 3rd heaven and pointed. It was in the same moment that the aura of essence exploded out from the circle in front of Meng Hao. It was the power of spatial sealing. Meng Hao couldn't use his essence of space for a long period of time, but because he had extinguished 4 soul lamps, causing an explosive growth in his cultivation base, he was able to unleash power formidable enough to seal a paragon. Of course, Meng Hao was not powerful enough to completely banish him. This was only a sealing, and a temporary one at that, but it would definitely last many times more than a quarter hour. "Seal!" he said, his voice grating. As it echoed out, the circle flashed with light and began to solidify. Paragon Xianfang let out a maddened roar. Even as the seal was completed, he apparently burned his life force to send the circle flying out with an incredible burst of speed. It shot toward the darkness-cloaked paragon, who quickly reached a hand out and grabbed it. Meng Hao sighed. Paragons were hard to kill, which was something he now had deep understanding of thanks to experience. However, the circle had solidified, and the seal created by the essence of space was completed. That seal would not be easily unraveled without first spending many months working at it. Even when the seal was opened, Paragon Xianfang had burned his life force, and before that had been seriously injured. Even if he was still at the paragon level at that time, his battle prowess would be reduced by at least half. Most important was not Paragon Xianfang's cultivation base, but rather his tactics. What he had done caused Meng Hao to burn with the desire to kill him. At least trapping him for several months would prevent further unexpected situations from arising in battle. All of the cultivators and outsiders who were fighting near the first mountain saw what happened, and were shaken. When the mountain and sea realm's shield was broken, the balance of battle was disturbed. But now that Meng Hao had sealed Paragon Xianfang, everything changed, and the fighting was evening up. As for the paragon puppet, now that it was under the control of Meng Hao's divine sense, its eyes flickered, and it shot toward the first sea, clearly intent on using its paragon power to slaughter more outsiders. His mission was to tip the balance of battle in favor of the mountain and sea realm. If the remaining outsider paragon wanted to save the outsiders in the first sea, he would have to face the combined might of Meng Hao, the Egu puppet, and Sea Dream. If he did that, he would definitely end up dead or seriously injured. Considering the situation, the darkness-cloaked outsider paragon sighed. He was not like Xianfang with his crafty battle plans. Having no other options, he had to rely on his own methods, and the truth was that the moment Xianfang had been sealed, he had already made his decision. With the wave of a finger, the land mass that was the 3rd heaven began to rumble as if it were about to move toward the mountain and sea realm. Apparently, he was going to use the same technique as before, sending the entire 3rd heaven in a crushing attack onto the mountain and sea realm. From the look of things, he didn't even care about the outsiders who were currently still in the 3rd heaven. His mood had gone foul, and he chose to use his own style to fight this war. At the same time, his voice echoed out into the starry sky. The power of a paragon will once again be unleashed on the battlefield. I will pay any price, including the destruction of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even the 6th heaven, to strike at the mountain and sea realm. As his voice echoed out, the paragon puppet stopped in place, and a strange light began to gleam in Sea Dream's eyes as she looked up. As for Meng Hao, he was losing consciousness, and a will of death was taking grip upon his body. He knew that he couldn't hold on much longer, and yet he gritted his teeth and looked up at the paragon puppet from the 6th heaven. "Mountain and sea paragons," the outsider paragon said, his voice ringing with determination. "Hold back from fighting, and I will hold back from unleashing the land mass attack." As his words rang out, Paragon Sea Dream's face flickered. For a long, tense moment, she hesitated, apparently unwilling to yield. And yet, in the end, she flicked her sleeve and gave Meng Hao a meaningful look. Under the direction of Meng Hao's divine will, the Paragon puppet fell back. The outsider Paragon from the sixth mountain breathed an inward sigh of relief. The truth was that he didn't want to destroy the third through sixth heavens. He wasn't adept at leading wars, and therefore, he simply wanted to buy time until the seventh heaven and the others arrived. He wasn't aware of it, but if Xianfang were present, he would be incensed at such tactics. Xianfang didn't care about life or death, and would definitely have gone to the length of destroying the landmasses in order to prevent Meng Hao from recovering. He would not have given the mountain and sea realm the slightest bit of breathing room, or the slightest chance to gain an advantage. By slamming those 5 land masses into the mountain and sea realm, it would likely destroy all of the mountains and seas, and would force the mountain and sea realm to draw upon whatever deep reserve powers they were holding back. In that case, they wouldn't need to wait for the seventh heaven and the others to arrive in order to clinch a victory. For decisive people, hesitation and delay were not options. That could lead to a drop in the outsider's morale. Most important of all, was that the decision of this second paragon actually bought time for the mountain and sea realm. Using the second heaven to attack had been an unexpected twist, but now the mountain and sea realm would definitely prepare for such a thing to happen again. As such, further threats of using all the other land masses themselves would be somewhat hollow, and following through on such threats less effective. That, of course, was why Paragon Sea Dream had pretended to be so torn after hearing the outsider Paragon's words, and also the reason she gave the meaningful look to Meng Hao. After all, this decision was a good thing for the mountain and sea realm. The war continued. Bitter fighting went on in the first sea, but the Paragons didn't participate. Meng Hao couldn't hold on any longer. After coughing up another mouthful of blood, he lapsed into a coma. As he fell down out of the sky, Paragon Sea Dream shot forward to catch him. The aura of death which surrounded became much thicker, and his body was rotting away. His organs, his bones, and his flesh were all turning into ash. Grief covered Sea Dream's face, and she was just about to begin to treat his injuries, when an ancient voice echoed out from behind her, a voice which caused her to tremble. "Let me handle this." The war of the mountain and sea realm continued. The sun had lost Meng Hao, so Paragon Sea Dream arranged for the Lord of the Eighth Mountain and Sea, Meng Hao's grandfather, to temporarily take control. The 100,000 cultivators were reinforced, and under Grandpa Meng's control, the sun once again became a powerful weapon and threat. The army of outsiders did not enter the first sea en masse to fight. They were split into 5 divisions, each one of which was directed by an imperial lord. In addition to that, various Dao realm experts were also placed within those forces. Currently, the group fighting with the mountain and sea cultivators in the first sea consisted of the first division of several million outsiders. The first sea was almost completely dried up, and so stained with blood that the redness would never be expunged. The reek of gore filled the air, and the brutality of battle caused the starry sky to grow dark. Even the dazzling glow caused by the unleashing of divine abilities and magical techniques was darkened by the sea of blood. Only hoarse shouts and shrill screams could be heard echoing out constantly across the battlefield. The only reason that the first line of defense hadn't been broken was because the darkness-cloaked outsider Paragon was a cautious person, and his deepest instinct and inclination was to keep buying time. Were it not for that, he might have resorted to using the land masses to strike the mountain and sea realm. In fact, if Paragon Xianfang hadn't been sealed, the battle being fought would have been 100 times more brutal. Actually, it was because of the cautious decisions being made by the other Paragon that Sea Dream chose to utilize one particular stratagem ahead of schedule, long before the second division of outsiders launched an offensive. The mountain and sea cultivators who made up the first line of defense, despite having reinforcements to relieve them, were gradually growing exhausted. Furthermore, the first sea was on the verge of being completely dried up. The mountain and sea cultivators were pushed back relentlessly, and soon, the second division of outsiders began to advance into battle. Even as that second division set foot into the first sea, Paragon Sea Dream's eyes glittered. Without any hesitation, She performed an incantation gesture, sending an order out to Su Qing. In turn, Su Qing suppressed her concern for Meng Hao and excitedly passed the order along to the army. Soon, magical symbols began to glitter throughout the sea of blood that was the first sea. Waves kicked up and then the first sea, unexpectedly, self-detonated. Although not much sea water was left in it, it was still a sea. Most importantly, the first sea had its will, which was really a part of the will of the mountain and sea realm as a whole. In fact, the self-detonation of the first sea was, most accurately speaking, a detonation of the will of the first sea. Rumbling could be heard as the water in the first sea began to bubble and seethe. Then, destructive power exploded out from every drop of water, from every wave, from every part of the entire sea. Boom! The resulting explosion caused the entire mountain and sea realm to shake, even the planets. After a moment of shock, the paragon from the sixth heaven took a step forward, and then looked grimly in the direction of the first sea. A terrifying shockwave was spreading out, starting from the very middle of the first sea. There, a black hole appeared, which immediately sent out a terrifying gravitational force. It was like the power of heaven and earth itself were sucking in the sea of blood, as well as numerous outsiders. The outsiders were thrown into complete chaos. Their first and second divisions were crying out in alarm as they began to spiral toward the black hole. As for the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, even as the gravitational force appeared, something exceedingly powerful grabbed a hold of them and pulled them out of the first sea. The black hole almost appeared to be breathing. It sucked in a huge breath, and then, the true power of self-detonation appeared. Massive rumbling could be heard as a huge blast swept out across heaven and earth. Everywhere it passed, outsiders screamed as first their flesh and blood were flayed, then their bones were crushed, and finally, their nascent divinities were transformed into ash. The intense power of self-detonation exploded out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area of the first sea, completely enveloping the forces of the first and second divisions of outsiders. Few were able to flee. Not even ordinary Tao realm experts or Tao lords were qualified to do such a thing. Only those few who were in the four essences level managed to avoid being enveloped by the insanity of the explosion. Heaven and earth trembled, and the starry sky shook. Outside of the mountain and sea realm, the rest of the army was shaken, and stared in terror and shock. Even the 6 imperial lords gasped. The force of the self-detonation lasted for 3 full days, during which time the mountain and sea cultivators stood on one side of the sea, silent, and the outsiders stood on the other side, shocked. After 3 days, the reverberations of the explosion died down. The first sea would never be seen again for all eternity. The mountain and sea realm had lost one of its seas, although along with it went all the outsiders inside of it. The rest of the outsiders stood there silently, as did the mountain and sea cultivators. The first sea was gone. For the first time in the war, the mountain and sea cultivators felt what it was like to lose one of their mountains or seas. The sensation left them in a bit of a daze. Soon, though, the fighting continued. The third division of outsiders was ordered into action by their paragon. This time, 2 imperial lords joined in the fighting, as well as numerous Tao realm experts, all of whom began to advance upon the first mountain. Only half of the mountain and sea realm's first line of defense remained. The entire first mountain turned into a battleground, and soon the fierce fighting caused the entire mountain to be stained red with blood. Even as the rumbling of battle echoed out, Meng Hao remained in a coma, completely unaware of what was happening around him. He was like a drifting soul in a strange world. That world had no sky, no land, no trees or plants, no mountains or rivers. There was only a faint mist within which could be seen 2 enormous statues. The facial features of the statues were obscured, but one thing that Meng Hao could sense was that the statue on the left pulsed with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering demonic qi. As the 9th generation demon sealer, Meng Hao could sense how powerful that demonic qi was. Furthermore, it clearly contained some of the aura of the mountains and seas. There was something strange about it, something multifarious. Even more so, it possessed a frenzied desire to kill which, contrary to expectation, was not deranged and mad, but cold and calculating. The aura which surrounded the statue made it extremely bizarre, and even though Meng Hao couldn't see its face, he was certain that its expression was both ferocious and benevolent. It was the type of face that seemed to be crying, and yet laughing at the same time. It was as if the statue actually had 1,000 faces, making it impossible to tell what emotion truly lay within. It was a demon. Because of its multifariousness, it became demonic, and this statue seemed as if it were the world's sole and perfect exemplar of a demon. As for the statue on the right, when Meng Hao looked at it, he could sense an immortal qi so concentrated that it caused everything in the area to tremble. It was as if this were the perfect expression of all immortals, as if this were the only immortal that existed in the world. Meng Hao looked silently at the two statues, and then glanced around at the world which surrounded him. He felt bewildered, unsure of where he was, and confused regarding exactly what these two statues depicted. Even as Meng Hao began to question what was happening, an ancient voice spoke to him, a voice which seemed to echo out from primeval times, to fill the world in which he stood. This place exists inside your heart of hearts. His mind trembled, and he looked up, but could not see the owner of the voice. It was as if the voice was everywhere and nowhere. Look at these two statues. One is the demon, the other is the immortal. In the Paragon immortal realm, a birth was foreordained. The vast expanse is one and only immortal. That is why the all-heaven bloodline emerged. However, there were certain people who did not wish for the immortal to be born. They wanted to supplant that position. That is because, although the immortal and the god complement one another, the immortal is above the god, and can also suppress the devil. The god and the devil cared not, but their descendants cared. Thus, the heavens were reversed, karma was altered, and time was rifled with. They were willing to pay any price, and they succeeded, yet they also failed. Furthermore, they were unaware that, because of the changes wrought by the mix of success and failure, they unwittingly caused something to happen which should not have. The immortal became the demon. That is because the world in which the immortal was to be born was a world that existed before the all-heaven bloodline had appeared. That world was a world which suppressed the 3,000 greater demons. It was the Paragon demon realm. The demon is multifarious and bizarre, changeable. It is not righteous and noble like the immortal. It cannot suppress the devil, nor can it shake the god. However, what it can do is topple the vast expanse. And now, the time has come for you to ask yourself, if you had the choice, would you become the mighty and powerful immortal? Or would you become the demon which can topple the vast expanse? As the ancient voice echoed out, it was possible to tell that there was no power of compulsion within it. It simply wished to hear an answer to the question. Meng Hao maintained his silence. He looked over at the left-hand statue which represented the demon. Before, the face had not been visible, but now it suddenly was. What Meng Hao found himself looking at was his own face. He had towering demonic qi, and eyes that glowed with a redness that would never be extinguished. There was no haughty conceit, no extreme domineering air. There was no righteous nobility, and there was no dignity. However, there was a multifariousness, a changeability, a bizarreness. Furthermore, within those red eyes there was the sensation of a hatred as fathomless as a sea of blood, something that wished to destroy the entire world. And yet, deep within the eyes, concealed beneath the 1,000 multifarious, changeable faces were bitter memories and complex emotions, which could not be discovered, nor felt by others. When Meng Hao looked at the statue of the demon that had his own face, his heart trembled. He could sense the grief within this demon, as well as an unyielding heart. There was also madness and hatred. Meng Hao quietly turned to look at the statue of the immortal. This statue also bore his face, a face tranquil, calm, and otherworldly. Its gaze seemed warm, but in truth, it was incredibly cold. It was as if, in its eyes, everything in heaven and earth could be expressed in terms of natural law, as if this immortal were above everything and everyone, the only immortal in the world. All memories, Everything about the past were like impurities from former lives. Everything that happened while treading the path of immortality would be left behind, severed, not allowed to be a hindrance or restraint of any kind. This immortal was neither ruthless nor sentimental. He was neither selfish nor selfless. There was only a certain separation from the past, as if, when looking back and recalling old memories, he was unaffected and would merely sigh lightly. Once again, the ancient voice echoed out. There is no need to speak your answer out loud. As long as it exists in your heart, that is enough. No one except for Meng Hao knew whether he had picked the demon or the immortal. Upon awakening, he found that several months had passed. He was currently back on the sun, and his paragon puppet was sitting cross-legged next to him, acting as Dharma protector. The surrounding 100,000 cultivators were operating the spell formation alone, and off in the distance, the flames of war flickered brightly on the first mountain. The outsiders had fought their way nearly to the peak of the mountain, and the overall state of the battle was one of incredible ferocity. Virtually all of the mountain and sea lords were out in the starry sky, fighting. Paragon Sea Dream was also there, and her eyes flashed like lightning as she observed the battle. The first mountain was on the verge of being overrun. There were no longer 6 outsider imperial lords. 2 had been killed, cut down by Grandpa Meng by means of the sun. However, he hadn't used 2 arrows to accomplish that, but 4. The sun currently had only 7 light arrows left to unleash. Of the 4 remaining imperial lords, 2 were currently participating in the battle. However, they weren't unleashing widespread destruction upon the mountain and sea cultivators. Instead, they acted like sharp blades, cutting open paths for the other outsiders to pour into the first mountain. They were skirting Sea Dream's bottom line, but weren't crossing it. They were well aware of that, and knew that as long as they didn't cross that bottom line, then the paragons wouldn't join in on the fighting. Unfortunately, without the help of a paragon, the mountain and sea lords were no match for the 2 imperial lords, not without teaming up, and even then they would have a hard time keeping them under control. Out in the starry sky, the final division of outsiders was arrayed in ranks, waiting to join the battle, eyes flickering with killing intent as they stared at the mountain and sea realm. The fighting had proceeded in this fashion for more than 7 months. In another 5 months, the 7th heaven and the other heavens would emerge from their current state and could join the fighting. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, everything was blurry at first. However, the sound of the battle being fought helped him to focus his thoughts, and soon, his eyes glittered with bright light as he rose to his feet. Of the surrounding 100,000 cultivators, roughly half had fought with him in the earlier battle against Paragon Xianfang. When Meng Hao stood up, those cultivators looked over with eyes that burned passionately. The Crown Prince has awakened. The Crown Prince is awake. The 100,000 cultivators' loud cries echoed out in all directions, and soon, the entire sun was glowing even more brightly than before. There were even many cultivators fighting on the first mountain who could tell that a new pair of eyes had turned in their direction. As Meng Hao rose to his feet, countless images flashed through his mind of the events leading up to him losing consciousness. He also remembered an ancient voice speaking out in the moment before his vision had gone completely black. That voice seemed to contain all of the ancientness of the entire world. Who was he? He thought. Looking down at himself, he saw that the aura of death was gone, and that his wounds were healed. He was even a bit stronger than before. Based on his cultivation base, his battle prowess was now such that he exceeded an imperial lord. He could definitely fight paragons now. The sensation of being in control of so much power caused Meng Hao to gasp. When he thought back to the insane battle with Xianfang, he couldn't dispel the lingering fear within his heart. His choice to extinguish for soul lamps had been a deranged decision that could have only been made in the face of certain death. He sent his divine sense sweeping out across the battlefield, and then, the sun blazed with light as an arrow shot out toward the first mountain. Before any of the fighters on either side could react, that arrow stabbed into the head of one of the imperial lords. The sun's light arrows could injure even paragons, let alone imperial lords. This was not the first imperial lord to be killed by such an arrow. The sudden fatality shook the battlefield, and was a message to all of the outsiders that Meng Hao was back. The outsider paragon from the sixth heaven was sitting cross-legged out in the starry sky. During the past months, he had been working hard at unraveling Meng Hao's essence of space, and was on the verge of freeing Xianfang. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and when he looked at the mountain and sea realm, he caught sight of Meng Hao. He instantly frowned. During the course of working to breaking through the essence of space, he had confirmed that Meng Hao wasn't dead, but he had never imagined that he would make his comeback so soon. Only a few months ago, he had been hovering on the brink of death, and yet now he was fully recovered, and even stronger than before. The instant Meng Hao woke up, the sun blazed dazzlingly, and an outsider imperial lord was killed. The army of outsiders was shaken, but their killing intent was as strong as ever. Furthermore, the first mountain was already completely soaked in blood. Meng Hao didn't unleash the power of the sun again. Even as he stood there, Sea Dream looked over at him with flashing eyes, and then suddenly, her voice spoke in his mind. "Send the Paragon puppet to attack." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He knew exactly what Sea Dream wanted to happen, so without any hesitation, he sent out his divine will, causing the Paragon puppet's eyes to open. It instantly rose to its feet, eyes blazing as it took a step forward and then shot toward the first mountain. The mountain and sea realm was breaking the agreement that had been put in place. They were attacking with a paragon. Almost in the same moment that the paragon puppet began to move forward, the outsider paragon's face flickered, and he gnashed his teeth. He still needed more time to safely unravel the essence of space, and after all of the months that had passed, he still hadn't managed to take the first mountain. He knew that he was not a strategist, and that if Xianfang were here, the situation would be different. Now that Meng Hao was making a move in violation of the agreement, the outsider paragon gritted his teeth and then unleashed so much cultivation base power that he injured himself. His spirit turned listless as he coughed up his own life essence blood onto the essence of space seal. By using a secret magic and simultaneously drawing upon his longevity, he hoped to speed up the process of unraveling the seal. Rumbling could be heard as his life essence blood splashed onto Meng Hao's essence of space, which then shuddered and began to emit cracking sounds. Then, it simply collapsed. Xianfang shot out like lightning, and without even the slightest bit of hesitation, pointed his finger up at the third heaven and unleashed all the power he could muster. The third heaven began to tremble, then slowly tilted over and began to descend toward the mountain and sea realm. As of this moment, the balance which had been maintained over the past several months was completely disrupted. The reason Meng Hao was so important was not because of his control over the power of the sun, but rather that he could completely disrupt the balance that existed between the mountain and sea realm and the outsiders. In fact, Paragon Sea Dream had been waiting for months for Meng Hao to return just for this express purpose. Once the Paragon puppet shot toward the first mountain, incredible pressure instantly exploded out from it. At the same time, the third heaven began to pick up speed as it headed toward the mountain and sea realm. As for Paragon Xianfang, his hair was disheveled and his face ashen. Overall, he looked to be in very bad shape. A pained look could be seen in his eyes. During the months in which he had been trapped, the outsiders had lost their control over the flow of battle, and Xianfang knew that a critical moment had arrived. "Myth Dragon, help me. We've lost the initiative, and if we don't get it back, then this battle is lost." In response to his words, the paragon wreathed in darkness resolutely performed an incantation gesture and pointed up toward the landmass that was the third heaven. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the third heaven trembled, picking up even more speed as it headed toward the mountain and sea realm. At the same time, Xianfang didn't hesitate at all to send the fourth heaven into motion. Two land masses of enormous, indescribable size, both emitted ear-piercing rumbling sounds as they smashed down toward the mountain and sea realm. By that point, the paragon puppet had already set foot onto the first mountain. First he clenched his hand into a fist and then punched out toward the army of outsiders. Heaven and earth shook, and screams rang out from the outsiders. Simultaneously, the two land masses were bearing down on the defenseless mountain and sea realm. The third heaven had already reached the former location of the destroyed first sea, and yet for some reason Paragon Sea Dream's expression hadn't changed at all. It was at this point that a cold snort suddenly echoed out from within the mountain and sea realm. A blue, illusory sea suddenly appeared over the first mountain, above which hovered an enormous violet gate. Written on that violet gate were 4 words: 9 Seas God World. Swirling beneath the gate were 100,000 sea dragons, which lifted the gate high up into the air. The sight was completely shocking, and caused the eyes of the mountain and sea realm cultivators to grow wide. Cries of shock instantly began to ring out. It's the 9 Seas God World. The 3 great Taoist societies' 9 Seas God World is here. The 3 great Taoist societies are making a move. There were no sects or clans in the entire mountain and sea realm who could compare to the 3 great Taoist societies. Some groups could rival their power in an individual mountain and sea, but the 3 great Taoist societies existed in all of the 9 mountains and seas. When they combined their forces, then they truly deserved to be called the most powerful sects in the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps their cultivators weren't the most powerful, but they had been building up resources for countless years, storing up precious treasures which were now about to be unleashed. In fact, as soon as the 9 Seas God World gate appeared, it opened, and 18 coffins appeared. Magical symbols glittered on the surfaces of the coffins, and as they flew out, they transformed into 18 beams of light that sped toward the third heaven. As they flew along, the coffins began to crack and crumble, revealing 18 corpses. As the corpses appeared, their eyes opened, and they erupted with boundless cultivation-based power and divine sense. Demonic cultivators of the lower realms, how dare ye? My life was dedicated to defending against the lower realms' demonic cultivators. How dare ye provoke the immortal world? Back down! As the enraged corpses shouted out, the power that erupted from them was the power of imperial lords. Shockingly, these were 18 imperial lords from the immortal world of yesteryear. Meng Hao was completely shaken, but was quickly able to determine that these corpses, despite having the power of imperial lords, were only the remnants of imperial lords who, in the moments before dying, allowed their discarnate souls to be turned into puppets, all for the purpose of unleashing one final attack. Once they made that attack, their souls would disperse for all eternity. The mountain and sea realms' resources and tactics are being revealed one by one, he thought. As he looked out at the mountain and sea realm, he realized that at this point in the battle, all the cards were being played. Out in the starry sky, the 2 outsider paragons, Xian Fong and Myth Dragon, looked shocked. Myth Dragon was hesitating, but Xian Fong merely sighed, and a cold gleam appeared in his eyes as he pointed a finger up toward the landmass that was the 5th heaven. Fellow Taoist Myth Dragon, please lend me a hand once more. Myth Dragon sighed within his cloak of darkness. Fine, I'm useless when it comes to strategy. Just tell me what to do. With that he rotated his cultivation base, whereupon a faint roar like that of a dragon echoed out. At the same time, numerous faint, shadowy forms appeared and began to swirl around him as he helped Xian Fong set the 5th heaven in motion. The huge landmass that was the 5th heaven emitted enormous rumbling sounds, and then began to crush down toward the mountain and sea realm. Meanwhile, the power of the 18 imperial lord corpses was erupting out. Their discarnate souls were burning away, allowing incredible power of heaven and earth to be directed toward the third heaven. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and brilliant colors flashed. Cracks began to spread out across the third heaven, and soon it began to crumble and collapse. The 18 corpses transformed into 18 beams of blade-like light that shot toward the 4th heaven. Shockingly, as they closed in on the landmass that was the 4th heaven, they chose to self-detonate. Boom! The 18 corpses used the last bit of life force they had to explode. The starry sky vibrated, and the 4th heaven, unable to avoid the blast, was hit head-on. In the blink of an eye, the entire landmass crumbled. Unable to maintain a solid form, it shattered and then transformed into smoke and ash. Even as the crumbling fragments of the third heaven continued to fall down toward the mountain and sea realm, several beams of sword light suddenly appeared from down below. Suddenly, 9 swords shot out from within the mountain and sea realm. Converged upon those 9 swords was the wills of the cultivators of the sublime flow sword grotto of their respective mountain and sea. Precious treasures from the paragon immortal realm, they slashed out toward the fragments of the third heaven, completely destroying them. The brilliant sword light which filled the mountain and sea realm caused everything else to grow dark. Meng Hao still stood there on the sun, watching as all of this happened, his heart pounding with excitement. At the same time, the land mass that was the fifth heaven was still under the control of Xianfang and Myth Dragon as it smashed down toward the mountain and sea realm. We need to force the mountain and sea realm to pull out everything they have. The seventh heaven and above can't join the battle, but they can see what's happening. Xianfang's eyes glittered as he drew upon all of his cultivation base to send the fifth heaven in after the third and fourth heaven. The fifth heaven was far larger than all the previous heavens, and as soon as it began to descend, the starry sky was crushed. Massive rifts snaked out everywhere, and yet at the same time an old man suddenly flew out from the first mountain. That old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being, but if you looked closely, you would see that he was actually transparent. He was illusory and not real. Even as he appeared, the sound of scriptures being chanted could be heard echoing out from the immortal, ancient Taoist rite temples in the 9 mountains of the mountain and sea realm. The chanting filled the entire mountain and sea realm, and a strange power rose up, almost like a summoning. Apparently, it was that illusory old man who was being summoned. Meng Hao instantly recognized him. It was the same old man who had given sermons on the Tao back when he himself had been in that abandoned temple of the immortal ancient Taoist rite, the same man who could write the character Immortal Shen into the air with his finger. Now, that old man floated out into the void as if he had been transported from ancient times into the present. Mixed emotions could be seen on his face, and he sighed as he extended his hand, pushing it toward the incoming fifth heaven. That simple motion caused the entire fifth heaven landmass to shudder to a stop. Then, to Meng Hao's complete disbelief, the entire landmass began to dissolve, transforming into nothing more than ash. It happened too quickly for anyone to even react. A simple gesture by that old man caused the landmass that was the fifth heaven to completely vanish. Then, the figure of the old man began to fade away. At the same time, countless cultivators in the immortal, ancient Taoist rite temples in the mountain and sea realm coughed up blood, the price that they had to pay for the summoning. Imperial Lord corpses, deadly Tao realm treasures, paragon projections. The mountain and sea realm's resources run incredibly deep. Xianfang stared at the disappearing old man from the immortal ancient Taoist rite, then took a deep breath, whereupon his eyes flickered with a gleam of madness. We won't be able to drag this fight out until the seventh heaven and the others arrive. Fellow Taoist Myth Dragon, as of this moment we have only one choice. Put everything on the line, lest the both of us perish this day. Xianfang rose to his feet, then looked in the direction of the sixth heaven, and stamped his foot down viciously. Instantly, the sixth heaven began to tilt onto its side. Paragon Myth Dragon stood there silently, sighing. He knew that the battle had been lost, and that it was because of him. Therefore, without any hesitation, he also stamped his foot down, his eyes flickering with killing intent. The landmass that was the sixth heaven emitted rumbling sounds as it slowly began to move toward the mountain and sea realm. The combined power unleashed by 5 of our landmasses is not enough to break through even their first line of defense, said Xianfang. Based on the resources the mountain and sea realm has at hand, we aren't well enough prepared to win. However, I refuse to only use part of what we have at our disposal. Fellow Taoist Myth Dragon, we must hold nothing back. Let us see if we can break through this line of defense. Let us see if the mountain and sea realm has any tricks left to defend themselves. The more resources they draw on now, the easier it will be for the seventh heaven and the others to prepare to counter them in the months to come. that will lead to the mountain and sea realm being defeated in even more expeditious fashion. Xianfang's eyes glittered coldly as he and Mythdragon sent the sixth heaven barreling toward the mountain and sea realm. At the same time, the final division of millions of outsiders followed the directions imparted by Xianfang's divine will, surrounding the sixth heaven, joining it to crash into the mountain and sea realm. The decisive battle was being fought ahead of schedule. It only took a moment for the mountain and sea realm to brace itself. Even as the sixth heaven began to descend, the 100,000 sea dragons beneath the nine seas god world gate roared and flew up to meet it. However, as they closed in, killing intent flickered within the eyes of Paragon Mythdragon of the sixth heaven. He waved his right hand viciously through the air, and the howl of a dragon could be heard coming from the darkness which surrounded him. Suddenly, an evil, pitch-black dragon roared out, fully 30,000 meters long. Its appearance instantly caused heaven and earth to shake violently, and elicited a howl of rage from the 100,000 sea dragons. The explosive roaring sounds caused everything to shake, and at the same time, Paragon Mythdragon erupted with Paragon power. After all, despite not being adept at strategy, he was very adept at slaughter. As soon as he waved his hand, the roaring of the evil black dragon caused the sea dragons to begin to tremble. In the blink of an eye, their flesh was flayed off of their bodies, and they were transformed into bones, which then collapsed into ash. The black, evil dragon then shot toward the gate of the nine seas god world. However, it was at this point that the gate suddenly slammed open, and an enormous 30,000-meter sea dragon flew out. This sea dragon had no flesh, and was made completely of bone. As soon as it flew out, the shattered bits of flesh and blood from the other sea dragons, as well as the ash from their bones, instantly flew over to cover the bones of the gigantic sea dragon. Now that it had a body of flesh and blood, it charged toward the evil dragon, roaring. At this point, Paragon Sea Dream flew out to join the Paragon puppet, which was still under Meng Hao's control. Meng Hao also sped out of the sun and headed toward the battlefield. The 9 swords from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto then ripped through the void toward the sixth heaven land mass. Further in the depths of the mountain and sea realm, the sound of chanting scriptures once again rose up from the immortal ancient Taoist rite. This time, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. His eyes were blank, and he held a long spear in his hand. He instantly stepped forward and began to slaughter the outsiders. At the same time, Paragon Mythdragon took a step forward, transforming into 3 incarnations, one of which headed toward Paragon Sea Dream, and the other toward the Paragon puppet. The last incarnation became a black beam of light that sped toward the 9 swords. The black light around him shattered, transforming into a hail of shrapnel that spiraled toward the 9 swords, then reformed into a sealing field which trapped them. Without the black light cloaking him, Paragon Mythdragon was now revealed for all to see. He was huge with 3 heads, 2 of which had their eyes closed. The eyes of the middle head glowed with bright red light as he stared toward the middle-aged man whom the immortal ancient Taoist rite had summoned. Soon, the glow of magical techniques rose up into the sky. As all of that was happening, Xianfang began to pick up speed as he headed toward Meng Hao. With all the main powerhouses of the mountain and sea realm locked down, there was no way to stop the sixth heaven. A massive boom echoed out as it slammed into the first mountain. The mountain trembled, and cracking sounds emanated out as crevices were ripped open. Then, the land mass continued to smash down into the first mountain until it was completely obliterated. By this point, most of the land mass that was the sixth heaven was destroyed. Endless amounts of rubble then began to rain destructively toward the rest of the mountain and sea realm. Instantly, the spell formations of the second sea were activated, causing the second sea to collapse as it blocked the falling rubble. Mountains were being crushed and seas were being obliterated. Even as the second sea collapsed to block the rubble raining down, Xidagarba was sitting cross-legged on the moon. When his eyes opened, they glowed with icy coldness, and he immediately activated the defensive shield, despite the injuries inflicted upon himself by doing so. A glittering shield appeared above the second mountain, upon which smashed the remnants of the falling rubble, which then turned into ash. No further destruction was carried out, The danger posed by the sixth heaven was neutralized. That's it? Xianfang said, sighing. Behind him, the final division of outsiders was charging into the mountain and sea cultivators. Instantly, fierce fighting broke out. At the same time, complete silence filled everything behind the second mountain. No more special methods or techniques were unleashed. Still don't feel the need to use more of their reserves? Well, in that case, Xianfang performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed in Meng Hao's direction. However, just when Meng Hao was about to make a move, Xianfang pulled back, laughing. I don't care what methods the seventh heaven or all the other heavens have at their disposal, they're not going to be here anytime soon. Therefore, since the mountains and seas won't reveal any of its other resources, then this kid and that sun and moon must be destroyed. Activate the immortal imprisoning formation. As soon as the words left Xianfang's mouth, glittering light appeared on the seventh heaven, and then the eighth and the ninth, all the way to the 33rd heaven. There were still several more months left before they could emerge from their current state. However, they could hear the words uttered by Xianfang, and could also see everything clearly. In fact, they had been closely observing the battle as it played out over the past few months, and had already begun preparing special ways to deal with the mountain and sea realm based on what they had seen. Also, they had long since come to the realization of how important the sun and moon were. From what they could tell, the most important between the two was not the sun, but the moon. Of course, with Meng Hao in position on the sun, considering his battle prowess and the fact that he controlled a paragon puppet, he was fully qualified to tie down two paragons in battle. A mountain and sea cultivator like that was someone the 33 heavens couldn't afford to disregard, and they had long since placed him on their list of priority targets to kill. After hearing Xianfang's declaration, the powerful outsider experts from the 7th to the 33rd heaven, including the two 8 essences paragons, were all completely focused on how things were playing out. Whether it was because of the effort to kill Meng Hao and Xidagarba, for the overall strategy of drawing out the battle, or even more importantly, for the safety of Xianfang and Mythdragon, what was happening now was of utmost importance. That was also why Xianfang had taken immediate, seemingly maddened action after being unsealed. Attacking with all the land masses ensured that he had nowhere to retreat to. Thus, the forces which remained from the 33 heavens would not hesitate to do everything they could to come to his aid. Only then could this battle not be called a complete failure for him. As long as I can destroy the sun or the moon, then this battle won't have been a total failure. The starry sky then began to tremble as a beam of light emerged from the main force of the 33 heavens, which then shot down toward the mountain and sea realm. It moved with incredible speed, and yet, even as it neared, another beam of light rose up from the 9th mountain. Those two beams of light shot toward each other, and then collided outside of the mountain and sea realm. As rumbling booms echoed out, an enraged roar echoed out from the 33 heavens. That light which shot down was blasted into countless shards of light which were now incapable of forming the immortal imprisoning formation Xianfang had spoken of. At the same time, large numbers of cultivators poured out from the second mountain to charge into the outsiders, and began to fight bitterly. Paragon Mythdragon simultaneously began to fight the Paragon Puppet, Paragon Sea Dream, and the 9 Seas God World Sea Dragon. He was also keeping the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto at bay, and was even pinning down the middle-aged man from the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Of course, he paid a heavy price to do all of that as, almost instantly, blood sprayed out of his mouth. And yet he didn't back down. Reneging viciously, he slapped his hand onto his head. A boom rang out as black light erupted out from him, causing his battle prowess, and that of all his incarnations, to leap to new heights. "Dragon Demon Body Snatching?" said Paragon Sea Dream, her eyes flashing. "That's an innate divine ability of the Myth Dragon clan, which allows a battle soul to possess the body, making it impervious to divine abilities and magical techniques. However, once the body snatching ends, all the wounds he seemingly avoided will suddenly flare up. That means he's seeking to die in battle. His delays led to their defeat, so he's going to put his life on the line." Off in the distance, Paragon Xianfang saw what was happening, and after a moment of silence, threw his head back and laughed. Eyes flickering with determination, he shot toward Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, his eyes glittered, and instead of backing up, he advanced. And soon the two of them were battling back and forth with booming divine abilities. Meng Hao was in a slightly inferior position. His cultivation base qualified him to fight with paragons, but not necessarily to win. However, delaying Xianfang was nothing difficult. As for Myth Dragon, he was being beaten back by the various methods employed by everyone he was fighting. Of you two paragons, one will definitely die here, Meng Hao said coolly, his eyes flickering with killing intent. This was not his first time fighting Xianfang, and in their last battle he had been pushed to the very limit. But now he had fully recovered, and was even stronger in terms of battle prowess. Booms rang out from within the army of outsiders as well as screams. The mountain and sea cultivators were unleashing carnage, and their numbers were swelling as more cultivators joined in the battle. The number of outsiders from the second to the sixth heavens vastly outnumbered the group from the initial battle with the first heaven. However, in terms of the damage they were wreaking upon the mountain and sea cultivators, it didn't match up at all. Meanwhile, the forces in the 7th to the 33rd heavens up above could sense what danger Xianfang and Myth Dragon were in. Roars of rage echoed out as they attempted to extricate themselves from their current state. However, that state was like a double-edged sword. Although it had enabled them to escape catastrophe from the sudden attack of the mountain and sea realm, it also left them completely and utterly sealed. In the final analysis, they had never anticipated that the combined power of 5 land masses couldn't even break through the second line of defense in the mountain and sea realm. Furthermore, they were losing so badly in the battle below that they were virtually being massacred. Booms rang out as the 7th through 33rd heavens all bashed against the invisible ceiling barrier. On the battlefield, the mountain and sea realm clearly had the advantage, and the outsiders were dying in droves. They were shoved back again, and seemed incapable of fighting back against the mountain and sea cultivators. In front of the second mountain, the second sea had collapsed, and in its place was a sea of blood. As for Paragon Myth Dragon, after utilizing his body-snatching technique, he was going all out. However, his heart was filled with bitterness because of the failure of the Immortal imprisoning formation. Had it succeeded, he would not be in such a bad situation. He currently had all of the top experts of the mountains and seas locked down, but the price was that he himself was stuck in an unimaginably deadly situation. Xianfang, hurry up! Myth Dragon roared. Xianfang was already going all out with his cultivation base. Paragon power erupted out, and yet he was unable to break free from the fight. Not only had he been weakened, Meng Hao had already fought a deadly battle with him before. Meng Hao was used to his fighting tactics, and therefore breaking free from the fight was not something that Xianfang could do quickly. No matter what he tried to do, he simply couldn't get away. Meng Hao transformed into an azure rock, which whistled through the starry sky, slashing its deadly talons out in attack. He used the one-thought stellar transformation, as well as his supernova magic. He even unleashed his demon sealing hexing magic, and the backlash wasn't as bad as it had been in the past. At the moment, the two outsider paragons could not flee, and there was no one there to save them. The 7th through 33rd heavens were getting very anxious. If things kept going as they were, then they needed to be prepared for one of their paragons to perish. The 33 heavens originally had 5 paragons. Igu was essentially dead. If they lost another, they might still be able to secure a victory, but the price would be one they were hard-pressed to pay. Currently, Shui Donglu was on planet South Heaven, outside the 9th mountain, looking up coldly into the starry sky. He appeared to be hesitating, as if he had a very hard decision to make. After a long moment he murmured, "If you take a step back, you realize that there is no one who cannot be sacrificed. Even me. Since that's the case." He took a deep breath and then slowly lowered his hand. "Since that's the case, I will allow you people to open a breach ahead of schedule. That way, you'll be able to send someone in. However, the price you will pay is that the overall time before the rest of you can emerge from the sealed state will be extended. Most importantly, those 2 experts who were possessed by the 2 powerful forces, they who now have the power of 8 essences paragons, will be unable to descend before the seal is completely removed. This will make things very dangerous for Xitigarbha, Sea Dream, and the three great Taoist societies. It will be even more dangerous for Meng Hao. After a long, thoughtful moment, Shui Donglu sighed. In the end, the 33 heavens don't count for much. It is those two possessed paragons, who are the powerful enemies we can't handle right now. Outside of the second mountain, intense fighting was going on. Myth Dragon was suffering successive defeats, and didn't seem like he could hang on much longer. He had already used the body-snatching technique multiple times, and was now on the verge of collapsing. Xianfang could do nothing to push Meng Hao away and break free, and was getting more and more anxious. However, it was at this point that a huge boom echoed out in the starry sky. It was hard to say what price had been paid by the 7th to 33rd heavens, but suddenly, everything from the 16th heaven and below started to flicker, as if the sealing power were becoming unstable. Then, bright lights flashed as the 7th through 16th heavens suddenly materialized in the starry sky. Apparently, the 17th heaven and above had taken on the sealing power which had been restraining the 7th through 16th heavens, allowing those heavens to break free. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the 7th heaven descended, followed by the 8th, the 9th, all the way to the 16th heaven. In total, 10 heavens rumbled down out of the starry sky toward the mountain and sea realm. At the same time, 10 beams of light shot out from those land masses, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as they closed in on the mountain and sea realm. One of those beams of light shot toward Myth Dragon, instantly ending his battle with the mountain and sea experts and dragging him away. The second beam of light burst onto the scene of Meng Hao and Xianfang's battle, creating a huge wave of qi that separated the two of them. Meng Hao was violently shoved backward toward the mountain and sea realm's sun. Even as blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, the fourth beam of light shot with incredible speed toward the sun. There was nothing Meng Hao could do except watch as the beam of light slammed into the sun, instantly transforming 100,000 cultivators into ash. As for the sun, it began to tremble, and then fissures spread out across its surface in completely shocking fashion. Meng Hao's eyes went wide at the shocking scene, and he let out a miserable howl. "No!" At the same time, the fifth beam of light shot toward the moon. Of course, the moon was designed for defense, so although it was shaken, and the 100,000 cultivators there coughed up blood and withered dangerously, they didn't die. Cracking sounds emanated out as crevices opened up all over the moon. It appeared to be on the verge of imminent collapse. Next, the remaining 5 beams of light spread out to cover the entire mountain and sea realm as a whole. They weren't being used as an attack, but rather as a seal. Powerful rumbling echoed out. Heaven and earth trembled. The starry sky went dim. Sea Dream and the others felt their faces fall as the 5 beams of light covered the whole mountain and sea realm, cutting it off completely from the sun and the moon. As of this moment, the sun and the moon were now outside of the mountain and sea realm. The development occurred so quickly that all Meng Hao could do was laugh bitterly at the realization that this was simply how war worked. Life was the weakest of all things in a war, and could be snuffed out in a single attack. Of the 100,000 cultivators who had been stationed on the sun, half had paid a heavy price to help him buy time in his earlier battle with Xianfang. They and Meng Hao were comrades in arms. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, and yet, he had no time to ponder the matter at the moment. Even as the 5 beams of light formed together into the huge seal, Meng Hao sent divine will out to his paragon puppet. Instantly, it performed a teleportation, bursting out from within the seal to appear at his side. At the same time, tens of millions of outsiders poured out from the 7th to 16th heavens, along with countless vicious-looking war chariots. The 7th through 16th heavens were like an inverted pagoda whose converged force caused intense pressure to weigh down through the starry sky. It was almost as if a gigantic, invisible hand were crushing down onto the mountain and sea realm, causing all of the mountains, seas, and planets to tremble. The 5 beams of light which had shot out from the 10 land masses were like a huge cage, trapping everything from the 2nd mountain to the 9th mountain, completely separating them. They were now isolated, impossible to aid, a sudden change that caused the faces of the mountain and sea cultivators to fall. Mixed emotions could be seen on Sea Dream's face as she tried in vain to break past the barrier. For the time being, the three great Taoist societies' efforts were for naught. Although the mountain and sea realm would be temporarily shielded from any attacks, Meng Hao and Xianxia were now completely isolated in a dangerous situation. The sun and the moon had been of incredible aid throughout the war, and the 33 heavens could sense how threatening they were. Now, they had descended with the intent of destroying that very sun and moon at any price. Meng Hao fell back into the sun's spell formation. He was completely alone. Not even corpses had been left behind. The only thing that existed was a pervasive aura of death, and the souls of the dead, which refused to disperse. Meng Hao sat there silently, and his eyes began to glow with intense killing intent. As the paragon puppet appeared next to him on the sun, he looked off into the distance at the waves of tens of millions of outsiders swarming out from the 10 land masses. Even as they began to fill the starry sky, Xianfang and Mythdragon were retreating into the outsider army. Xianfang was in slightly better condition, whereas Mythdragon was a mass of blood and wounds. He was clearly severely wounded and could barely stand. Even as he consumed medicinal pills, several imperial lords helped him to return to the land masses to recover. He was so grievously injured that he could barely maintain consciousness. After finally reaching the 16th land mass, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and then closed his eyes in meditation, surrounded by outsider guards. It wasn't that he didn't notice Meng Hao's murderous gaze coming all the way from the sun. Instead, he didn't deign to care. Although Meng Hao was powerful enough to arouse his caution, in the current situation, Meng Hao had to consider his own survival, and thus Paragon Mythdragon didn't pay him any heed. Paragon Xianfang threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Inwardly, he was elated at what had occurred. 10 land masses had appeared, and tens of millions of outsider reinforcements had arrived, including 10 imperial lords. Although there were no paragons, as far as Xianfang was concerned, the current reinforcements were enough. It's enough for me to destroy the sun and moon, and then at least half of the rest of the mountain and sea realm. It's also plenty to be able to last until the 17th heaven and the others arrive. Eyes flickering with killing intent, Xianfang reached his hand out toward the moon and pointed. Imperial lords, destroy that moon, and all the cultivators on it. Even as the words left his mouth, the newly arrived imperial lords shot toward the moon with bursting energy and murderous auras. They were joined by a force of millions of outsiders, all of whom charged toward the moon. On the moon itself, Xianxia's face returned to its normal placid state. He even began to chuckle, although it was a hoarse, pained chuckle. However, the burning fire in his eyes had not lessened. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, and as for the 100,000 cultivators who surrounded him, despite their withered state, in which they hovered on the edge of death like candles flickering in the wind, none of them said a word. They looked down in the direction of the mountain and sea realm, clearly reluctant to part from it into death, and yet at the same time, sending it their well wishes. Then the 100,000 cultivators closed their eyes, appearing to give the last bits of their life force as a sacrifice to the mountain and sea realm. As they fueled the defensive powers of the moon, rumbling sounds echoed out, and numerous beams of light appeared to completely surround the moon. As they did, the divine abilities of the outsider imperial lords, as well as the magical techniques of the millions of other outsiders, bore down and seemed to be on the verge of completely engulfing the moon. Blood oozed out of the eyes, ears, noses, and mouths of the 100,000 cultivators, and their bones began to shatter. Xianxia continued to chuckle bitterly, and yet, a look of increasing madness was seeping into his eyes. On the other side of the field of battle, Xianfang was eyeing the sun with killing intent. He had already fought Meng Hao twice. The first time had been an incredibly bitter fight. The second fight had gone on for longer, and yet wasn't as bitter. However, because of Meng Hao, he had been unable to rescue Mythdragon, who had ended up being trapped in an incredibly dangerous situation. Our third battle. This time, either you die or I die. Flicking his sleeve, Xianfang sent out divine will instructions to the surrounding millions of outsiders, whereupon all of them charged toward the sun, radiating intensely murderous auras. Paragon Xianfang followed behind them, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused some strange magical technique to begin to build up. Meng Hao sat there silently. He had not possessed the initiative during this battle, which did not conform to his personality. His eyes flickered, and he sent divine will out to the paragon puppet, which instantly stood up, killing intent flickering in its eyes. It took a step forward, shot toward Xianfang, but then unexpectedly passed by him and headed toward the main group of the outsider army behind him. And then it kept going in the direction of the 16th heaven. Its goal, Meng Hao's goal, was the heavily wounded paragon myth dragon. You want to kill me? How about I kill your paragon? As Meng Hao sat there cross-legged within the spell formation, he looked at Xianfang, eyes ice cold as he said, "Are you going to save him, or not?" At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard from within the mountain and sea realm, as an intense power rose up from within the 9th mountain, which shot up toward the seal covering the mountain and sea realm. When it slammed into the seal twisted and distorted, sending brilliant light shining out. At the same time, Paragon Sea Dream and the 3 great Taoist societies all attacked. And yet, something else happened at the same time. Within the mountain and sea realm were 3 temples out in the starry sky, temples that no one could see. Within each of those temples were an old man and a young man. Right now, those old men were opening their eyes, almost as if they had been summoned, as if orders had been delivered to them. Take my magical item and assist the masses to break that seal open. The exact same words came out of the mouths of all 3 old men, and as they echoed out into the temples, the young men looked up, their eyes flickering with the desire to do battle. They had been waiting for this war for a very long time. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the young man in the first temple looked up, and a suit of blue armor spread out over his body, covering even his face. A long blue spear materialized in front of him, which he grasped. As he did, an intense energy surged up from him. It quickly reached the 6 essences level, and then a bit higher than that, although that energy didn't seem to come from the young man himself, but rather from the suit of armor and the spear. He took a step forward, suddenly appearing outside of the temple, where he became a blue streak of light that shot up toward the seal. At the same time, in the other 2 temples, other streaks of light appeared. One was crimson, and inside of it was a figure in blood-red armor, with a blood-colored sword and a colossal murderous aura. In another direction was a bright yellow beam of light, within which was a figure wearing bright yellow armor. In that figure's hand was a bamboo scroll. Shocking divine sense swirled around him as he flew up with incredible speed. Booms rang out as these 3 figures smashed into the shield. Astonishingly, these 3 figures were emitting 3 different auras. That of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, the Tao Divinity Scripture, and the Heaven-Severing Scripture. The 3 classic scriptures of the mountain and sea realm were all in play. The seal shook violently, and cracking sounds rang out, as if it might collapse at any moment. Within the mountain and sea realm was another figure who was violently headbutting the seal. It was none other than Patriarch Reliance. Back when the mountain and sea realm had entered its siege mode, he had disappeared somewhere. Now he suddenly reappeared, and as he battered the seal he muttered, "That little bastard most likely isn't dead. If he really was, then I would be free, but I still feel like having him alive is a bit better." Sighing, he bashed into the seal again. At the same time, all of the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm unleashed their divine abilities to batter against the seal, which began to weaken and crack. However, the 33 heavens had paid an incredible price to put this seal in place. It was clearly something extraordinary in nature. Despite cracking, it did not fall. Outside of the mountain and sea realm, booming sounds echoed out from the moon as the imperial lords and the other outsiders attacked it relentlessly. The moon quivered on the verge of being destroyed, causing Xianfang to begin to laugh coldly and completely ignore the paragon puppet, which was slaughtering its way toward the 16th heaven. Instead, he stood in place, both hands flashing in incantation gestures as a bizarre aura built up around him. Soon, countless illusory figures became visible in his vicinity. As that happened, the divine abilities of millions of outsiders descended onto the sun like a sea of magic, engulfing it. The sun did not have the defensive powers that the moon did, so as soon as the sea of magic hit it, it began to crack and split. The entire sun seemed to be on the very brink of collapsing. There, in the midst of the sea of magic, was Meng Hao, who began to laugh in the face of the terrifying attack. His eyes burned with fire because he knew that this attack was something the sun could not withstand. It would be broken. It was all thanks to the terrifying beam of light which had struck it. That grievous blow ensured that the sun was now incapable of surviving for much longer. Since that's the case, instead of simply letting you destroy this sun, I should use it to kill more of you outsiders. Meng Hao threw both hands up and then slammed them down onto the surface of the sun. The blow was backed by the rotation of his cultivation base and the power of his fleshly body, and the impact caused the sun to tremble, then suddenly explode into pieces. Boom! Shrapnel that was the remnants of the sun exploded out in all directions, creating a powerful attack that slammed into the sea of magic. When those two forces collided, a terrifying shockwave blasted out into the starry sky. It was like the roar of a giant as dazzling light shot out everywhere. The whole scene resembled a destructive apocalypse. As the light and heat of the sun's self-detonation spread out, the sea of magic was enveloped. The millions of outsiders were powerful, but the destructive power of the sun was something they simply couldn't fight against. After all, this sun had illuminated the mountain and sea realm for tens upon tens of thousands of years. Considering it had heated the realm for so long, it was impossible to even imagine how hot it was. Most important was that the sun had actually been created from a treasure belonging to Paragon 9 seals. As such, its detonation was shocking beyond imagination. The massive sound of the explosion filled the heavens, and the dazzling light it created lit up everything. Everyone in the mountain and sea realm, and all of the outsiders beyond the area of the explosion, stared at what was happening in complete shock. The scene playing out in front of them could rightly be described as the most insane thing any of them had witnessed. The sun was exploding. Boom! The detonation was not something that just ended immediately. It was an ongoing process in which intense light and heat continuously blasted out in all directions. The sea of magic was completely engulfed, and the surrounding outsiders had no time to flee. They were swept over, their flesh and blood torn from their bodies as they were incinerated into ash. Because of the blinding light, some people simply closed their eyes. Others braved the piercing rays of light to watch. Countless miserable screams began to rise up as rank after rank of outsiders were wiped away as if by an enormous hand of light. It was at this point that Paragon Xianfang finished his double-handed incantation. He looked up, and a callous smile could be seen on his face. He was the type of person who understood war, and although he would not dare to say that no one in existence could match up to him, he was certain that among the 5 great paragons, he was the most skilled strategist. In war, there is only victory and defeat, he said coolly. There is no such thing as right or wrong. To gain victory, I am willing to sacrifice anything. If it comes down to it, I will even sacrifice myself. Since the spirit of the mountain and sea realm has risen up, then fate has been sealed. Either you people will die or us. Suddenly, he waved his finger in the direction of the masses of dead outsiders. Along with the wave of his finger came his voice, filled with a strange tone as it echoed out into the starry sky. Your souls are the spell, your blood is the sacrament. The world is vast, the stars are the expanse. Converge the will of severing into a blade. As his voice echoed out, countless screaming, vengeful souls rose up, which were the dead outsiders. Their blood, which should have been completely wiped away by the light and heat, now began to swirl up, merge together, and shine with a bizarre light. As for the blood which had already faded away, the odor of gore which it left behind rapidly transformed into an illusory sea of blood. Then the screaming outsider souls then sank down into the sea of blood, as if they were refusing to die. The bitter, venomous cries of the souls echoed out into all creation, as if they wanted to overturn the starry sky itself. The converged screams of millions of outsiders became the most intense of hatreds. Form your hatred into a blade, and use that blade to sever all mental connections. Xianfang's voice boomed like thunder, and his expression was completely vicious as he raised his hand up into the air. As he did, the churning sea of blood formed together into the shape of a blade. A huge blade. A blade formed from endless hatred. Paragon Xianfang lifted the blade high up and then slashed it down toward Meng Hao. Fellow Taoist Igu, today I shall help you be severed free. Even as Meng Hao looked up, he realized that the blade of hatred only seemed to be slashing toward him. Its real target was the space just in front of Meng Hao. There in front of Meng Hao was something that no one could see, and in fact he hadn't noticed up to this point. A thread. It was a thread that Xianfang could only see after employing a bizarre magical technique. It was the thread connecting Meng Hao to his paragon puppet. By means of that thread, and by means of divine will, Meng Hao could control the paragon puppet. More importantly, that thread did not actually belong to Meng Hao himself, nor had he created it. Came from Chomentai. The blade was descending to sever that thread. If it succeeded, Meng Hao's divine will connection to his paragon puppet would be severed. The blood and souls of millions of outsiders had transformed into a blade, which had been Paragon Xianfang's plan all along. Although his actions had seemed to change arbitrarily, the truth was that everything had been done to try to gain the greatest possible advantage for the outsiders. His choice in this moment was not to try to cut down Meng Hao, but rather to sever that thread. In addition to gaining an advantage for the outsiders, it would also resolve the problem of the Paragon puppet trying to kill Paragon Mythdragon. A boom rang out, and Meng Hao's pupils constricted as he sensed the connection between him and the Paragon puppet being cut. Having control of the Paragon puppet suddenly taken away felt like having a limb severed. It was as if the sensation of control was still there, except that the limb was gone. At the same time, the Paragon puppet, which had been charging toward the 16th heaven, suddenly shuddered. Its eyes grew blank as it slowed down and stopped moving. A soul blade created from the souls of millions can sever all divine will. Meng Hao without Igu. You are doomed to die. Xianfang began to laugh uproariously. He had always believed himself to be shockingly adept at scheming, and this proved that he was right. His ability with scheming and strategy was truly causing incredible problems for the mountain and sea realm. Without him, the battle would have been much simpler, and the losses sustained by the mountain and sea realm would have been much more manageable. But now, the sun had exploded, and the moon was in grave danger. And yet, after Meng Hao's eyes went wide for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Paragon Xianfang loved to scheme, and loved to come up with ideas and plans that no one could see through. Meng Hao already knew that. It was at this point that Meng Hao blinked, and then cleared his throat. The thread had been created by Chomentai, and although Meng Hao wasn't completely sure of exactly how terrifyingly powerful Chomentai was, the mere fact that he could turn a paragon into a puppet showed that he was completely beyond the ordinary, and definitely had other terrifying abilities at his disposal. The agreement with Chomentai had been that Meng Hao would have a paragon puppet, but now, the connection had been severed by someone else and he had lost the puppet. Most important of all, Chomentai needed Meng Hao's willing aid to be the seed of hope which would lead to the return of his master. That was why, not only had Chomentai refrained from doing anything to harm Meng Hao's interests, he had also given him the puppet, not just to comply with their agreement, but also as a way to protect him. After all, Meng Hao's life or death had a lot to do with whether or not Chomentai would succeed or fail in awakening his master. And of course, Meng Hao was aware of all of that. As such, it was easy to imagine that the person who would be most incensed that the thread had been severed wouldn't be Meng Hao, but rather Chomentai. He might be slumbering, but he would definitely awaken because of something like that. It was at this point that Meng Hao said, "Chomentai." The thread was severed. Xianfang's laughter continued to ring out as he began to advance toward Meng Hao. However, it was then that his face fell, and his heart suddenly trembled. he suddenly had a very bad premonition, a strange feeling in his heart that something disastrous was about to happen. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out from the mouth of the motionless Paragon puppet. "You really dare to sever the thread I created?" The Paragon puppet suddenly turned, and its eyes were glowing bright red. It appeared to be completely and utterly enraged. As of this moment, this was not the Paragon puppet, this was something which had been buried deep inside of the Paragon puppet. A fragment of Chomen Tai's soul. His voice was filled with a murderous aura and echoed with madness. Few people could actually hear the voice, but Paragon Xianfang could, and his eyes widened. Then his heart began to thump as he slowly turned to look at the Paragon puppet. Then, his face fell. In almost the same moment that the Paragon puppet's eyes fell on Xianfang, an indescribably shocking divine sense exploded out from it. The divine sense was not flexible but rigid. It was also boundlessly ancient. However, it was so majestic that Xianfang couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Meng Hao's eyes flickered in response to this change in the Paragon puppet. At the same time, the power of the exploding sun was weakening after destroying millions of nearby outsiders. Because Meng Hao was in the middle of the spell formation, he wasn't hurt very much at all. Instead, his eyes glittered with killing intent as he looked in the direction of the 16th heaven, and then back at Xianfang, whose face had completely fallen. It had been a long time since Meng Hao had conned anyone, although in truth, this was not a case of him conning Xianfang, but more a case of Xianfang setting himself up for failure. Meng Hao had always had his speculations regarding Chomen Tai's true level of power, and Xianfang's actions now were only giving him a deeper understanding. The mountain and sea realm has so many mysterious entities. Chomen Tai, that old man on the boat, and also Slaughter, who walked out of Dao Heaven's scroll painting. Then there's Shui Donglu. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He had the intense premonition that, as the war reached its climax, as the 33 heavens and the mountain and sea realm headed closer and closer to the final battle, all of the secrets would be revealed, like a scroll being unfurled. In all of this, who exactly are the enemies and who are the friends? And who was it that saved me before? Was it Shui Donglu? What exactly are his plans here in the mountain and sea realm? Meng Hao sighed inwardly. After awakening from his coma, there had been no time to ask Paragon Sea Dream about such matters. However, he had long since developed the feeling that the truth about the mountain and sea realm was covered by a mist-like gauze, which made it impossible to see everything clearly. However, it seemed to him that there was someone behind the scenes influencing everything that was happening in the war. He himself was only a pawn in this war. Perhaps everyone was, including the outsiders. They were pawns with no idea who the chess master was. It was brutal, but that was war. It had been a long time since that bashful smile appeared on Meng Hao's face when he was conning someone. The war had broken out suddenly, forcing him to mature, to grow up. He didn't want to think about what it would be like to watch his family or friends dying in battle in front of him, or what that would turn him into. He didn't dare to contemplate such pain. Therefore, the only thing he could do was make sure that any likelihood of such an outcome was thoroughly wiped away. This time, one of these two paragons will definitely perish. As the murderous aura spread out from Meng Hao, his eyes suddenly went wide, and he looked down at the spell formation beneath his feet. The sun was gone, but there was still something else that remained behind. It was in that exact same moment that the Paragon puppet's eyes locked onto Paragon Xianfang, and its enraged voice echoed out into the starry sky. "Was it you who severed my thread?" Paragon Xianfang's heart began to pound as he sensed something locking down on him. Something locking onto, not just his body, but his mind and his soul. The voice which had just spoken was filled with killing intent and murderous intentions. There was a brutality to it, something that made the starry sky around it turn icy. At the same time that the voice rang out, the Paragon puppet vanished, then reappeared directly in front of Xianfang. Xianfang didn't hesitate at all to fall back at top speed, his heart filled with an intense sensation of imminent crisis. However, no matter how fast he tried to flee, He couldn't match the soul fragment of Chomentai which had been sleeping inside the Paragon puppet. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the Paragon puppet extended its right hand and made a grasping motion. In reality, it was manipulating the flow of time, reaching backward a few moments into the past. "Get back here," said the icy voice which echoed out of the Paragon puppet's mouth. Then the puppet's hand wrenched backward. Off in the distance, Paragon Xianfang had been fleeing. But then his face flickered as he sensed an enormous hand in front of him, grabbing at his soul, pulling him toward the Paragon puppet. "You're not Igu, and you're not Meng Hao. Who are you?" Paragon Xianfang's face flickered as he bit down on the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of life essence blood and simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture. That mouthful of blood became an entire sea which spread out in all directions and transformed into a blood-colored magical symbol. Break! It was a critical moment in which there was no time for contemplation. Xianfang attacked without any consideration for the negative ramifications to himself. Everything around him twisted, and the blood-colored magical symbol exploded, sending out a huge shockwave that he used to shake free of the Paragon puppet's time-traveling hand. Then he shot back at top speed, mind reeling and heart pounding from the realization of how powerful the Paragon puppet was. In fact, he was now coming to the conclusion that severing Meng Hao's connection to this puppet might have been a big mistake. Damn it, this is no puppet. There's a soul supporting it from the inside. This is a discarnate soul possession. Having come to this conclusion, Xianfang's face looked more unsightly than ever, and the sensation of crisis within him grew even more intense. However, no matter how he tried to flee, the sensation only got worse. He didn't feel like he was breaking free from anything. On the contrary, he felt more locked down than ever, incapable of extricating himself. Then, the Paragon puppet's eyes flickered, and its hand clenched into a fist before punching out. Boom! The fist strike causing rumbling sounds to fill the void as an explosive force suddenly appeared right in front of Paragon Xianfang. Despite how powerful he was, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he fell back, a look of shock on his face. Then he looked at the Paragon puppet, and suddenly seemed to have realized something, and his face fell. "Why you're not a cultivator from the Paragon Immortal realm. Why you're from the barbarian devil realm." Barbarian. A gleam of reminiscence could be seen in the eyes of the Paragon puppet before it then took another step forward and launched another blow at Paragon Xianfang. Booms rang out as Xianfang fell back, blood spraying out of his mouth. Meanwhile, back in Meng Hao's position, the detonation of the sun revealed something completely shocking. There, numerous strands of light formed the outline of a spell formation design. Within the heart of that spell formation was a bow. It was an azure bow, floating in the nucleus of the spell formation, emitting boundless light. This was Paragon 9 Seal's precious treasure. Furthermore, Meng Hao was currently located above that spell formation, directly facing that bow. The sun might have exploded, but the sun was only the outer shell. Meng Hao paid no heed to the battle ensuing between Xianfang and the Paragon puppet. Instead, he looked down at the bow, his eyes glittering. Then he reached out as if to grab it. As soon as he reached out to touch the bow, it shuddered, as if in response. At the same time, the Paragon's blood inside of his nirvana fruit began to boil in an unprecedented fashion. Then the bow then began to slowly rise up toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, within the sealed mountains and seas, all of the mountains began to shake, and the Xuanwu turtles in the celestial ponds began to howl as if because of some intense provocation. At the same time, the will of the mountain and sea realm also seemed to erupt explosively. Patriarch Reliance's eyes went wide, as if he too could sense what was happening, and unexpectedly, he threw his head back and roared. At the same time, wave-like ripples filled the area around Guiding Trirane, and as for Mount Daqing, although it seemed to be just an ordinary mountain, all of a sudden, a completely extraordinary aura began to stir within it. Also on Patriarch Reliance's back was Dong Hu. A pearl floated in front of him, which radiated dazzling light. Dong Hu looked at it thoughtfully, and then looked up into the vast sky. My life has been devoted to preparing this treasure for someone I don't know. Is it possible that the fated master of this object is him? As these things occurred, the cultivators who wielded the magical devices of the three doyens redoubled their efforts, joining the mountain and sea cultivators to relentlessly attack the quivering seal which covered the realm. It was also in this moment that rumbling sounds could be heard as the bow emerged from the spell formation and came to rest in Meng Hao's hand. The bow was azure, the string was black, and there were no arrows. However, there was a boundless ancientness which erupted from within it. It was as if in the moment he grabbed a hold of the bow, all of the chi and blood inside of Meng Hao erupted. The starry sky vibrated, and wild colors flashed. Meng Hao's hair flew about, and his energy rocketed up. However, his body instantly began to wither as his chi and blood were rapidly absorbed by the bow. Meng Hao's eyes grew bright, and he took a deep breath. Then he looked up toward the 16th heaven, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Xianfang is pinned down by the Paragon puppet. If I join in, then it might be possible to kill him. However, it would be better to take down Paragon Mythdragon when he's injured. There won't be another chance to do that. Yes, I'll kill Mythdragon. He made his decision in a split second, then took a step forward and transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the rest of the land masses up above. As he flew up, the majestic spell formation which surrounded him followed. His feet remained on the spell formation, and his hand grasped the azure bow. He was like the sun itself, rising with majestic splendor toward the land masses in the starry sky. The ordinary outsiders and their imperial lords were all shaken and quickly flew forward to try to stop Meng Hao. Paragon Xianfang's eyes went wide, and although he instantly grew very anxious, there was nothing he could do but watch Meng Hao fly up. As of this moment, the outsiders were all astonished. As of this moment, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were all staring at Meng Hao as he rose up into the sky like a sun. Meng Hao's father, Su Qing, his fellow clan members, his friends, and all of the other cultivators who were watching, no matter how far away they were, could see the sun-like figure transforming into something like an arrow of light that shot toward the land masses up above. I am not indispensable to this war, Meng Hao murmured. If I weren't here, there would be someone else who could take my place and follow a similar path as mine. I can be a game piece. I can lack my own will. I can be a sacrifice. I just hope that my family lives, that my wife lives, and that my friends live. With that, he drew the bowstring back. He was going to kill a paragon. Kill outsider Paragon Mythdragon. As he pulled back on the bowstring, chi and blood surged through his body, as though the azure bow were sucking away at his life force. It began to shine with dazzling light, light that was none other than the convergence of his life force, and everything that was him. It was also the light of his very soul. Draw the bow, converge the light, form an arrow. A dazzling spell formation appeared beneath his feet, and he took a step forward, his eyes flashing like lightning. When he released his grip on the bowstring, the string instantly began to vibrate with a shocking noise that left all the outsiders' minds reeling. It was a noise that could rip apart the heavens, a noise that resonated in the minds of all cultivators and outsiders, a noise which represented death and killing. Anyone with an unstable mind would find their thoughts in complete disorder and would feel terror rising up within them. Such people would even find their cultivation bases thrown into chaos, wrested completely beyond their control. That sound could destabilize Dao hearts. As Meng Hao released his grip, the bowstring began to propel the arrow formed from the light of his life force. It instantly seemed to suck in all the light in the area, turning the starry sky black and making the dazzling arrow the center of all attention. Kill him, Meng Hao growled as the light arrow began to speed forth. At first, it wasn't necessarily very impressive. However, in the blink of an eye, it grew from 30 meters long to 300, then 3,000, and then 30,000. It took only a split second for the 30,000-meter long light arrow to begin rumbling toward the millions of outsiders who were trying to block the way to the other land masses, a group which included imperial lords. Heaven and earth went dim. A massive wind kicked up, and the outsiders' minds were completely shaken. That bow, this cultivator. Massive waves of shock battered at the hearts of the outsiders. Meng Hao was like an immortal divinity. The glowing spell formation beneath his feet illuminated him, and the azure bow was so striking that the outsiders couldn't help but stare at it. The outsider imperial lords who were trying to block Meng Hao were shaken, and then roared as they transformed into their true outsider beast shapes, unleashing their cultivation-based power as they sallied forth to try to destroy the light arrow. However, a moment later, the light of the arrow engulfed them, and booms rang out, mixed with blood-curdling screams. The imperial lords were completely incapable of blocking the arrow, and after it passed by, they were all dead. Gasps could be heard as the light arrow then blasted into the outsider army itself. Wherever it passed, scorching light gave rise to miserable shrieks. Countless outsiders were directly incinerated as the huge arrow cut a gaping path through the army. Over 1 million outsiders, a host of imperial lords. None of them were capable of doing a single thing to stop the arrow from piercing through the army. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it shot toward the 16th heaven, and then hit it. The entire 16th heaven began to shake, and vast crevices snaked out. It only took a moment for the entire land mass to be on the verge of collapsing. Meng Hao himself transformed into a beam of light that followed the arrow. He shot through the path that had been carved out through the army, and as he closed in on the 16th heaven, he once again began to pull back on the bowstring. "Myth Dragon!" he roared, voice bursting with killing intent, a shockingly murderous aura radiating out from him. After firing that first arrow, he was somewhat emaciated, and yet that murderous aura of his was as stupendous as ever. As he pulled back on the bowstring with his right hand, his chi and blood boiled, as once again a vast amount of it was sucked away. Meng Hao now looked extremely gaunt, and yet the second arrow formed completely, whereupon he loosed the string. The arrow of light shone out, bursting with energy that could shake heaven and earth, filled with a viciousness that could exterminate anything and everything. The arrow split open the starry sky as it shot toward the 16th heaven, locking down onto an area in the very center of the land mass. There, Myth Dragon was completely absorbed in recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and within them could be seen shock and apprehension. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly turned blurry, and a second image of him appeared. One of those images then stepped forward, his clone. The clone emerged from Mithragon's Immortal's cave, outside of which several dozen Dao realm outsiders stood guard. All of them were pulsing with energy as they looked up into the sky at the incoming light arrow, behind which flew Meng Hao. By this point, though, there were few people who could do anything to save Myth Dragon. On the same token, there was no one who could help Meng Hao. Apparently, this landmass was fated to be the location of their final showdown. Outside of the landmass itself were millions of outsiders, all of whom unleashed various divine ability, creating an ocean of magic that rumbled toward the 16th heaven. However, in terms of the time frame involved, such an attack wouldn't do much good unless Meng Hao took an unusually long time to kill Myth Dragon. Meanwhile, countless mountain and sea cultivators were in the mountain and sea realm, beneath the seal, watching as Meng Hao single-handedly fought his way through the outsider landmasses, all for the purpose of killing a paragon. Everyone, whether they knew Meng Hao personally or not, was shaken. In fact, all of the outsiders from the 17th heaven all the way to the 33rd heaven, who were watching but unable to descend into battle at this exact moment, were equally shocked. By now, Meng Hao was the most majestic and glorious mountain and sea cultivator in the war. In addition to him, there was Xidagarba. Their use of the sun and moon respectively had made them thorns in the sides of the outsider army. If I can buy enough time, thought Myth Dragon, then this Meng Hao will have to face the deadly threat of the ocean of magic unleashed by the others. Mithragon's clone threw his head back and howled, then flew out to meet the light arrow. The numerous outsider experts who were serving as Dharma protectors all howled as they reverted to their true forms, then gathered in formation around Mithragon's clone to defend against the light arrow. Boom! The light arrow plowed into the outsider Dharma protectors, causing booms to echo out, along with miserable cries. They unleashed various divine abilities, but nothing did any good. Regardless of the levels of their cultivation base or fleshly body, they were instantly transformed into ash. Then that ash faded like wisps of smoke within the light of the arrow. Only Mithragon's clone remained. He quickly performed a double-handed incantation, transforming into a huge black dragon. Roaring, he headbutted the light arrow, which faltered. Mithragon's clone howled as he erupted with the aura of a paragon. He might just be a clone, but he was still a paragon, and his unleashing of power caused the arrow to begin to fade away. It was at this point that a cold snort echoed out. Meng Hao, instead of falling back, once again began to pull back the bowstring, unhesitatingly unleashing a third arrow, and then a fourth. Ryua Yuam Blel. The third arrow shot forth in spectacular fashion, causing the clone's eyes to widen in despair. Gritting his teeth, he then opted to self-detonate. The burgeoning self-detonation of a paragon clone instantly caused the land mass of the 16th heaven to begin to crumble, sending fragments blasting out in all directions. The second arrow was destroyed in the self-detonation, but most of the third arrow remained, and as it closed in on the source of the clone's self-detonation, even more explosive self-detonation power erupted out. Massive booms echoed out as the entire landmass was completely destroyed. Within the rubble, Mithragon's true self flew out from his secluded meditation chamber, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He looked elderly and weak. He had just reached a critical juncture in healing his serious injuries, and had then been interrupted, sacrificing more than half of his blood and essence to make a clone. All of that left him unprecedentedly weak. In fact, this was the weakest he had ever been since becoming a paragon, and also the most dangerous situation he had ever faced. Meng Hao, I'm going to exterminate your entire clan. Myth-Dragon roared, his eyes crimson. Bleeding from numerous wounds, he fell back into retreat. And yet, Meng Hao's fourth arrow was hot on his heels. From the look of it, that arrow would not stop until he was dead. Go ahead and try that. Meng Hao responded to Mithragon's retreating figure. Even as the words left his mouth, the fourth light arrow suddenly exploded, blasting onto Paragon Myth-Dragon with full force. Shockwaves spread out into the starry sky, and Paragon Myth-Dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. However, he wasn't dead yet. Although he was coughing up blood, he still managed to scramble away in flight, simultaneously transforming into a 30,000-meter-long black dragon. And yet, that black dragon was a mass of mangled gore, with a severely weakened aura that was on the verge of dropping out of the Paragon stage. Save me, Xian Fong! Myth-Dragon shrieked as he fled. Fear had blossomed in his heart. This was the most desperate situation he had ever been in since becoming a paragon, and also the most terrifying. The feeling of imminent death was even greater than when he had simultaneously fought Sea Dream and the Taoist societies. Nobody can save you, Meng Hao said softly. This mountain and sea war has reached the point where the blood of a paragon is needed to cleanse the heavens. Although his body had been weakened to the point where he was little more than skin and bones, his eyes shone with even more brilliant killing intent than before. He looked at the bow in his hand, then suddenly laughed. Eyes cold and grim, aura bursting with murder and madness. He began to pull back the bowstring back. But then he slowly loosened his grip. It would be quite a pity for him to die like this. A crimson glow rose up in his eyes, and he suddenly took a deep breath. Boundless blood-colored light exploded out from him as the blood demon gradually formed behind him. Unlike previous occasions, the blood demon superimposed with Meng Hao, merging into him. Blood-colored light exploded up from Meng Hao, and he threw his head back and roared. His eyes were bright red, filled with a bloodthirsty, icy light. He took a step forward, and then transformed into a huge sea of blood that shot toward the paragon. He planned to use the blood demon grand magic to consume Myth-Dragon. Myth-Dragon was a mass of blood and gore. He had just managed to avoid being killed by the fourth arrow, but the sense of power and majesty he felt from that arrow was as immense as ever. If he were at the peak level of his power, then he would have been able to significantly minimize the damage. But now he could do no such thing. Miserable, Bitter laughter rang out from Myth Dragon as he fled at top speed. The sensation of deadly crisis in his heart had not lessened, and in fact, he had the feeling that he might not be able to make it out of this situation alive. However, even as bitterness and anguish rose up in his heart, he saw Meng Hao suddenly lower his bow. But then, Meng Hao began to glow with a blood-colored light and emanate a sensation of madness, even a thirst for blood. The sight caused Mithragon's heart to tremble. Meng Hao closed in, and the ocean of magic followed close behind, but was incapable of catching up to him. Meng Hao was surrounded by a massive glow of blood. Having fused with the blood demon, and unleashing the blood demon grand magic in this way, he now didn't look like an immortal divinity. He looked like a demon immortal. All of this takes quite some time to describe, but actually happened in the briefest of moments. Meng Hao was now bearing down on Myth Dragon, who clenched his teeth viciously. He knew that he could not escape what was about to happen, and quickly turned to face Meng Hao's charge. The two slammed into each other, and the sea of blood that was Meng Hao swept over Paragon Myth Dragon as the blood demon grand magic was fully unleashed. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the ocean of magic closed in. Myth Dragon screamed, breaking free from the ocean of magic, which then transformed into a blood-colored rock. With a piercing cry, the rock began to chase Myth Dragon. Numerous blood-colored mountains appeared, as well as the Paragon Bridge, which also emitted a blood-colored glow. Blood sprayed out of Mithragon's mouth, and finally, his cultivation base power dropped from the level of a paragon to that of an imperial lord. At this point, there was little he could do to fight back against Meng Hao. He could only laugh bitterly as Meng Hao in rock form grabbed onto him and unleashed the blood demon grand magic again. In the blink of an eye, boundless chi and blood power was sucked out of Mithragon's body, to be madly absorbed by Meng Hao. Myth Dragon struggled, but there was no stopping what was happening. Beneath their feet, the 16th heaven was collapsing rapidly, and at the same time, the ocean of magic was barreling toward them. Off in the distance, Xianfang watched silently, sadness flickering in his eyes. He knew that Myth Dragon would not be able to escape. Although Xianfang was adept at strategy and warfare, there was nothing he could do to help Myth Dragon in this situation. Even Xianfang himself felt a sensation of deadly crisis. He was having a difficult time dealing with the attacks of the Paragon puppet, and was in full retreat, coughing up blood the entire time. At the same time, the seal over the mountain and sea realm was beginning to show signs of crumbling beneath the combined bombardment of the three great Taoist societies. The three young men who wielded the Doyen treasures, the ordinary mountain and sea cultivators Paragon Sea Dream, and Patriarch Reliance. Once that seal was broken, the mountain and sea cultivators would burst out upon an outsider army which now lacked paragons. Losing paragons meant certain defeat. The greatest danger was now to the moon. It was surrounded by outsiders, none of whom were backing down in the slightest. There were also imperial lords there who were dead set on destroying it. It didn't matter if their paragon was dead, or even the rest of the army, they would accomplish their mission. They would ensure that the moon ceased to exist. All aspects of the war seemed to have reached a vital linchpin moment. The first to fall was not Meng Hao or the Paragon puppet. Despite the fact that Xidagarba was fighting it out to the bitter end, the moon couldn't evade or dodge, and was surrounded by outsider cultivators. Their combined attacks finally caused the moon to collapse, sending countless fragments and rubble out in all directions. Boom! The moon was no more. As it collapsed, Xidagarba coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even as his bitter laughter rang out, a second boom rang out. It was the second explosion to ring out in this critical moment. This time, though, the sound emanated from the seal over the mountain and sea realm. The beams of light which had descended from the 17th heavens and above were collapsing due to the combined power of all the mountain and sea realm cultivators. Cracks spread out in all directions, eventually joining together until the seal looked like a giant, shattered mirror. Heaven and earth went dark, and the starry sky shook, as countless mountain and sea cultivators burst out, brimming with madness and killing intent. The three great Taoist societies, Paragon Sea Dream, numerous Tao realm experts, the three young men wielding the Doyan treasures, all burst out from within the mountain and sea realm. However, it was in that moment that a third explosion rang out from the location where Meng Hao and Mythdragon had been fighting. Mixed within the booming explosion was an unyielding roar. That roar came out of the mouth of Mythdragon, who was completely enveloped by the sea of blood. His fleshly body was withering rapidly as his chi and blood, cultivation base, and soul were all being rapidly absorbed. It wasn't that he hadn't attempted to self-detonate. Meng Hao's time-walking technique, coupled with the serious injuries that had been inflicted, dropped Mythdragon's power below that of a paragon, and he simply couldn't. He could only watch wide-eyed, as Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic sucked away his chi and blood, his cultivation base, and his soul. "I won't give in." Mythdragon's woeful laughter echoed out until it ended with a muffled grunt. The enormous black dragon closed its eyes as it sank down forever into the sea of blood. As of this moment, a paragon had perished. More accurately speaking, this was the second paragon to die in the war between the mountain and sea realm and the 33 heavens. The first could be considered to be Igu, who had been transformed into a puppet. The surrounding outsiders were in shock as they watched Mythdragon die. Then, terror began to rise up within their hearts and minds. Paragon? Our paragon? Perished? This is impossible. The outsiders were completely flabbergasted. The forces who were in the 17th through 33rd heavens were dumbstruck, and even the powerful experts. The sea of blood seethed as Mythdragon vanished, after which the blood began to congeal, growing smaller and smaller until it was the shape of a person with Meng Hao's face. His face was pale, he was emaciated, and he bubbled with swirling curse power. However, he completely ignored that as he looked up at the seal that had constrained the mountain and sea realm, which was now crumbling, and the massive swarms of cultivators charging out into battle. Then he looked over and saw the moon collapsing. Finally, he turned to look at Xianfang, who was bearing the brunt of a fist strike from the paragon puppet. Blood sprayed out of Xianfang's mouth, and bitter laughter rang out. Suddenly, even as the paragon puppet closed in on him, Xianfang suddenly began to initiate self-detonation. Xianfang was choosing to blow himself up. He was well aware that, just like Mythdragon, he was destined to perish. He also knew that if he died fighting, he might be able to kill some enemies in the process. But that wasn't how he wanted to end things. Taking a few enemies out wasn't satisfactory to him. He wanted his death to bury the whole mountain and sea realm. Madness gleamed in his eyes. Because of his mastery of the essence of time, it was essentially impossible for anyone to prevent him from self-detonating. The paragon puppet's eyes flickered, and it suddenly backed up. The soul light that originated with Chomentai vanished, and the puppet was once again completely connected to Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked on with a grim expression on his face. Xianfang's mad laughter filled the starry sky, echoing out in all directions. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew that he had been defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. In fact, his defeat could not be any more thorough. The nail in the coffin was that Meng Hao was now reconnected to the paragon puppet. The discarnate soul which had appeared had locked Xianfang down, and he had finally come to understand how brutally decisive Meng Hao was. He could only laugh bitterly. Before the battle had begun, neither he nor any of the other outsiders in the 33 heavens could possibly have imagined that the war would be this difficult. In their minds, this war would be one in which the 33 heavens exterminated the mountain and sea realm. They wouldn't even need the help of those two other powerful forces. They could do it all by themselves. But now, the fighting had reached the point that Xianfang was struck with a sudden feeling. Is it possible that the 33 heavens will actually completely lose? Xianfang could sense that Mythdragon's spiritual soul and physical soul had both dispersed. Looking over at Meng Hao congealing out of the sea of blood, he said, "Meng Hao, you've beaten me in this battle. I made two mistakes. The first is that I should have risked everything to strike you down that first time. I should have struck hard and ensured that you were completely and utterly dead. I knew that you were important, but I mistakenly took you too lightly. My second mistake was underestimating the mountain and sea realm. We should not have split up our forces. Hear me, my brothers in the 17th through 33rd heavens. You must remember everything that you have seen happen here. When you descend, do not split up your forces. Attack in unison. Go all out to destroy the mountain and sea realm. Spare nothing. Do not vacillate because of thoughts of living or dying. If you do, a victory cannot be certain. As for the 2 8 essences paragons, I hope that my death in this battle will be avenged by the two of you. Take Meng Hao's head and place it as a trophy upon my grave. To all of my people who are here fighting the mountain and sea realm right now, there is no retreat in this battle. If you retreat, you will die. There is no home to return to. Your homes have all been destroyed. If you want a chance to live, then you must fight to the bitter end. In that case, even if you die, it won't be long before the rest of our people come to avenge us. In war, there is no right or wrong. There is only victory and defeat. I am Paragon Xianfang, and I hereby sacrifice myself to help the 33 heavens destroy the mountain and sea realm. Xianfang threw his head back and laughed, then swished his sleeve. Blinding light began to radiate off of him, as well as powerful ripples. Then, the explosive beginning of the self-detonation began to erupt. At the same time, the other heavens which were under his control began to move, transforming into what looked like sharp blades that began to stab down toward the mountain and sea realm. Vicious, suicidal grimaces of madness appeared on the faces of the millions of remaining outsiders. As the land masses descended from above, they charged murderously toward the mountain and sea realm. Use these land masses to crush the mountain and sea realm. That was my plan all along, and will make my name infamous for all eternity. Therefore, I shall build that infamy to an even higher level right now. Xianfang threw his head back and laughed with deranged madness. Using the land masses as battering rams against the mountain and sea realm truly was an act of madness. It was a strategy that Xianfang had begun to unfold with the second heaven, and had then entrusted to Mythdragon to fully carry out. However, the price to pay was a steep one, the wrath of the entirety of the 33 heavens. Only if the plan resulted in a grand victory could it have potentially been accepted. But now, Xianfang would never see any such victory. He was moments away from perishing. After I die, the true deluge will come. Xianfang's laughter rang out, filled with madness. Since he had already sacrificed the second heaven and the other land masses in a deadly attack, he didn't object to sending everything else to crush the mountain and sea realm at his hour of death. This was the only way left that he could deal an unprecedentedly critical blow to the mountain and sea realm, and thus, by a chance for the 17th heavens and beyond to gain victory. This is all that I can do, he said. He waved his sleeve, sending the land masses down toward the mountain and sea realm, surrounded by millions upon millions of outsiders. Then, Xianfang closed his eyes, whereupon a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power of detonation was unleashed. Boom! Xianfang exploded. This was not a partial paragon self-detonation like what had occurred with Mythdragon's clone. This was a full and complete paragon self-detonation. His cultivation base had not dropped, and although he had sustained injuries, he still had the full cultivation base of a paragon. He was even able to add his own essence into the explosion. The starry sky was set aflame, the heavens shook, and the entire mountain and sea realm vibrated. The power of the self-detonation did not just blast about wildly. Instead, Xianfang managed to direct the power of the blast into a propelling force which sent the heavenly land masses down toward the mountain and sea realm with indescribable speed. Although the mountain and sea realm had prepared to be battered by heavenly land masses, this barrage was unlike anything that had happened before. This time, the land masses were being propelled by the force of Xianfang's self-detonation, making them like deadly blades that stabbed down with incredible force. The war was now erupting with unprecedented intensity. Booms echoed out continuously. The starry sky trembled, and the lands quaked. Upon the land mass closest to the mountain and sea realm, the seas evaporated and the mountains crumbled. The entire mass of land crumbled and then burst into pieces. The three great Taoist societies attacked in unison, drawing upon their most profound Taoist scriptures, unleashing their most shocking Taoist magics. The immortal ancient Taoist rite spared no cost to summon numerous Tao projections to fight against the incoming land masses. The sublime flow sword grotto formed a majestic sword formation of 1,080,000 flying swords, which whistled up to meet the land masses. The nine seas god world had sustained the most casualties of all, and yet called upon equally terrifying resources. Countless sea dragons flew out, along with innumerable cultivators. Numerous god world gates appeared which, upon opening, unleashed one giant after another. The giants then linked arms, forming a huge wall that braced for the impact of the land masses of the various heavens. The disciples of the three doyens also put everything on the line, joining forces to unleash a shocking attack with their magical items. Paragon Sea Dream's face was pale white, and blood was oozing out of her mouth. Ignoring any negative effect it would have on her already serious wounds, she flew out toward the land masses and began to attack them. The Paragon puppet was now under Meng Hao's control, and it also launched forth. Then there were Meng Hao and Xidigarba. As of this moment, they were doing everything they could to block the incoming land masses. The land masses of the various heavens were being blasted apart. And yet, the fragments and rubble continued to shoot down at incredible speed, piercing into the mountain and sea realm. Wherever they passed, mass destruction was wreaked. Cultivators were smashed to death like ants beneath mighty hands of destruction. Miserable screams rang out constantly. Vast hosts of cultivators of the mountain and sea realm joined forces, unleashing a sea of magical techniques that rose to meet the land masses. And yet, there was nothing they could do to stop the onslaught. Boom! A massive remnant of one of the land masses, despite being broken and in ruins, was still mighty enough to evaporate the third sea and even slam into the third mountain. The mountain began to crumble. The sea was destroyed. Light arrows shot out from Meng Hao's location, slamming into the various heavenly land masses, bashing them to pieces. However, there was only so much he could do. Even with the added efforts of the three great Taoist societies, Paragon Sea Dream, and everyone else, only about 70% of the land masses could be destroyed, which wasn't enough to save that mountain and sea. Soon, the third mountain was in a state of complete collapse. The mountain and sea realm was in chaos. Countless cultivators couldn't hold back from screaming in agony as they watched the third mountain crumble into rubble. Tears streamed down cheeks, especially among the cultivators who were originally from the third mountain and sea. Their home was gone. The Xuanwu turtle atop the third mountain died an agonizing death. The third mountain vanished, and the sound of its destruction rang in the ears of the mountain and sea cultivators. More and more of them began to weep. Next was the destruction of the fourth sea. It transformed into nothing more than a mist. Then came the fourth mountain. The fourth mountain and sea represented reincarnation and the underworld, but now it was shattering into nothing. Henceforth, there would be no sun or moon in the mountain and sea realm, nor would there be any reincarnation. More people began to weep, and yet, those tears led to even more unswerving determination. The apocalyptic rubble of the various land masses incinerated the fifth sea before it finally came to a stop. Xianfang had resorted to self-detonation, ending his own life, and yet unleashing an unprecedented level of damage and destruction onto the mountains and seas. The number of cultivators who died was impossible to count. Furthermore, the mountain and sea realm had gone all out with its power to block the attack. Had it not, then the destruction would not have stopped at the base of the fifth mountain. The mountain and sea realm would have sustained even more severe casualties. Now that the bombardment of the heavenly land masses had ended, the army of outsiders poured in. The war had reached a fever pitch with such rapidity that people had almost no time to consider how to react. Cultivators and outsiders alike were unable to process it all. And yet, the fighting did not stop. The millions upon millions of outsiders were met by countless mountain and sea cultivators, whose tears flowed as they fought back against the onslaught. Paragons attacked. Tao realm experts attacked. Imperial lords held back no divine abilities. As soon as the two sides met, blood flowed. Everything was stained with red, and the starry sky glowed with crimson light. The flames of war raged in front of the fifth mountain. Blood flowed like seawater, and the din of slaughter rang out constantly. By this point, the Paragon-level fighters were limited in what they could do. After all, the outsiders were many. But there were also mountain and sea cultivators on the battlefield, and it could be difficult to distinguish between the two. Furthermore, the outsiders attacked with complete insanity, ensuring that the fighting was close and fierce. The battlefield soon turned into a vast sea of blood. Meng Hao was there on the battlefield, and wherever he went, death followed. His eyes were crimson as he glared at the surrounding outsiders, and by this point, he had no need to unleash magical techniques to carry out slaughter. He transformed into a sea of blood that washed over them and absorbed their life force. Sea Dream was there, as was the Paragon puppet. Both of them were using similar tactics as Meng Hao to unleash the power of Paragons to dispatch the outsider Imperial Lords, which were now all dead. The mountain and sea cultivators fought with madness, and the outsiders with complete viciousness. The slaughter being carried out was shocking. When those on the front lines grew exhausted, there were others behind them who were happy to continue the fight. The battle stretched on outside of the fifth mountain, and it was hard to say when it would end. The number of outsiders was dropping at a horrific rate. With the three great Taoist societies, the Doyan disciples, and the combined power of all the other mountain and sea cultivators, they ensured that, despite facing millions upon millions of outsiders, their superior position made them like a grindstone that crushed all of the outsiders who charged the fifth mountain. The entire time, the 17th through 33rd heavens looked on reticently. They did not interfere in any way, but simply watched, observing the tactics and methods of the mountain and sea realm, committing them to memory and using augury in order to prepare ways to deal with and neutralize them. Eventually, the fighting ended. A vast sea of blood now existed outside the fifth mountain. The bedraggled remnants of the outsider army began to fall back, and the mountain and sea realm cultivators let them go, too exhausted to pursue. Meng Hao's vision was fading, and his cultivation base was drying up. He bit the tip of his tongue to regain some clarity, then looked down to find his clothing so soaked with blood that it was sticking to his body. Felt disgusting. He looked up into the starry sky for a moment before sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes to focus on healing. When he did that, the sound of the weeping of the mountain and sea cultivators drifted into his ears. They wept for their homes. They wept for their friends and family who had fallen in battle. They wept because of the grief which filled their hearts. Bitterness washed over Meng Hao as he realized that the war wasn't over. And yet, despite all odds, the mountain and sea realm had eked out another victory. They had survived against the first heaven's onslaught, resisted the second through sixth heavens, and blocked the seventh through 16th heavens. The price they had paid was immense, for entire mountains and seas had been destroyed, and countless cultivators had died. The sun and moon had been lost, and yet, they had still come out victorious. Despite all that, little joy could be found in the hearts of the fighters. Everyone was exhausted. Su Qing, many members of the Fang clan, and other faces familiar to Meng Hao had all participated in the battle. Now that the fighting had stopped for the moment, everyone was lost in their own thoughts and feelings. When they looked up into the starry sky, it was with mixed emotions. Everyone knew that the war wasn't even half over. Soon they would face the 17th through 33rd heavens. That would be the final battle for the mountain and sea realm. The enemy would be prepared to counter the techniques they had used in the fighting thus far. Furthermore, even more powerful paragons would be coming. At that time, one side would be wiped out or the other would. By means of Su Qing, Paragon Sea Dream sent orders out into the various mountains and seas regarding how to rest and reorganize. The sea of blood outside the fifth mountain was filled with restrictive spells, as was the fifth mountain. The mountain and sea realms sprang into action. Most cultivators buried their tears and focused on carrying out the tasks assigned to the various sects and clans by Paragon Sea Dream. The Fang clan was completely mobilized, as were all of the mountain and sea lords. It was at this point that Meng Hao received a request from Paragon Sea Dream. The 33 hells should be opened. Meng Hao, I will pick 33 chosen from the mountain and sea realm to go with you into the 33 hells and acquire the legacies therein. You must become stronger. Furthermore, the 33 chosen I select must search within the 33 hells for their own personal Tao. It is there that Paragon 9 seals left incredible good fortune behind for the later generation of the mountain and sea realm. You and the chosen will have 10 months. After 10 months pass, the 17th through 33rd heavens will descend, and the final battle for the mountain and sea realm will begin. Of course, the 33 hells contain falsehoods and danger. After a moment of silence, Sea Dream went on to elucidate to Meng Hao the various dangers to which she referred. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and after hearing her description, he nodded his head. Time passed. For the time being, the warfare ceased. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, hearts filled with grief and reticence, carried out the orders of Paragon Sea Dream, making preparations in various areas to meet the onslaught that was coming in 10 months. Everyone was preparing for that final battle, causing profound pressure to weigh upon the hearts of everyone in the mountain and sea realm. It was as if they would either die in silence or explode with savagery. Some people contemplated whether or not the mountain and sea realm would even exist by the time the war ended. However, such lines of thinking were like a bottomless pit that left one feeling frozen, without even the strength to continue breathing. Because of the destruction of the sun and moon, the mountain and sea realm was left with only the blackness of empty space. Within that darkness, the mortals sat trembling in fear, and even the cultivators felt pressure weighing down on them. After carrying out the tasks assigned by Paragon Sea Dream, many of the cultivators chose to return to their family and friends. Such time spent with loved ones was something to be cherished at a time like this. There were some male and female cultivators who had been close friends for years, and yet had developed more deep feelings that they never had the courage to reveal. Now, hearts were bared, and declarations of love were made. There were some people with long-standing grudges and enmities who chose to finally let such hard feelings go. It was as if people were preparing for their own deaths and cherishing the time they had left. Some people pondered why this war was happening. Half of the 33 heavens had been destroyed, and half of the mountain and sea realm was lost. The number of outsiders and mountain and sea cultivators who had died was vast. Why were they fighting? What was the purpose of this war? What was the purpose of the dying? What was the meaning of it all? However, such questions weren't really important. What was important was that the war would continue, and the fragile balance between life and death would reveal the true difference between darkness and light. The mountain and sea realm rested and recovered. As various parties made final preparations for war, Meng Hao met with the 33 chosen whom he would lead into the 8th mountain and sea. The majority of those 33 chosen were strangers to him. The rest he was familiar with, for example, Jiyin. None of the chosen from the 3 great Taoist societies were participants. To Meng Hao's delight, Chun Fan and Wang Yukai were among those present. Although Fatty wasn't there, to have these 2 longtime comrades present helped Meng Hao to recall some of his former wonderful memories, despite the pressure that weighed down on his heart. The rest of the cultivators from the other mountains and seas were people who Meng Hao didn't recognize. However, they knew exactly who he was, and as soon as they laid eyes on him, their eyes burned with zeal. None of these chosen had cultivation bases in the Tao realm. All were in somewhere in the ancient realm, some being in the early stage of that realm, some at the very peak. As soon as they met, all of the chosen clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Crown Prince of the mountains and seas." Chun Fan wore a smile as he looked at Meng Hao, and it seemed as if he were thinking back to events in the Reliance sect. Wang Yukai had long since lost the use of his eyes. However, his murderous aura made him almost look like the living dead. Despite his lack of eyes, he seemed to be looking at Meng Hao. After a moment passed, he clasped hands and bowed. Li Linger's emotions were the most mixed of all. Recently, more than one person had asked about the marriage engagement between her and Meng Hao. The way she had fled that marriage years ago now seemed very childish. Later, she had watched as Meng Hao rose to prominence, and seen his dazzling display of might in the war of the mountains and seas. She sometimes wondered what would have happened if she hadn't fled that marriage. Even though Meng Hao had also chosen to flee, in terms of the law and of morality, she was technically Meng Hao's beloved partner. Jiyin had even more mixed feelings. Originally, she had viewed Meng Hao as being inferior to her. Eventually, she took him to be an equal. But that was a long time ago. Eventually, he had risen to the same level of her own clan patriarch, someone to whom she had no choice but to bow her head. She had once believed that such a level was the absolute limit. But then war had broken out, and she came to realize that Meng Hao had long since exceeded the level of a patriarch. He was the type of person toward whom anyone and everyone would bow their heads. Meng Hao looked around at the chosen, and then slowly began to speak. "I have been to the 33 hells before," he said. "It is a location that Paragon 9 seals prepared for the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. There, he left incredible good fortune in the form of 33 powerful experts, sealed therein since of the war of the Paragon Immortal realm. Those experts' fleshly bodies were destroyed, but their souls remained behind. They are like wellsprings of power, and if you can absorb them, your cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. However, the process is not as simple and easy as it sounds. There is great danger. If you fail in your effort, you will perish. Furthermore, even if you succeed, and your cultivation base experiences incredible growth, the price you will pay is that in the future, you will find it very difficult to make any further advancement with your cultivation base. You will essentially be terminating any future possibilities. However, in exchange, your cultivation base will be no less powerful than that of a Dao sovereign. In addition, if you are willing to sacrifice some of your longevity to part with some of your own life force essence, then you can acquire a cultivation base power that exceeds that of a Dao sovereign. However, that will only last for a single 60-year cycle, after which you will die forever." Upon hearing this, the 33 chosen gaped in shock. This explanation was somewhat different from their previous understanding. However, after seeing the serious look on Meng Hao's face, they could sense that he was telling the truth. The 33 chosen remained silent, but none of them backed out. Meng Hao looked out at the group, then said, "Upon entering, I will escort all of you. We will go together to acquire the good fortune that exists within the 33 hells. Another matter to consider is that within the 33 hells are 33 outsider beasts, which will be released when the 33 hells dissipate." Much of the explanation that Meng Hao was giving was information that had been given to him by Paragon Sea Dream. There is still time to back out now. However, if none of you wish to do so, then let us proceed into the 33 hells. Meng Hao could see the determination and decisiveness within those 33 pairs of eyes. They didn't need to speak a single word for him to understand what was going on in their minds. If the mountain and sea realm ceased to exist, then there was no need to talk about any type of future whatsoever. Taking this good fortune was a gamble, as well as a huge self-sacrifice, and yet it gave the mountain and sea realm a chance to survive. Without another word, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, transforming into a beam of light that carried the entire group toward the 33 hells of the 8th mountain and sea. As they neared that region of complete darkness, Meng Hao relied upon the power of his current cultivation base to forcibly open the entrance. Upon entering, the 33 chosen found themselves within a boundless mist, beneath which broken and shattered lands were just barely visible, a place where intense magical battles had been fought. Gradually, a huge figure became visible within the mists, which seethed as a mighty roar echoed out. Suddenly, a long iron chain flew out in the direction of Meng Hao and the others. At the same time, a voice rang out which shook the minds of all present. "Hungry, hungry, so hungry." For everyone behind Meng Hao, this was their first time coming to this place, and the incredibly shocking figure left their minds on the verge of lapsing into unconsciousness. Meng Hao snorted coldly, waving his finger in the direction of the iron chain. "Screw the hell off," he said. The snort echoed like thunder, leaving the crowd behind him shaken. His words seemed to carry the weight of natural law, and as the iron chain closed in, it began to tremble, and then simply exploded. Meng Hao's voice was like an arrow that pierced the mists, transforming into countless invisible magical symbols that shot toward the enormous figure. Then he waved his finger back and forth, causing the entire world to rumble around them, and the mist to churn. Gradually, all of the mists began to move off to either side. Soon it was revealed exactly what had been lurking there in wait. It was a giant, covered in iron chains, roaring. Based on the look in its eyes, it was sentient, and it trembled beneath the force of Meng Hao's gaze. "This is the first outsider beast within the 33 hells," Meng Hao said coolly. Then he proceeded forward, followed by all the chosen. They passed by the giant, who roared the entire time, and yet whose eyes were filled with dread. Clearly, what it feared was not the 33 chosen, but rather Meng Hao. It feared Meng Hao and the intensely murderous aura upon him. It was an aura that no one else could detect without a sufficient cultivation base. However, those who could sense it would be able to tell that he had cut down paragons. Meng Hao led the group toward the central stone stele of the first area, and when they reached the edge of the rift leading inside, the giant behind him suddenly spoke in a somewhat garbled voice. "You have killed paragons." "Yup. I killed one, enslaved another, and forced a third to self-detonate. You are far from being a paragon, so don't worry, I won't kill you." With that, Meng Hao stepped into the rift. The crowd behind him exchanged speechless glances, and then hurried to follow. Li Linger wore a strange expression, and Chun Fan chuckled hoarsely. Wang Youcai's lips quivered. Although none of them said anything, Meng Hao's words seemed exceedingly audacious to them. As for the chain-wrapped giant, he gasped in fear, shock filling his face. His simple brain was not one that was inclined to mind games. He could sense the aura on Meng Hao, and could understand his words, and was left shivering. Finally, he bowed his head. As he entered the rift, Meng Hao explained, "The souls which have been sealed in the 33 hells are all devious rogues. As for the outsider beasts, they have varying degrees of intelligence, but we'll just overawe them with words and threaten them with my cultivation base. They'll back down. This will make it much easier for us to deal with them." Most of the group responded with thoughtful expressions, except for those few who knew Meng Hao. Strange looks could be seen on their faces, and they coughed dryly, but refrained from saying anything. Simply put, you have to terrify them. After emphasizing that point, he led the group into the necropolis. Based on what he remembered from the last time he was here, he quickly led them toward the main temple. As he proceeded along, he could see out of the corner of his eye that everything was as he had left it, bare and almost completely cleaned out. He took that in stride, of course. However, everyone else looked around with wide eyes. Every single necropolis chamber they passed, they saw broken-down walls devoid of frescoes, and floors which had been completely cleared of tiles. Many areas were so lacking in decoration that they almost seemed to have been gnawed clean by dogs. Gasps could be heard coming from the mouths of the chosen. "Not good. Someone's actually been in here before. What brutality. Whoever came here before cleaned everything out. Everything's gone. I can't believe that they didn't even spare the floor tiles. Damn it. Don't tell me it was the outsiders." The chosen were all shaken by what they were seeing, even Li Linger and the others who knew Meng Hao. Only Chun Fan hesitated for a moment, then glanced over at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was in the lead position, and when he heard the things everyone was saying, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Instead of launching into an explanation, he merely increased his pace, leading the gasping, astonished group all the way to the central necropolis temple, where greed was sealed. When they arrived, the chosen burst into a commotion at the sight. This was the largest necropolis chamber of all, and also the one which had been most thoroughly looted. With the exception of the very centralmost area, everything had been completely and utterly cleared out. "This is preposterous. There's not even a spot of mold left behind. Damn it. This was definitely the outsiders." The chosen were all completely incensed. However, it was at this point that a face suddenly appeared within the ball of soul fire in the central area. That face appeared to be completely enraged. "Damn it! It's you again. What are you planning to do this time? You scammed away a bunch of my life force essence and looted all of the funerary objects in my necropolis. You even dug up the floor tiles and stole the frescoes. Damn it, you bastard, you left nothing behind. What do you want now?" "Meng Hao!" A begrieved howl echoed out through the entire necropolis. The group behind Meng Hao gasped and shifted their gazes to look at him. It was almost as if they were truly seeing him for the first time, and strange expressions appeared. They had been incensed at whoever it was who had gone so far as to even scrape up the floor tiles of all the areas they had passed. How could they ever have come to the conclusion that the culprit was actually Meng Hao? This. Ahem. The exalted crown prince truly is formidable. Everyone began to chuckle wryly, and when they glanced at Meng Hao, odd looks could be seen in their eyes. Gradually, the image of Meng Hao which they had built up in their minds was being subverted. Suddenly feeling a bit down, Meng Hao frowned and gave a cold harumph as he strode over toward the ball of soul fire. In response, a scream echoed out from within the fire. "Stay away, damn it! Get back, you shameless bastard! You're even more shameless than the jinx from way back when." Meng Hao looked back at the Chosen and explained, "I already absorbed some of this soul fire a few years ago. What's left is just a fragment. It won't help you people now." With that, he extended his right hand. Ignoring the screams from the face, he made a grasping motion, causing the soul fire to be dragged over into his hand. That in itself caused the ceiling columns which surrounded it to collapse. Then Meng Hao clenched his hand tightly into a fist, causing the soul fire to disappear into his palm. After absorbing it, he stepped into the previously sealed area. Clearing his throat, he hesitated for a moment. After a moment of thought, he ignored the people behind him, produced a flying sword, and proceeded to pry up all of the floor tiles, even as everyone watched. The Chosen stared with slack jaws at the incredible proficiency with which Meng Hao quickly cleared out the entire area, even going so far as to collect up the collapsed columns. Then, after brushing off his sleeves, he suddenly stamped his foot down onto the ground, causing a rift to appear. "All right, let's go to the second hell." As Meng Hao stepped into the rift, the Chosen exchanged dazed glances. Meng Hao's behavior just now had completely toppled any previous notions they had about what he was like. After a short moment of hesitation, they followed him into the rift. In the second hell, they once again bore witness to Meng Hao's domineering personality. "Can you sense my murderous aura? Well, let me tell you. I killed a paragon, enslaved another, and then forced a third one to self-detonate. In the second hell was an outsider beast formed completely from flames. Currently, it was trembling in the face of Meng Hao's aggressiveness. Considering the pressure and aura that radiated off of him, the beast was completely terrified. Then, the Chosen watched as Meng Hao scraped the second hell's necropolis completely clean. It was as if a gale wind had passed, leaving behind not even a single blade of grass. Habits like that and such personality traits could not simply be changed. Meng Hao then realized that doing everything on his own was taking too long, so he quickly called the other Chosen over for assistance. Come, we don't have much time," he said. "Give me a hand here. Help me clear this place out." Chun Fan laughed loudly and quickly stepped forward to help. Li Linger covered her mouth, and Ji Yin's face darkened. Wang Youcai's lips continued to twitch. As for the other Chosen, they exchanged embarrassed glances, and yet couldn't bring themselves to refuse, and quickly began to help. This was something the likes of which they had never done before. All they could do was sigh inwardly, and tell themselves that maybe the reason Meng Hao was so powerful was because he did things like this. After scraping everything clean, they eventually reached the central necropolis temple of the second hell. The soul fire there was much more powerful than greed's, and as soon as the group entered the hall, an incredible pressure exploded out. However, Meng Hao merely snorted coldly. Unleashing his cultivation base, he stepped forward and suppressed it. With Meng Hao's current cultivation base, bolstered by the blessing of the power of the mountains and seas, coupled with the restrictive spells within the necropolis, It was a simple thing for him to suppress the souls here. Roars echoed out from the soul fire, and yet there was nothing it could do to fight back. It was here that one of the 33 chosen was left behind to absorb the good fortune that was the soul fire of a powerful expert from the past. If this chosen failed, he would die, but if he succeeded, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. If he went so far as to sacrifice some of this longevity, then he would leap past the Dao sovereign level to become an imperial lord for a full 60-year cycle. After leaving one of the chosen behind, Meng Hao led the group into the third hell, then the fourth hell and the fifth hell. As they went along, he cowed the outsider beasts with his tale of killing and enslaving paragons, of forcing them to self-detonate. At first, the chosen stared in shock, but eventually they got used it and finally grew indifferent. Furthermore, the nervousness they had felt upon entering the 33 hells gradually faded away. After watching Meng Hao suppress one soul fire after another, and leaving behind various chosen to absorb them, they gradually grew very much at ease. In the end, Meng Hao didn't even need to say anything. As soon as his murderous aura spread out, the other chosen would jump in to help proclaim his words. He killed a paragon, enslaved another, and forced a third to self-detonate. Scared? Well, screw the hell off. Eventually, Meng Hao didn't even need to organize the efforts to clear out the necropolises. The strange feeling the chosen had at first was long gone, and now they were very familiar with the process. In the end, they even exceeded his expectations, finding certain areas that he hadn't noticed, and clearing them away. Meng Hao could help but sigh in praise. Eventually the weight of their burden, and the wariness they had felt when they had first entered this place, was completely gone. Now, their journey into the 33 hells seemed more like a vacation. 7th hell, 8th hell, 9th hell. The number of chosen who were following Meng Hao grew fewer and fewer. At each soul fire, he left behind a chosen, who would laugh and say goodbye to Meng Hao and the group. However, behind their laughter was staunch determination and decisiveness. Crown Prince, I'll be fine here. I hope you clear even more things out than we have so far. Fellow Taoists, I wish you luck in acquiring your good fortune. It was in such fashion that farewells were made at every soul fire location. Time passed. 15th hell, 16th hell, 17th hell. Eventually, they passed through the 31st hell, then the 32nd, and finally the 33rd. It took roughly a month for Meng Hao to pass through all 33 hells. By that time, there were no chosen in his company. In a few of the soul fire locations, the soul fire was far too formidable for a single chosen to absorb, and he had left behind more than one. Therefore, by the time he reached the 33rd hell, he was alone. The 33rd hell was in the deepest region of the void, and upon entering, Meng Hao saw a young man sitting cross-legged atop a mountain peak. He wore a green robe and gave off an icy feeling. Apparently, whoever this was, it wasn't his true form but rather a clone. An alcohol flagon rested in front of him, from which he would occasionally sip. Down below, at the base of the mountain, there was a wide valley, which was completely empty. As Meng Hao approached, he looked around with flickering eyes, until his gaze eventually came to rest upon the young man. For some reason, this place felt different than the other 32 hells. There was no necropolis, no outsider beast, no soul fire. There weren't even any seals or restrictive spells. It was as if Paragon 9 seals hadn't left any restraining measures here at all. The green-robed man on the mountain seemed very strange to Meng Hao. He was obviously a clone, and yet his cultivation base was unreadable. In one moment he seemed to seethe with unending rage, and in the next he seemed calm and peaceful. The young man looked up at Meng Hao, and his eyes flickered with ancientness. So you've finally come. I've been waiting a long, long time for you. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he stared at the green-robed young man. Saying nothing, he walked forward and then appeared on the mountain peak. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the young man murmured. In fact, it's been so long I've lost track of exactly how much time has passed. I just vaguely remember that I fought a man once. We had a wager going, and if I lost, I promised to do a favor for him. I promised to wait here for someone, to give that person my hexing magic. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine as he said, "Your Excellency is? I've forgotten. This isn't my true form, it's only a clone. I forgot what my name was. I only remember that place." The young man shook his head and pointed down toward the valley at the base of the mountain. Meng Hao looked down in the same direction, but didn't see anything other than the valley itself. "Can't see it? Well, that's nothing unusual. My hexing magic has many names. Back then, that man I fought told me that he had a similar hexing magic, although it wasn't as close to its fundamental essence as mine. He speculated that, years later, someone from among his successors might be able to use his first hex to unravel the other hexing magic he had. However, because of the bizarre nature of that particular hexing magic of his, it seemed unlikely that it could be passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, he hoped that I would be able to wait here for the right person and pass on my hexing magic to him." The young man smiled, looked Meng Hao calmly in the eyes and said, "After all the years that have passed, you are the first person to ever come to me. Apparently, you are the person I've been waiting for. Come." Meng Hao studied the young man for a moment, then smiled. He felt no fear, nor any reason to defy him. He approached, and as he did, the young man's eyes glowed with praise. After Meng Hao came to stand directly in front of him, the young man said, "Now, take another look." Meng Hao turned to look back at the valley at the foot of the mountain. In that very instant, light and color exploded in his eyes. The once empty valley now had a walled city inside of it. Apparently, it was an entire country, complete with a forbidden palace, nobility, and commoners. The city itself was populated by over 100,000 people. Most shocking of all to Meng Hao was that among all those people, regardless of whether they were young or old, man or woman, from the emperor down to the common people, everyone had exactly the same aura. That aura also matched the green-robed young man's. Perhaps ordinary cultivators wouldn't notice this phenomena without deep study. However, Meng Hao noticed it, and in that same moment, the ancient demon-sealing jade within his bag of holding began to vibrate. Soon, Meng Hao realized that all of those more than 100,000 people were clones. They were all clones of the young man in the green robe. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he studied the city down below. The emperor was studying various reports. The concubines were bickering in the harem. The ministers were enjoying life. The common people were spending time with their families, and the streets were abuzz with activity. Street peddlers called out. People ate and drank. People argued and fought. People laughed and joked. The voices merged together into a cacophony that made the entire city seem incredibly realistic. In fact, it was almost impossible to believe that the entire place was actually populated by an entire world of clones. Furthermore, the name of the city was written above the city gate. It was 3 characters long. State of clear water. This hexing magic isn't something that was passed down to me by my master. I gained enlightenment of it myself. Not even my junior brother could use it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll pass it on to you to resolve this bit of karma. Whether or not you can master it will depend on your luck." The young man shook his head and smiled. Paying no more attention to Meng Hao, he turned and floated up into the sky. "I've already forgotten how many years have passed. Finally, I can live up to the agreement. And now, the time has come for me to leave. I'm only a stream of divine will, really nothing compared to my true form. I've been gone a long time, and I miss some of those old faces from the past. Well, I'm off then." The young man waved his sleeve, and as he floated higher into the air, he gradually began to glow blurry. Soon he turned into countless motes of green light which spread out and then vanished. Meng Hao looked back down at the valley and realized that everything was becoming blurry. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. He watched as the figures down below began to fade away. The city began to dissipate, and even the words "state of clear water" vanished. Soon, the only thing left behind was the valley. Hexing magic. Demon-sealing hexing magic. With the exception of the hexing magic I need to create, I've collected all of the others except for the first and the fourth. Clearly, this isn't the first, which means that it must be the fourth hex. Meng Hao's mind trembled. Based on his current cultivation base, he actually didn't need much qi and blood or energy of heaven and earth to step into the bottleneck that would come before a breakthrough. Right now, he actually had two paths available to him. One path was to completely pass through the ancient realm. The other path was to collect all the hexing magics and then turn them into essences. One of those paths involved cultivating the bloodline of the All-Heaven Tao Immortal. The other was that of the hexing magic of the League of Demon Sealers. They were both valid paths, although the first one would take more time and would require more cultivation base, qi and blood. Yet what all that yielded was merely an increase in the chances of successfully extinguishing his soul lamps. As far as the second path went, it required enlightenment and good fortune. Meng Hao sat there silently, looking down at the valley. Finally, he closed his eyes, and everything which he had seen earlier appeared in his mind. As he began to analyze it, he slowly slipped into a trance. Most people would have a difficult time understanding a demon-sealing hexing magic by just looking at it once. But Meng Hao was different. He was the 9th generation demon sealer, and already had command of 6 different hexing magics. Furthermore, he had already successfully turned the 8th hex into the beginnings of essence. To him, as long as he had the basic elements of a demon-sealing hexing magic and the right direction, then he would be able to come to an understanding of it. Time passed. While Meng Hao analyzed the 4th hex, the 33 chosen within the 33 hells all reached critical points within their processes of absorbing and understanding the soul fires and the good fortune they contained. The 33 hells were very quiet. Simultaneously, time slowly passed by outside in the mountain and sea realm. The war preparations were mostly complete, and the cultivators cherished the last bit of time they had before the rest of the 33 heavens descended, spending time with their dearest and most loved friends and family. Up above in the starry sky, the 17th through 33rd heavens were gradually becoming visible, and it even seemed possibly to see the apex of the starry sky. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the void of the vast expanse, were 2 land masses that vastly exceeded the 33 heavens in size, which were approaching with indescribable speed. Their goal was obviously the mountain and sea realm. By this point, they were very close. In fact, it was possible that they might arrive, just as the war was finishing. More time passed. For months went by. For months of waiting beneath a sky that had no sun or moon. For months of waiting for the truly abysmal pitch black that was coming. All 34 individuals within the 33 hells were at critically dangerous moments of their transformations. The previous silence was broken by the occasional scream or howl. The process of acquiring the good fortune there was a painful one for the 33 chosen. After all, during the process of trying to absorb the soul fire, they also had to ward off possession attempts. Furthermore, because of the restrictive spells in place, if they were possessed, they would be instantly killed. The exact process was different for everyone, but regardless of how it went, it involved pain. By now, each and every one of the chosen was bedraggled, with disheveled hair that made them look almost like ghosts. However, they clenched their teeth and continued on with bloodshot eyes. I can't fail. I have to succeed. If I have to sacrifice my longevity and end up with only a 60-year cycle of life, then I'll do it to protect my clan. I refuse to die in this place. If I'm going to die, I want to die fighting the outsiders. Explosions could be heard, as well as screams, causing the 33 hells to be filled with tumult. In the very depths of the place, in the 33rd hell, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, looking down into the valley. Gradually, he came to see a valley that was no longer empty. Instead, the vague outline of a city was taking shape. However, that city was not the state of clear water, but Xianxia County instead. There was a mountain there, beneath which was a flowing river. People could be seen within the city, vague images without faces. However, as Meng Hao's enlightenment deepened, the figures' appearances gradually became more and more clear. There were men and women, old people and young. They looked different, and yet every single one had Meng Hao's aura. In fact, if he wished to, he could instantly become any of those figures. They were his clones. The 4th hex was a mass cloning hexing magic. His name was The self-hex. Massive amounts of clones, massive amounts of one's own self. By unleashing it to the limit, any one of those clones could become the seed for a new life. With those clones, reincarnation could never be destroyed. As long as one of them existed, one's consciousness could be awoken. Meng Hao lost track of time, lost track of everything. He immersed himself in the hexing magic. Eventually, more and more people appeared in the city, and he began to give all of them unique consciousnesses. Only by possessing a unique consciousness could they truly think. Furthermore, all of the clones possessed an invisible thread that connected them to Meng Hao. He was like the center with countless nodes spread out to form a web. Everything within that web was an extension of him. Gradually, the people in the city began to live their own lives, to the point where a newcomer who looked at the scene would have a hard time telling that it wasn't real. However, Meng Hao still wasn't satisfied. As he continued to analyze and gain enlightenment, as the demon-sealing hexing magic became more clear, more and more versions of Xianxia County appeared. Gradually, those cities all formed together to become a vast country. By the time the 10th month arrived, there was no longer a country surrounding him, but rather 3 countries. Within each of those countries lived countless people, all of whom were Meng Hao. It was at this point that among the 33 chosen, some died and some emerged. The first to emerge was none other than Wang Yukai. In the beginning, he was not among the most powerful of the group of chosen. Quite to the contrary, his cultivation base had been the lowest. He was even the worst in terms of latent talent. However, his willpower and determination was something that left even Meng Hao impressed. The entire 9th mountain and sea had witnessed his vicious tactics, and were left rattled. In order to join a powerful sect, and in order to pursue the Tao, he had dug his own eyes out, all in order to fix within his mind that final image, that final Tao projection he had seen before losing his sight. He acted the same within his sect. However viciously he treated others, he treated himself even more so. When others in the 33 hells had cried out in anguish because of the pain, his reaction had been to laugh. He laughed viciously the entire time he absorbed the good fortune of the soul fire, and did not hesitate to sacrifice some of his longevity and life force essence in exchange for an incredible advancement in cultivation base. He completely passed beyond the ancient realm and stepped into the Tao realm. He became a Tao lord, a Tao sovereign, and finally, an imperial lord. In the end, the will which existed in the soul fire was also moved by Wang Youcai's ruthlessness and relentlessness. Eventually, it too began to laugh, and almost willingly allowed its life force to merge into Wang Yukai. After breaking through and then emerging, he transformed. His hair was white as if with age, but when he sent his cultivation base power surging out, everything went dark, and the entire world of the 33 hells shook. More people emerged after Wang Yukai, but few had made such incredible progress. It wasn't until Li Linger emerged, with hair as white as Wang Youcai's, that another aura similar to an imperial lord's radiated out. Li Linger's appearance had changed. She was no longer young. Instead, she looked like an old woman. She had forsaken her youth and beauty in exchange for a shocking cultivation base. In 60 years, she would die, but that was her choice. In contrast to what Meng Hao would have predicted, Chun Fan did not choose to sacrifice his life force. Nor did he even reach the level of a true Tao sovereign, but rather the 5 essences level. He emerged slowly, a seemingly emotional expression on his face, almost as if he were hesitating about something. Ji Yin, on the other hand, chose to make the same decision as Li Linger. As the chosen flew out, energy surging, the entire 33 hells trembled. Of the entire group of 24 emerged, with the other 9 being forever interred within the 33 hells. They had failed in their attempt to acquire good fortune, and were dead for all eternity. As for the 24 chosen who did acquire good fortune, 8 of them had chosen to sacrifice some of their longevity. That group acquired cultivation base power equivalent to an imperial lord. Of the rest, more than half were now as strong as true Tao sovereigns, with a few being at the 5 essences level or so. Regardless of the final outcome for each individual, their fates had completely changed now that they had successfully emerged. As they came out, the hells crumbled behind them, layer by layer. Then, they collectively chose to wait for Meng Hao. During the 10 months that had passed, all of these people who had obtained good fortune had been unable to sense the progress of those around them. Now, when they sent their cultivation base power out, they could tell that Meng Hao was still in the deepest 33rd hell. As the various hells collapsed, outsider beasts emerged, but didn't dare to even get near the group which was waiting there. Several more days passed, but Meng Hao still hadn't come out. As they waited there silently, they could tell that Meng Hao's aura was gradually fading away, which caused them to frown and look to the cultivator among them with the most powerful cultivation base, Wang Yukai. After a long moment passed, Wang Yukai turned and headed toward the exit of the 33 hells, simultaneously speaking to everyone behind him. Let's go. The fighting outside will begin soon. Waiting here is pointless. The good fortune Meng Hao seeks will surely be greater than ours. Naturally, he needs more time than us. I only have a single 60-year cycle of life, and I don't want to waste any of it. I want to fight. Despite the fact that his eyes were nothing but dark pits, they somehow seemed to glitter with a strange light. Even as his words continued to echo about, he vanished through the exit. The other chosen looked around silently, then clasped hands and bowed to the collapsing hells. Finally, they turned and flew out. Li Linger sighed inwardly and followed them. As for Chun Fan, he seemed to be in somewhat of a daze. Looking down at the hells, it seemed as if he were peering into their deepest depths. But if one looked closely, one would see that he was actually gazing at the place where he had acquired his good fortune, the 19th hell. How should I choose what to do? He thought bitterly. Looking away, he concealed the confusion inside of him and flew away. Meanwhile, out in the mountain and sea realm, the final battle with the 33 heavens was beginning. The starry sky was shaking, and various areas were being ripped open. Soon, the land mass that was the 17th heaven became visible in complete detail. Above it was the 18th heaven, the 19th heaven, all the way to the 33rd heaven. They were all visible now. Massive pressure weighed down, along with shocking energy. Rumbling filled the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm as the 17th heaven began to descend, as did all of the other heavens, all the way to the 33rd, Ryuayuam Blel. The starry sky was torn to pieces as a massive tempest sprang out in all directions. Two figures emerged from the heavens, a man and a woman. In terms of appearance, they didn't seem to be outsiders at all, but rather ordinary cultivators. However, their eyes shone with an indescribable coldness, as if all other living things were nothing more than ants to them. Indescribable pressure radiated out along with them, and as they descended, the mountains trembled and the seas churned. Countless cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. It was paragon pressure, and not that of the 7 essences level, but the 8 essences level. These were the 2 strongest paragons in the entire 33 heavens. These were 8 essences paragons. Behind them was a huge army of outsiders from the 17th through 33rd heavens. From the mere look of it, this army seemed unending, filled with tens of millions of outsiders, all of them exceedingly powerful. There were even some enormous magical items that flew out from the armies. There were statues, tens of thousands of meters high. There were enormous trees and freezing coffins. Even more shocking was that toward the back of the army was an enormous red sun. In addition to all that, there were other legendary types of outsiders. Most astonishing were the giants, tens of thousands of meters tall. From the look of it, those giants could grow even taller than they were now. They had stars on their foreheads and radiated intense, ancient auras. There were other vicious-looking entities who had leathery wings and were extremely conspicuous among the other forces. Further off in the distance were tens of thousands of black dragons, and beyond that, a sea of flames. This time, the 33 heavens were holding nothing back. All of their power was being unleashed in their attempt to destroy the mountain and sea realm. They wanted to strike fear into the hearts of the mountain and sea realm cultivators, and considering the vast size of their army and the presence of their paragons, it really didn't seem as if the mountain and sea realm had any chance of coming out on top. Suddenly, a cold, ancient voice rang out into the starry sky. The outsiders heard it, as did the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Kill them all, leave no one alive. It was one of the 2 8 essences paragons, the woman. In response to her words, the huge army of outsiders let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. Then they poured toward the mountain and sea realm like floodwaters. As for the female paragon, she turned into a beam of light, her energy sweeping about as she closed in on the shield which had been formed over the past 10 months to protect the mountain and sea realm. The single swipe of a finger caused cracking sounds to emanate out from the shield, which then shattered. Countless fragments of the shield exploded out in every direction, whereupon the paragon took a step forward to appear on the 5th mountain. There, she stamped her foot, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. Then, in the blink of an eye, the mountain collapsed. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm stared in shock at this sudden development. However, it was in the same moment that cries rang out from different areas within the mountain and sea realm. Suddenly, 3 temples appeared in the vicinity of the female paragon. Within those temples were 3 old men. They were none other than the doyens. The 3 great doyens of the mountain and sea realm were no longer hiding in the shadows. They appeared all at once to suppress the female paragon. At the same time, Meng Hao's paragon puppet was joined by Paragon Seedream to also attack the same paragon. Further off in the distance, the 3 great Taoist societies gathered their disciples and magical devices, drawing fully upon all of their resources to meet the army of outsiders. Beyond that position, Su Qing sat in a command pavilion, constantly sending out orders into the army of mountain and sea cultivators, coordinating the deadly battle with the outsiders. The members of the Fang clan, as well as other sects and clans, all appeared on the battlefield to fight. There were even people from the Wang clan. The chaotic final battle was now underway. However, up in the starry sky there was another 8 essences paragon, the man. His expression remained calm as he turned his gaze to the depths of the mountain and sea realm, to planet South Heaven in the 9th mountain and sea. "So, it's you," he said softly. He took a step forward, vanishing. Unexpectedly, when he reappeared, he was in the heart of the mountain and sea realm, directly outside of planet South Heaven. In almost the moment he appeared, planet South Heaven's spell formation erupted with killing intent. The 8 essences paragon completely ignored it, though, stepping forward to appear on a certain mountain peak on planet South Heaven. That mountain peak was where Shui Donglu stood. He spun around to face the 8 essences paragon, and when their eyes met, no words were spoken. They both vanished, and in the wake of their departure, a massive boom echoed out, which completely leveled the mountain and the lands beneath their feet, leaving behind only a huge crater. That crater led to the core of planet South Heaven, where a flaming sea of magma existed. It was in this exact moment that, back in the collapsing 33 hells, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. He looked around to see all of the cities and the people in them, and suddenly, everything stopped moving. Gradually, the scene around him transformed into shimmering motes of light which floated toward Meng Hao and them merged into him. His eyes then began to glow with shining light. The 4th hex, self-hexing. Meng Hao watched the world vanishing in front of him, and all of the various clones of himself fading away. Finally, he rose to his feet. His cultivation base had not experienced any transformations, but now, he no longer had 6 hexing magics, but 7. I'm now only 2 hexing magics away from the full 9. One of them is the original 1st hex, and the other is my own 9th hex, the final one. As Meng Hao thought back to all the different times he had acquired hexing magics throughout his life, he sighed. Turning, he waved his hand, causing his soul lamps to appear. He had a total of 33, with 10 of them being extinguished and 23 still burning. There are 7 desolations, and I have already passed the first 2. Now, after having consumed the power of Paragon Myth Dragon, I can start the 3rd desolation. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light as he focused on his 11th soul lamp. The 3rd desolation, the desolation of the heart. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao extended his right hand and pointed at the soul lamp. A wind blasted out, and the flame was extinguished, transforming into green smoke that poured into Meng Hao's eyes, ears, nose and mouth. As he closed his eyes and sat down quietly, there were no changes to his fleshly body or to his soul. However, his heart felt as if an enormous hand had begun to squeeze down on it. Thump thump. Meng Hao's face paled as pain stabbed into his heart. In addition to the pain afflicting the actual organ, his figurative heart also filled with pain. It was like endless grief and loss that turned into complete emptiness. Sweat began to pour down his forehead, and he began to tremble. There were no hallucinations, but the pain made him feel as if the entire world was dead, and he was the only thing left in heaven and earth. "No!" he murmured. Suddenly, he threw his head back and bellowed, a sound filled with intense pain. It was as if he could not bear such loneliness, and wished to tear apart the heavens and everything else. The 33 hells were still in a state of collapse, but when his powerful cry echoed out, a blast of energy erupted out above him, smashing into the lands above him, creating a huge vortex. Countless ruins and pieces of rubble swirled into that vortex, with Meng Hao at the very center of it. There were also dozens of outsider beasts, all of them trembling as they looked at Meng Hao. Apparently, the pressure and emotion radiating off of him were affecting them. The 7 desolations. Sounds impressive, but they are truly only 7 tribulations, 7 torments. Meng Hao opened his eyes and then slowly reached up to rub his chest over the location of his heart. The 3rd desolation, the desolation of the heart. Sighing, he stood. His cultivation base had increased by a bit. Before, he had already exceeded the level of an imperial lord, and yet was still a step away from the paragon level. With this current increase, he couldn't quite complete that step, but he was immeasurably close. As he looked around, his energy surged, encompassing all of the collapsing 33 hells, and all of the outsider beasts, and causing incredible pressure to weigh down. "Acknowledge allegiance or die," he said, not by means of his voice, but by means of divine will. All of the surrounding outsider beasts could immediately detect his words. They had already been terrified by the murderous aura Meng Hao emitted, having killed a paragon. In response to his words, they maintained silence, and eventually bowed their heads. In that instant, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the exit, followed by the roaring group of outsider beasts from the 33 hells. "The 10 months have passed," he murmured. "The fighting must have already resumed outside." He increased his speed, and moments later, shot out of the exit. By the time that Meng Hao burst out from within the 33 hells, fierce fighting had erupted within the mountain and sea realm. Tens of millions of outsiders were attacking viciously. Because of the numerous Dao realm experts present, as well as the giants, the mountain and sea realm was being pushed back in successive losses. It was in that exact same moment that Wang Yukai and the others returned from the 33 hells. Without the slightest hesitation, they waded into the fighting, finding the powerful experts among the outsiders to do battle with. The addition of these more than 20 chosen, in concert with the mountain and sea lords, ensured that the disparity between the two forces' elite-level cultivators was not as great. Now the mountain and sea realms' retreat slowed. An 8 essences paragon destroyed the 5th mountain with the stomp of a foot, and yet that very same paragon was now being pinned down by Sea Dream, the paragon puppet, the 3 great doyens, and others. However, they were not her match. The female paragon snorted coldly and then performed an incantation gesture, causing an enormous vortex to sweep out in all directions. Ryua Yuam Blel. Blood sprayed out of Sea Dream's mouth, and the same thing happened to the 3 great doyens. The paragon puppet's chest caved in. Everyone was forced to retreat, being completely incapable of standing in the way of the 8 essences female paragon. "What a bunch of insects," she said. A single step took her past the entire group into the 6th sea, where she reached out and pushed her hand down viciously. Instantly, a ball of green flame appeared in her hand, which rumbled down into the water. It only took a moment for the entire 6th sea to begin to boil and dry up. Countless denizens of the 6th sea screamed in agony as they succumbed to the heat and died. The 6th sea was destroyed. The entire battle now seemed somewhat one-sided. Although the mountain and sea realm had even the odds in terms of the elite-level cultivators, The 33 heavens were fighting with everything they had at their disposal. The giant's skin was incredibly tough, and every stride they took forward was something the mountain and sea cultivators were powerless to stop. If they tried, they were crushed into pulp. The army of tens of millions of outsiders pushed the mountain and sea realm cultivators back with deadly force. Miserable screams rang out as the mountain and sea cultivators were powerless to do anything except retreat. Gradually, a distinct sensation of despair began to grow within the hearts of the forces of the mountain and sea realm. Faced with this level of power, it was as if their previous preparations had all been for naught. "This war has gone on for long enough," said the 8 Essences Paragon, her voice cool. "Today, it ends." She took another step forward, toward the 6th mountain. Her goal was clear. She wanted to destroy each mountain and sea in the realm as quickly as possible. When that happened, only the cultivators would remain, and they could be easily dealt with. Sea Dream and the others watched with bloodshot eyes, and although they tried to interfere, they couldn't even get close. However, just when the 8 Essences Paragon seemed on the verge of setting foot onto the 6th mountain, the 17th heaven suddenly shuddered, as though some enormous force were separating it from the other heavens and sending it toward the mountain and sea realm. However, if you looked closely, you would see that it wasn't heading toward the mountain and sea realm cultivators, but rather the outsider army. This sudden twist caused the mountain and sea realm cultivators to stare in shock. The outsiders were equally astonished. Even the female paragon stopped in her tracks, spinning around to look at the landmass that was the 17th heaven. "I should have known that there would be sleeper agents in the 33 heavens," she said, her face darkening. She took another step, this time heading toward the 17th heaven. Then, she reached out and made a violent grasping motion, causing an enormous boom to ring out as the entire 17th heaven was shattered. The whole land mass instantly collapsed into ash. Even still, the 8 Essences Paragon was unable to determine who it was that had done such a thing. Frowning, she scanned the battlefield, but could turn up no clues. It wasn't Windswept, he's under strict surveillance. If it wasn't him, then who was it? Well, it doesn't matter. With power like ours, we can crush anything that gets in our path. Snorting coldly, the female paragon waved her right hand toward the sun that existed within the army of outsiders. Instantly, that huge sun radiated boundless light, shrinking down as it shot in her direction. It then swirled around her, quickly transforming into a set of armor. With that armor, the 8 Essences Paragon's battle prowess rose even higher. She quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then waved her hand out at her army, causing the outsiders to be stimulated by some unseen force. One by one, they threw their heads back and howled. Their eyes began to glow red as their battle prowess increased, and they then resumed fighting with increased ferocity. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the mountain and sea realm cultivators suffered instant setbacks. The casualties were severe as they were relentlessly shoved backward across the battlefield. The female paragon then turned and headed back toward the mountain and sea realm. Once again, she appeared above the 6th mountain, which she struck with a palm. The 6th mountain began to vibrate, and moments later, its Xuanwu turtle shattered. As its agonized scream rang out, the entire 6th mountain was destroyed. The mountain and sea realm cultivators were shaking and in complete despair, and some began to rave. The first to do so were powerful experts from the 3 great Taoist societies, who unleashed all of the divine abilities they could. Some even self-detonated. However, in the moment that the 6th mountain collapsed, 3 dazzling beams of light shot out from within the rubble of the mountain. Instantly, they locked down onto the position of the female paragon, where they transformed into a triangular sealing mark, completely trapping her. "That's all you've got?" She laughed coldly, seemingly taking it all in stride. In her original attempt to destroy the 6th mountain, the sudden development had occurred with the 17th heaven, leaving her no choice but to destroy it. At that time, she had guessed that the mountain and sea realm was now resorting to calling upon sleeper agents within the 33 heavens to try to delay her. In that case, they would most certainly have other tricks planned. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this sealing mark from within the crumbling 6th mountain was nothing surprising. However, even in the moment in which she prepared to cast off the sealing mark, the three Doyens, who had only just made their appearance in the battle, suddenly blurred and disappeared from their current locations. Shockingly, when they reappeared, they were positioned at the corners of that triangle. I am the Sublime Spirit Doyen. I am the Tao Divinity Doyen. I am the Heaven-Severing Doyen. Our mission has been to wait until your arrival, and use our lives, use our das, to seal you tight. We didn't take action before, and even when you first made your appearance, we only focused on defense. Today, we three will repay our debt to the mountain and sea realm. 3 scriptures seal the Almighty. These 3 Doyens were extremely mysterious figures. For countless years, they had never made a single appearance. The scriptures they cultivated had been disseminated in the world, but had not actually been created by these individuals. The Doyens were merely the guardians of the scriptures. The 3 old men sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes, whereupon the magical symbols of the scriptures began to swirl around them and form a sealing mark. They planned to use the power of their scriptures to seal this female paragon. We shall sacrifice our longevity to power the 3 classic scriptures and seal you. It will not be an eternal seal, but it will last long enough to alter the state of this battle. The 8 essences paragon frowned and waved her right index finger. However, she was incapable of breaking open the sealing mark. Meanwhile, Paragon Sea Dream and the Paragon Puppet burst back onto the battlefield, using their Paragon power to completely change the state of the battle. You really think you can change the tide of battle like this? The 8 essences paragon said with a laugh. Even as her laughter rang out, a seemingly unremarkable outsider inside the army suddenly began to tremble, then looked up and screamed. Then, his body began to swell, and unexpectedly, he began to absorb numerous surrounding outsiders. Within the space of a few breaths of time, he had transformed into a huge ball of flesh fully 3,000 meters across, which hovered there in the starry sky. That ball of flesh actually had facial features, and if you looked closely, it resembled a head. When the eyes opened, they glowed with coldness. At the same time, laughter rang out. Interesting. It seems that I need to make an appearance after all. The ball of flesh then rapidly shrank down into the shape of a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long red robe. He was very odd-looking, with an extremely large head that seemed disproportionate to his body. A twisted smile could be seen on his face, and a murderous aura sprang out as he took a step forward towards Sea Dream and the Paragon Puppet. As he appeared in front of them, Paragon Sea Dream's face fell, as did the faces of all the other powerful experts. Even the 3 great Doyens' eyes widened. This aura. You're not cultivators of the 33 heavens. You're from those other 2 powers. At this point, more than 10 other outsiders within the huge army began to roar, grow in size, and absorb nearby outsiders. Soon, more than 10 powerful experts had appeared on the battlefield. Although their cultivation-based fluctuations didn't put them at the Paragon level, based on their battle prowess, they were equivalent to Imperial Lords. As soon as they appeared, they began to laugh as they charged toward the mountain and sea realm cultivators. Their auras were very strange. Clearly, they weren't mountain and sea cultivators, nor were they cultivators from the 33 heavens. There was even a force of expulsion pushing against them, although it was incapable of actually driving them out. That was because they had not come as their true selves, but instead had used their souls to perform a sort of possession, and thus forced their way in. Shockingly, one of these new arrivals possessed one of the giants, who suddenly grew far larger than before. Throwing his head back and howling, he charged forth into battle. As he did, the stars on his forehead began to spin, causing an intense murderous aura to flare up. In the briefest of moments, the mountain and sea realm once again began to suffer heavy losses. The 7th sea was no more, and the 7th mountain was being besieged by millions upon millions of outsiders. It didn't take long before that same mountain began to collapse into pieces. Once again, the battle was completely out of balance. As of this moment, there were only 2 seas and 2 mountains left in the entire realm. It was a moment of grave crisis and seemingly impending destruction. Millions upon millions of outsiders were now under the leadership of numerous powerful experts, who led them into the Eighth Sea. However, it was at that point that a light arrow suddenly shot out from the eighth mountain, which almost instantly appeared in front of the giant with the stars on his forehead. Roaring, the giant clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out at the arrow. A huge boom echoed out as the light arrow shattered. However, the giant let out a muffled groan as he staggered backward. Simultaneously, his right arm exploded, and much of his body was severely damaged. Blood sprayed out of his mouth even as a second light arrow closed in. However, that arrow didn't slam into the giant, but rather the Eighth Sea itself. The Eighth Sea had long since been laced with restrictive spells, which were now activated by that light arrow, causing the entire sea to begin to roar. Countless rings of light appeared on the surface of the water, which rose up and then exploded in shocking fashion. Instantly, miserable shrieks began to ring out as countless outsiders were shredded to pieces by the explosive restrictive spells. Of course, those deaths didn't count much when compared to the size of the outsider army as a whole, and couldn't even be called a serious blow. The effect on their morale was significant, though. "Who are you?" bellowed the armless, seriously injured giant, throwing his head back and roaring. All of the other powerful experts who had recently appeared also turned to stare at the eighth mountain. There, a bright light appeared, which shot out from the eighth mountain at top speed toward the battlefield. It was none other than Meng Hao. Shockingly, he was followed by scores of outsider beasts. It was impossible to determine how, but he had somehow incited them to follow his orders. Roaring, they shot toward the battlefield with vicious expressions on their faces. The tide of battle was constantly shifting in numerous unexpected ways. Of the two eight essences paragons, one had begun to fight Shui Donglu, after which the two of them had vanished. As for the other, she was temporarily sealed in place by the three Doyens. Paragon Sea Dream and the Paragon Puppet were currently fighting a desperate battle with the large-headed cultivator. Meng Hao's appearance on the scene changed things once again. He stopped the advance of the outsider army, and yet simultaneously, was now facing the charge of the more than 10 recently arrived powerful experts, some of whom were giants. As Meng Hao began to fight them, the army itself once again began to march into the Eighth Sea. Before long, the sea itself was vanquished, and the army proceeded onward toward the eighth mountain. It was at this point that a light sigh suddenly rang out, and someone flew out from the ninth mountain and sea to appear in front of the outsider army. Shockingly, behind this person could be seen an illusory world, almost as if he had come from within that world itself. "I've come to help, little brother," said an ancient voice, filled with warmth and kindness. This person was a young man, whose expression was that of extreme loneliness. It was as if he should never have appeared in this day and age, and yet here he was. It was none other than Kujusi. He had come from the ancient demon Immortal sect, which had long since faded away into history, to appear on this battlefield. As soon as he appeared, another sigh could be heard from the illusory world behind him. That sigh came from True Spirit Knight. As the sigh echoed out, Knight apparently opened his eyes within that illusory world. In that very instant, fully 1,000,000 outsiders suddenly vanished. When they reappeared, they were in an era of time that no one could see. They were back in the ancient demon Immortal sect, during its most flourishing and golden era. Instantly, fighting broke out. Kujusi was not the only person to appear at this critical moment in the battle. A Taoist couple suddenly flew out from the ninth mountain and sea. Behind the woman were countless cultivators who had blank expressions on their faces, and yet seemed filled with madness and insanity. As for the man, every step he took caused freezing ice to spread out through the starry sky. It was as if he was walking upon frost soil. These two were none other than Frost Soil Demon Emperor Han Shan and his wife. "Meng Hao, young friend, I've come." Han Shan's appearance on the scene caused ice to spread throughout all heaven and earth. Although his cultivation base was not very high, his debut filled the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm with a new desire to fight, with new braveness. After Han Shan, Lord Ji appeared, as did Grandpa Meng. Then came the experts of the Fang clan. All of the various sects from the ninth mountain and sea joined in. Meng Hao even saw Fatty. Although he was obviously frightened, he instantly flew into battle with the outsiders. And then there was Meng Hao's master, Pill Demon, who also began to fight in this final battle with the outsiders. There were many familiar faces who all came to the eighth mountain to fight. The eighth mountain was the battlefield, and it was filled with outsiders and mountain and sea cultivators. Bitter and deadly fighting caused rumbling explosions to echo out constantly. Faced against such an endless sea of outsiders, everyone put everything on the line to fight. Meng Hao was shaken, but there was no time to ponder his apprehensions. He was incapable of going to personally help the people that he knew, and was instead forced to fight these powerful experts who were clearly not from the 33 heavens. Their divine abilities and techniques were things that he had never seen before. That was especially true of the giants, whose formidable fleshly body power was absolutely terrifying. Booms rang out and people were dying left and right. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he called upon the full level of his cultivation base to levy one deadly attack after another. He used the mountain-consuming incantation to summon numerous mountains, and he transformed into an azure rock with infinitely sharp talons. The blood demon appeared, roaring, and the Paragon Bridge descended to crush all. Meng Hao was almost like a phantom who flickered back and forth to fight more than 10 enemies at once. A boom rang out as one of the giants coughed up blood. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face as his chest caved in under one of Meng Hao's fist strikes. His heart was shattered, and blood sprayed out everywhere, completely soaking Meng Hao. God blood? Not very pure, but good nonetheless. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the god blood, Meng Hao flickered into motion, once again leaping into the fighting. Spitting some blood out of his mouth, he faced off against the dozen or so enemies and then began to laugh heartily. Waving his hand, he summoned the copper mirror, which transformed into the battle weapon. Then the meat jelly flew out and became a suit of armor. All right, bring it on, Meng Hao roared, laughing madly, a ferocious expression on his face. His friends and family were all fighting bitterly. How could he not stand by their side? Off in the distance, the three great Taoist societies were fighting with all the power they could muster. The boom of self-detonation occasionally rang out, as the mountain and sea realm fought with utter madness. By now, they had fought the outsider army to a standstill, and were no longer suffering successive defeats. The outsiders were finally facing the true madness of the mountain and sea realm. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the collapsed ruins of the sixth mountain. This is all useless. This time, you people will be completely wiped out. It was none other than the female paragon. By now, the three doyens who surrounded her were withering away into skin and bones. However, they still held on. It was at this point that their disciples flew toward them, sitting down behind them cross-legged to support them with their own longevity. How long can you keep me pinned down? The paragon asked. Your three classic scriptures are extraordinary. Paramount Taoist scriptures from the Paragon Immortal realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation bases are not at the Paragon level. Therefore, how could you possibly keep me sealed for any length of time? In fact, are you even capable of holding on right now? The moment that I'm free is the moment that the mountain and sea realm will face complete and utter destruction. The 8 essences paragon remained within the triangular ceiling mark. As she looked out at the mountain and sea realm, she spoke, her voice cool. The mountain and sea realm is doomed. All bloodlines will be wiped out. Nothing will remain. The fact that you have been able to keep fighting till this point shows that the 33 heavens truly underestimated you people. However, with absolute power like ours, you will fade away into the passage of time. The glory of the immortal world should have become nothing more than ash. The fact that you are still gasping for life will merely ensure that, through all history, immortals will be scorned and derided. As her words echoed out, they could be heard by all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. I'm curious, did you people actually think that there was still hope for you? After the 33 heavens are the other 2 great worlds, the devil realm and the immortal god continent. Those 2 great powers are immeasurably close. What makes you think your trifling mountains and seas could possibly fight them? Your bloodlines will be expunged. Your minds will be erased. None of you will survive. As the 8 essences paragon looked out at the mountain and sea realm, nothing she saw there was worthy of her gaze, not even Meng Hao. Instead, she focused on a location that only she could see, between the 8th and 9th mountains. There, the other 8 essences paragon was fighting someone who even she could not completely fathom. He was also the only person who could strike fear into her heart. As for the other mysterious experts who existed, either they didn't wish to make a move against her, or for various other reasons were content to simply observe what was happening. Shui Donglu. You are simply a body possessed by a discarnate soul. In that case, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? This war was obviously fated to play out this way. The 8 essences female paragon frowned. The fact that she couldn't unravel this mystery caused doubt to bubble up in her heart. The war of the mountains and seas continued. The 8th mountain shuddered as the outsider army fought bitterly with the mountain and sea cultivators. Heaven shook and the earth quaked. The starry sky was shattered, and even the 8th mountain itself was beginning to crack and crumble. Paragon Sea Dream and the Paragon Puppet were still fighting the large-headed expert, who fought in a very bizarre fashion. He was adept at using fleshly body techniques, and was able to single-handedly take on both of them, and even prevent them from slipping away to fight elsewhere. In other areas, vicious outsiders fought bitterly with the mountain and sea cultivators. Meng Hao was also in great danger, surrounded by more than 10 enemies, including giants. Roars filled the air, and the glow of magical techniques rose up. Meng Hao's hair was completely disheveled, and he was going all out with everything he had at his disposal. The life extermination, bedevilment, and god-slaying fists shook the starry sky. Finally, he overwhelmed one of his opponents, who coughed up blood as he was completely annihilated. Meng Hao was gasping for breath as he turned and split the starry sky with the battle weapon. A brilliant cascade of light flashed out toward 2 enemies, who were completely shocked as their heads flew off of their bodies. Meng Hao's hands were shaking. The price he had paid to be able to kill 3 individuals in quick succession was that he was blasted by the divine abilities from the rest of the group. Even worse, he was hit by a fist strike from the giant. Boom! Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, but thanks to the meat jelly, he wasn't grievously injured. Even as he began to recover, thanks to the Green Emperor's eternal incantation, his eyes glimmered with brutality, and he extended his left hand, unleashing the star-plucking magic to grab one of the enemy cultivators. Even as he was about to crush the man's throat, the other surrounding enemies unleashed numerous divine abilities. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, Meng Hao laughed viciously and refused to retreat. Ceasing his attempt to drag the cultivator toward him, he lunged forward and head-butted the man in the forehead. A boom rang out, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, whereupon the man's head exploded. Meng Hao was completely soaked in blood and gore, making him look thoroughly vicious as he threw his head back and howled. The surrounding enemies exchanged glances, then suddenly flew up into the air and unexpectedly began to merge together. Their bodies were apparently formed by strange powers and had been pieced together from other bodies. Now they began to merge together. Even the giants joined in, and in the blink of an eye, all of them transformed into a single new entity. It was a colossal giant, fully 3,000 meters tall, which immediately began to emanate a crushing pressure. Most shocking of all was that the giant had 8 faces on different parts of its body. Those 8 faces belonged to the 8 people who had formed the body, 6 of whom were cultivators and 2 of whom were giants of the god tribe. Howling, the giant began to charge toward Meng Hao, right hand spinning through the air with explosive speed to almost instantly appear in front of him. Meng Hao's eyes widened, and he immediately summoned the Paragon Bridge to defend himself. A huge boom echoed out, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. Even as Meng Hao staggered backwards several paces, the giant also fell back, trembling, all 8 faces letting out roars. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his lips, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Paragon-level power? The giant ground to a halt and glared at Meng Hao for a moment before bursting forward again. As it closed in on Meng Hao, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a mighty roar upon Meng Hao. The roar of a god. A shockwave burst out into the starry sky, tearing rifts open. At the same time, the sound waves coming from the giant's mouth turned corporeal as they blasted toward Meng Hao. When they hit him, blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. The meat jelly armor began to crack and crumble, although it held on and continued to protect Meng Hao. Meng Hao's right hand quivered as he was shoved back. The sound was so intensely powerful that, were it not for the meat jelly, his organs would already have been crushed into a paste. The giant then strode forward, unleashing a palm strike. Meng Hao, being unable to dodge, met it directly. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and he was flung back. More cracks spread out across the meat jelly armor, and yet it continued to hold fast. Meng Hao felt bad about that, but in this critical moment of life or death, he had to stay focused on the giant. I've seen a divine ability like that before, he thought, his eyes flickering with killing intent. The roar didn't last for very long. However, as soon as it faded away, the giant roared again, and the explosive sound wave once again closed in on Meng Hao. Even as the second sound wave closed in, the starstone in Meng Hao's eye flickered, spreading out to cover his entire body. As the roar bore down, he transformed into an asteroid, which braced up against the sound and then began to move toward the giant. Under the power of the sound wave, the asteroid began to transform into ash, shrinking down rapidly. By the time it was only about 30 meters away from the giant, the asteroid form collapsed, and Meng Hao appeared. However, he quickly transformed into an azure rock, which shot onward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the azure rock was flayed into chunks of gore and blood, but it managed to continue on. Despite the giant falling into retreat, Meng Hao was now less than 10 meters away from it. That distance was enough. Even as the azure rock collapsed, the giant's pupils constricted with fear. It was at this point that Meng Hao's human form stepped out from the remains of the rock. A murderous aura erupted out as he hefted the battle weapon and slashed it down viciously toward the retreating giant. Within the scintillating blade light, the image of a parrot could be seen. The parrot seemed determined, bereaved, even maddened. It was the first time Meng Hao had ever seen it in such a state. The sound of the screaming blade caused the giant's eyes to widen with disbelief, and then the blade slashed into it. Rumble! The giant staggered back, simultaneously collapsing into countless pieces. Numerous miserable shrieks could be heard as the 5 of the 8 bodies which had formed the giant transformed into ash and powder. Simultaneously, roars of disbelief could be heard echoing out from one of the land masses speeding toward the mountain and sea realm out in the vast expanse. Meanwhile, the 3 people who had not been killed were now staring at Meng Hao's blade in terror. Without any hesitation, they began to flee. Meng Hao's face was pale white as he instantly gave chase. His speed was incredible, and he caught up with one of them almost immediately, unhesitatingly grabbing the man and unleashing the blood demon grand magic. Instantly, he began to absorb his chi and blood, as well as his soul, which in turn increased the effectiveness of the Green Emperor's eternal incantation. The cultivator screamed, and almost instantly withered up. In the blink of an eye, he became a desiccated corpse. At the same time, Meng Hao visibly recovered, then turned to pursue the other 2 cultivators. Each one cried the same thing. "Save me!" They fled at top speed, shocked expressions on their faces. These were not cultivators from the 33 heavens. They had possessed bodies to come here, and were not the type of people who could be killed easily. If they died, they would be resurrected back in their homeland. After all, what had come here were not their full souls. And yet, they had just watched this stranger kill 5 of their compatriots. Most terrifying of all was that not only did their soul fragments perish here, but his bizarre blade caused their true forms to perish as well. Even more terrifying was that this person could absorb their chi, their blood, and their souls. That left them completely shaken and in fear. "He can really kill us. How could this be possible?" In their terror, they fled at top speed. Meng Hao was just about to give chase when suddenly his expression flickered, and he looked up in the direction of the shattered sixth mountain. There, the three doyens who were keeping the 8 essences paragon sealed were now in a state of extreme withering. That was especially true of the heaven-severing doyen, who had apparently already run out of life force. "You can't keep me sealed here," the female paragon said coolly. Then, she slowly reached out toward the sealing mark itself. The parrot had once mentioned that as far as it knew, cultivating the 3 classic scriptures of the mountain and sea realm could lead to becoming a doyen. Meng Hao had always wondered exactly how powerful doyens were, as he had never met such legendary figures. It had seemed that they were figures who existed above the mountain and sea lords. However, that was merely what the legends said. In this battle, the appearance of the 8 essences female paragon enabled Meng Hao to finally see the 3 great doyens, and now he could sense the auras of imperial lords upon them. Doyens were comparable to imperial lords. In fact, Meng Hao couldn't help but notice that there was something strange within the fluctuations emanating from the 3 doyens. However, by the time he had shown up on the battlefield, the 3 doyens were already in the midst of sealing the female paragon. Plus, he himself was involved in a deadly struggle, and the intensity of the fighting made it impossible for him to study them closely. However, deep in his heart, that suspicion remained. He distinctly remembered the parrot saying that within the mountain and sea realm, the Sublime Spirit Scripture had its Sublime Spirit Doyen, and the Tao Divinity Scripture had its Tao Divinity Doyen. However, the Heaven-Severing Scripture had never given rise to a Heaven-Severing Doyen. And yet, it was very obvious that, as of this moment, there was indeed a Heaven-Severing Doyen, although he seemed to be the weakest of the 3, and apparently had already withered away into death. In fact, it seemed that his death was causing the seal to weaken, and prompt the 8 essences paragon to probe for a way to break it. Although Meng Hao hadn't put too much thought into such matters back then, at least now he was able to bear witness to the power of the doyens. The 8 essences paragon's words were still echoing out when she reached out to touch the sealing mark. Instantly, the triangular seal began to collapse. As it did, the entire area around her was thrown into chaos, which was to be expected. Because of the power contained in the seal, as it shattered, the innumerable threads which held the paragon in place began to shudder. They couldn't hold on for long, and as the seal crumbled, those threads began to vanish one by one. The area that was maintained by the Heaven-Severing Doyen was the first to become devoid of such threads. Next were the areas controlled by the other 2 doyens, who were now in a state of extreme withering. In fact, the 3 young disciples behind each of the 3 doyens were now virtual corpses as well. Ryua Yuam Blel. As the seal fell apart, the 8 essences paragon was preparing to step out into the open. Once she did, she would unleash her 8 essences cultivation base, and considering that there was no one to stand in her way, the battle would quickly be over. The mountain and sea realm would not even be able to last long enough to see the arrival of the immortal god realm and the devil realm. The realm would be crushed, and all of its people eliminated. However, it was at this point that the Sublime Spirit Doyen suddenly opened his eyes, and they shone with a bizarre light. The disciple behind him also opened his eyes, and his expression was one of complete calm, as though this was a moment which he had prepared for his entire life. "Wei-er," the Doyen said, "you took me as your master when you were 7 years old. I feel that over the years, I never treated you as well as I should have." "Master, I have no regrets," the corpse-like young man replied. "If there really is another life after this one, sir, then I hope I can still call you my master." Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly collapsed into pieces, sacrificing all of his life force, even his soul, to become boundless scripture power, which then fused into his master, the Sublime Spirit Doyen. In that instant, the Sublime Spirit Doyen's flesh and blood once again grew strong, and his eyes began to blaze. He quickly returned to the peak state of his power. However, just as quickly, he began to wither again, as all of that chi and blood, all of his soul power and cultivation base, everything that was him began to converge on his forehead. A popping sound then rang out as his forehead burst open, and a blood-colored spike flew out. Countless scriptural symbols swirled around that spike, which was none other than the sublime spirit scripture. That spike was made from bone, and was the combination of everything that the master and apprentice has sacrificed. All of that formed together into the sublime spirit spike. As soon as that spike appeared, the sublime spirit Doyen closed his eyes in death. As he died, his expression was calm, although touches of sadness and guilt could also be seen. Although the mountain and sea realm found no fault with him, nor did his apprentice, he felt regret for how he had treated that apprentice. If there is an afterlife. Rumble. The sublime spirit spike formed by the sublime spirit Doyen and his apprentice then shot toward the 8 essences paragon with indescribable speed. The female paragon's face flickered for the first time. Because of the chaos of the crumbling ceiling mark which surrounding her, she was inhibited, and the terrifying spike had her completely cornered. She simply couldn't escape. Apparently, sealing her was only one aspect of the trap which had been laid for her. The truly explosive part of the plan was to be carried out when the seal was broken. That plan was self-sacrifice. A massive boom echoed out as the spike drove its way into the 8 essences paragon's chest, in the region of her heart. The vicious stabbing of the spike elicited a miserable shriek, which was the exact moment in which the Tao Divinity Doyen opened his eyes. As the Tao Divinity Doyen sighed, his apprentice behind him gave a carefree laugh. Master, there is no need for you to feel regret. I am a caretaker of the scripture, and have known all along how things would end. I have long since prepared myself. Master, you gave me my life, and the only regret I have is that I won't be able to care for you any longer. Master, let me take the first step. The apprentice exploded, transforming into countless scriptural symbols which shot toward his master, the Tao Divinity Doyen. The Tao Divinity Doyen's body instantly recovered. Sighing quietly, he nodded his head, and then without any hesitation, allowed his own body to wither as his chi and blood, his life force, his soul, his everything, converged on his forehead. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a spike suddenly flew out. It was the Tao Divinity Spike. The spike contained boundless divine sense as it shot forth, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. The sky faded and a wind screamed as it shot toward the 8 essences paragon. She had already been pinned down by the remnants of the sealing mark, and had been unable to avoid the sublime spirit spike. Now that the sublime spirit spike was stabbed into her, how could she possibly avoid the Tao Divinity Spike? A bang rang out as the spike stabbed into the paragon's forehead, directly into her brain. A blood-curdling scream rang out from her mouth, and a tremor ran through her. Her hair was in complete disarray as she fell back. She managed to break free of the sealing mark, and then rotated her cultivation base like mad to try to push the 2 spikes out of her. 2 spikes which filled her with a sense of extreme danger. However, it was at this point that the completely withered heaven-severing Doyen suddenly opened his eyes. He was not dead. As he opened his eyes, there was something very different within them, as though he was no longer the heaven-severing Doyen, but rather someone else. He looked over at the fleeing 8 essences paragon and sighed. As he sighed, the withered youth behind him transformed into countless scriptural symbols which then poured into the heaven-severing Doyen. The young man died without saying a single word. However, his eyes were filled with decisiveness and determination, and not the slightest bit of hesitation could be seen in his actions. As the heaven-severing Doyen absorbed those symbols, a sound like a sharp inhalation of breath could be heard. At the same time, the old man's aura suddenly grew even stranger than before. In fact, it seemed as if his cultivation base were rising, causing that strangeness in his aura to become more intense. I am not actually the heaven-severing Doyen, he said softly, as if he were giving voice to his memories. An expression of sadness appeared on his face as he slowly turned his head to look first at the 9th mountain and sea, then at the forces of the Fong clan within the army, and finally at Meng Hao. That glance was one which contained a reluctance to part, as well as profound sighing and sadness. And when he looked at Meng Hao, it contained love, as if he were looking at his own progeny. "How you've grown up," he murmured. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but when he saw the eyes of the heaven-severing Doyen, he felt his heart trembling. He began to shake and even pant, as a familiar sensation rose up sharply within him. He felt like lightning was striking at his mind. This person should have looked like a stranger, but as of this moment, as those eyes seemed to pierce into his memories, he remembered images from when he was a child. He remembered an old man holding him gently, and that man's eyes suddenly seemed exactly like these eyes. "Grandpa Fong!" he cried out. As of this instant, everyone in the Fong clan was reacting to the heaven-severing Doyen looking at them. Their faces flickered, filling with disbelief and shock as they looked back at him. Suddenly, the heaven-severing Doyen's face began to change. Now, it looked very similar to Fang Shufeng's and also similar to Meng Hao's. His face seemed threatening without being angry. He was none other than Meng Hao's grandpa Fang Shufeng's father, the previous Grand Elder of the Fang clan, a man who excelled in both terms of latent talent and powers of understanding. His name was Fang Hahai. Years ago, he and Meng Hao's grandpa Meng had gone looking for an outsider to help save Meng Hao. That outsider had returned, but they never did. It wasn't until Meng Hao went to the 8th Mountain and Sea that he found out that his grandpa Meng was the lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea. At that time, he had always wondered where his grandpa Fang was. His grandpa Meng had even told him that he wasn't in the realm. Meng Hao had previously speculated that perhaps his grandpa Fang had been hiding somewhere in the 33 heavens. But as of this moment, after seeing the face of the heaven-severing Doyen, his mind reeled as he realized that this absolutely was the same man who existed in his memories. His grandpa Fang. But why did Grandpa Meng say that he wasn't in the realm? That was the question that immediately popped into his mind. It was in this moment that heaven-severing Doyen, Fang Hahai, looked away, filled with ferocious determination. He looked at the retreating 8 essences paragon, and then his forehead exploded. Heaven-severing. Spike! The 3 Doyen's true purpose had been to deal with an 8 essences paragon from the 33 heavens. They struck out, sealing that paragon, and yet that was only one part of their purpose. The true killing blow came in the form of the 3 spikes. By using the scriptural power within themselves, as well as the assistance of the custodians of the scriptures, their apprentices, they transformed into 3 scripture spikes. When those spikes stabbed into someone, that person's cultivation base would be sealed. Even an 8 essences expert who was struck by them would find their cultivation base severely dropped, if not for all eternity, then at least for a significantly long period of time. That person would drop from the 8 essences level to the 7 essences level, and perhaps even cease to be a paragon. Moments ago, the danger felt by the 8 essences paragon caused her to tremble. She had considered every angle to the situation, but had never imagined that the mountain and sea realm would be equipped in such a way. Nor could she ever have imagined that these Doyens, who were comparable to imperial lords, would just sit and watch countless mountain and sea cultivators die, and would do nothing as the 1st through 7th mountains were destroyed. Such patience was terrifying, and left the 8 essences paragon completely shaken. And that was because she had no idea how many other tricks the mountain and sea realm was patiently waiting to reveal. It was even possible to say that the longer the mountain and sea realm kept fighting, the worse things were going for the 33 heavens, and the more likely that they might eventually lose. As the 8 essences paragon fell back, she looked at the heaven-severing Doyen, and what drew her attention most was his aura. Previously, she had taken him to be dead, and could never have imagined that it had all been a trick. This is all a trap prepared for countless years to target an 8 essences paragon. This man is the heaven-severing Doyen, and at the same time is not. The one who died before truly was a person who had cultivated the heaven-severing scripture to the point where he was on the very cusp of reaching the Doyen level. But this man here is a discarnate soul who was placed into the body of the heaven-severing Doyen by means of some grand magic. He is like a second life. Should the heaven-severing Doyen actually die, then the discarnate soul would possess the body, and thus still be able to wield the heaven-severing scripture. The 8 Essences Paragon's face fell as she realized all these things. However, it was at this point that the voice of heaven-severing Doyen Fong Hahai's voice echoed out through the heavens. Heaven-severing spike. His forehead exploded open in a mass of crimson blood as a spike burst out, filled with scriptural power that could end the heavens and crush the earth. It flew out with incredible speed, and at the same time, Fong Hahai's body withered rapidly, until his aura was completely gone. In the moment before his eyes shut, he looked over at his grandson, his most cherished descendant, the blood of his blood who made him more proud than anyone else. He had no desire to part ways, and his gaze was filled with both sadness and well wishes. Finally, he closed his eyes. Rumbling echoed out as the spike shot toward the 8 Essences Paragon with incredible speed. As for Meng Hao, he was trembling. That was his own grandfather who had gone missing for years, all because of him. "Grandpa!" he murmured, tears welling up and spilling down his cheeks. Up to this point in the war, countless mountain and sea cultivators had felt the pain of watching friends and family die. Now it was Meng Hao's turn. "No!" Wails rose up from within the Fong clan. Eyes turned red as tears poured down their faces. According to the ancient saying, "Lead the people like your family." The Fong clan members couldn't help but think of that saying as they watched what was happening. Rumbling could be heard as the crimson heaven-severing spike bore down upon the 8 Essences Paragon. She already had 2 spikes stabbed into her, throwing her cultivation base into chaos. Therefore, she was incapable of evading the final spike as it stabbed into her dantian, causing a miserable scream to echo out from her mouth. However, at the same time, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She had no time to ponder the matter in full. She was not a cultivator of the 33 heavens. She and the other 8 Essences Paragon had both come by means of possession. However, she was not a discarnate soul. She was a full and complete soul. She had stayed behind after the defeat of the Paragon Immortal realm in order to stand guard within the 33 heavens. Her mission was to be prepared to make an early attack should the item sought by the 2 powers suddenly appear. If that happened, she was to wipe out the mountain and sea realm and then wait to receive the 2 other powers. But now, those 2 powers were still on their way, and her cultivation base was suddenly suppressed. The battle was dragging on, and the resources at the disposal of the mountain and sea realm left her terrified. Having no other choice, she screamed 2 words at the top of her lungs. "Dao Fong!" Even as the heaven-severing spike stabbed into her, she called the words out, almost as if she were uttering a curse. If you looked at her mouth, it would seem like numerous sounds were emerging, but what echoed in the ears of all that could hear were only 2 characters. Dao Fong. In the moment that those 2 characters echoed out, backed by her curse-like delivery, at the very apex of the starry sky from whence the 33 heavens had descended, a sinister voice suddenly rang out to fill the entire mountain and sea realm, causing it and all of the heavens to shake. "I require a sacrifice from you." The heaven-severing spike stabbed all the way into the 8 Essences Paragon's dantian in the same moment that the voice echoed out. A tremor ran through her, and her cultivation base began to drop. Instantly, one of her essences was sealed, putting her at the 7 essences level. Even then, she continued to weaken, until she was only a hair away from dropping completely out of the Paragon level. Her face was pale as she spit out a mouthful of her blood, causing some of her soul's longevity to fly out, lowering it by 60%. The sacrificed portion of her soul's longevity transformed into numerous threads which shot up into the starry sky toward its very apex. Then the 8 Essences Paragon began to laugh. "Mountain and sea realm, you are doomed to be destroyed." Suddenly, at the highest point in the starry sky, a deep golden light flooded out. If you looked closely, you would see that it was a staff, a gargantuan, shocking staff, which whistled down through the void toward the 8th mountain and sea. It was as if some unimaginably large giant were wielding that staff, causing the entire starry sky to tremble and shake. Massive rumbling sounds filled the entire 8th mountain and sea as they shook violently and began to crumble. Finally, they exploded. One strike of a staff destroyed an entire mountain and sea. said a sinister voice, which sounded somewhat surprised. How come the mountains and seas seem so much weaker? When the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm heard the voice, they were completely shaken, and looked up into the starry sky to see an enormous figure approaching the mountain and sea realm. He held a staff over his shoulder, and as his features became clear, he was revealed to be a humanoid monkey. His raging, murderous aura caused the starry sky to be thrown into chaos. A vortex of stars seemed to form around him, causing shocking energy to radiate out. A single strike from his staff shattered the entire 8th mountain and sea, and left the mountain and sea cultivators completely shaken. There were even some who began to cry out in despair. Meng Hao's mind was spinning as he stared at the monkey, who was none other than Dao Feng. He stood guard outside of the 33 heavens, maintaining the last barrier imprisoning the mountain and sea realm. After the summons and sacrifice of the 8 essences paragon, he was able to descend in person. Heaven and earth trembled, and the starry sky shook. It now seemed as if the mountains and seas could be completely wiped out at any moment. However, it was at this point that a voice suddenly rang out from within the 9th mountain and sea. It came from a spot in the void of the starry sky where, all of a sudden, 2 people appeared. One was Shui Donglu, and the other was the second 8 essences paragon from the 33 heavens. It was the middle-aged man who didn't seem to be an outsider at all. As soon as he appeared, blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his face was deathly pale as he fell into retreat, staring at Shui Donglu the entire time. His expression was one of agitation, fear, and even disbelief. 9 seals. It's you. I can't believe you're still alive. Even as the man fell back, a thunderous voice spread out in all directions, which belonged to none other than Shui Donglu. Mountain and sea realm cultivators, return to the 9th mountain and sea. Prepare for the final battle. His voice seemed to carry a strange power, and as soon as the mountain and sea realm cultivators heard it, they instantly trusted it. Without hesitation, they began to fall back, even Paragon Sea Dream and the other powerful experts. As the mountain and sea realms forces began to retreat to the 9th mountain and sea, the 8 essences female paragon seemed inclined to stop them, but was unable. As for the 8 essences male paragon, his eyes flashed, but fear lingered in his heart, and he did nothing to interfere. However, the newly arrived Dao Feng's lips twisted into a cold smile. The staff which he carried slung over his shoulders suddenly flashed out toward the cultivators who were retreating into the 9th mountain and sea. The staff was a deep gold color, and moved with incredible quickness. As it bore down on the 9th mountain, it grew longer and longer, until it was on the very brink of smashing down onto its target. It was at this point that a cold snort echoed out, and Shui Donglu took a step forward to appear atop the 9th mountain. He extended his hand and waved his sleeve, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air. The 9th mountain trembled as a boundless power flowed out from Shui Donglio's sleeve, slamming into the staff. Boom! It was as if the staff had been blocked by some powerful force. It was incapable of moving any further down, and was in fact sent rebounding back. Dao Feng's pupils constricted as the staff vibrated in his right hand. Shui Donglu had used only his own strength to block that staff, and although his face was a bit flushed, he seemed none the worse for the wear. The truth was that his qi and blood were churning, and his soul was unstable, and yet, his eyes were calm as he sighed inwardly. I'm finally getting old, he thought. After his attack was repelled, Dao Feng did not make another move. He glanced coldly at the mountain and sea cultivators in their retreat, then looked back at the 9th mountain, which was now the final stronghold for the forces of the mountain and sea realm. As of this moment, all that remained were the 9th sea and the 9th mountain. The mountain and sea realm was quiet. All of the surviving cultivators were gathered in the 9th mountain. There were only a few million, but those few million had survived a brutal war, and were the elite among the elite. Every one of them, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, lived now after having braved endless carnage. These were no longer amateurs when it came to battle. They had gained spirit and hope, and yet all of that seemed to be wavering now. How could they win? How could they even fight? Outside of the ninth mountain and sea was an army of outsiders tens of millions strong, who had the mountain and sea realm completely surrounded. Further off in the distance were the 18th through 33rd heavens, like enormous beasts that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld them. Most salient of all was the fact that leading this army of outsiders were not just two 8 essences paragons. With the addition of the monkey Daofeng, they now had three 8 essences paragons. For all intents and purposes, the moment such a force had been revealed, the mountain and sea realm was already defeated. The world was lost, and the people were on the verge of being broken. The silent pressure weighing down on the ninth mountain and sea made it seem like a dormant volcano. No one spoke. Millions of cultivators looked silently at the scene surrounding them. Virtually all of them were recovering from the wounds that riddled their bodies. Did hope even exist anymore? That unanswerable question continued to fester in the minds and hearts of everyone. The war had turned truly bitter when the first mountain and sea was destroyed, and after that, one mountain and sea after another crumbled, until now all that was left was the ninth mountain and sea. Meng Hao looked out at that very mountain and sea, and his heart hurt as he realized that what he was looking at really was his home. But as the war raged on, death became unavoidable. Family and friends alike were about to become nothing more than dust. At some point, Su Qing emerged from the crowd to stand at Meng Hao's side. When he saw her, he reached out and clasped her hand. Felt cold. As she gazed calmly into Meng Hao's eyes, it seemed as if the mere act of holding his hand was the most important thing in the world. The members of the Fang clan also made their way to stand by Meng Hao's side. His family came. His friends came. In this moment when all that remained of the mountain and sea realm was the ninth mountain and sea, for many people, Meng Hao was the standard-bearer of them all. Further off in the distance, Patriarch Reliance sighed, carrying the state of Zhao with him as he also drew close. Also there in the ninth mountain and sea were the Li clan and the Wang clan, cold and desolate, just like all of the other various sects and clans present. Meng Hao could sense his sister's aura on planet South Heaven. She was with his parents. As the mountain and sea realm stood there in its silence, Paragon Sea Dream's voice suddenly echoed out. Looking up at Shui Donglu, and doing nothing to prevent anyone from hearing her, she said, "You're really 9 seals." When the mountain and sea cultivators heard her words, they also looked up into the sky. Even though not everyone could see what was up above, the bleakness in their hearts suddenly faded, and gradually, hope began to burn again. They had all heard of Paragon 9 Seals, and throughout the events of the war, they had become more convinced than ever that he was a magnificent, glorious individual. To hear his name now suddenly filled them with deep anticipation. Meng Hao looked up at Shui Donglu, waiting like everyone else to hear his answer. Shui Donglu didn't say anything at first. But then, after a moment had passed, he nodded his head and said, "Yes, I am 9 seals." The instant he spoke those words, all of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea were stirred into excitement. It was as if they had been resurrected from the dead, as if they once again had hope. 9 Seals was a legend in the mountain and sea realm, the paragon who had actually created the entire realm. In fact, he could rightly be called the ultimate patriarch of every cultivator of the mountain and sea realm. Although everyone was excited, there were some people who reacted differently, including Meng Hao, Xidagarba, Sea Dream, the mountain and sea lords, and select other individuals who were especially wise and perceptive. "He's actually not 9 seals," Meng Hao thought, sighing inwardly. He didn't speak the words aloud, but because of the paragon's blood inside of him, he knew that Shui Donglu was definitely not Paragon 9 Seals. There was something odd about how Sea Dream had worded her statement, as if her purpose in asking it was to get him to agree with her, and thus stir the passions of the mountain and sea cultivators. If he went along with Sea Dream's words, it would prove that he really wasn't 9 seals. If he denied her words to be truth, then the possibility still existed that he might actually be 9 seals. Meng Hao understood that, as did some of the others, although no one pointed it out aloud. Numerous sea denizens who floated on the surface of the ninth sea first looked out at the scene beyond the mountain and sea realm, then turned to look silently toward the ninth mountain. The entire ninth sea was currently blanketed by its will. even as Shui Donglio's words stirred the hearts of the mountain and sea realm cultivators. The voice of the 8 Essences male cultivator rang out from within the ranks of the outsider army. Immortals of the mountains and seas, you have lost this war. There is no need to continue the fighting. I can represent the 33 heavens to offer you a chance at survival. Surrender. Abandon all resistance. Willingly allow us to seal your cultivation bases and become our slaves. This war is over. If you surrender, some of you may be executed, but the majority will survive. Some sects and clans may be allowed to continue to exist. You might have no freedom, but perhaps that in itself is a sort of luxury. In any case, you have no other options. Fight or surrender. I will give you the time it takes an incense stick to burn to think. For those of you who wish to surrender, you do not need to state that desire out loud. Doing that might get you killed on the spot. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the 33 heavens will begin the final charge. Fellow Taoist Xian Yin, fellow Taoist Daofeng, and myself will also join in to attack the mountain and sea realm full force. During the fighting, any who wish to surrender can simply switch sides and fight the mountain and sea realm. We will accept that as your form of surrender. Eyes glittering, the 8 Essences paragon waved his hand, causing a stick of burning incense to appear. What savagely malicious tactics! By offering such hope to the mountain and sea realm cultivators, he also sowed discord among them. When it came time to fight, the cultivators would have to worry, not just about the outsiders attacking openly, but about their fellow comrades in arms. No one could say for sure what choice people might make in a moment of mortal peril. Meng Hao's pupils constricted as he realized that, even among the Fang clan, there were people who appeared to be hesitating in contemplation. Although such expressions quickly vanished, it was impossible to tell whether their temptation had been dispelled or merely concealed. The mountain and sea realm was deathly quiet. The cultivators couldn't help but ponder the words of the 8 Essences paragon. It was a critical juncture, and with the threat of death looming overhead, the idea of becoming a slave, despite being repugnant, was a way to stay alive. Sea Dream said nothing. Shui Donglu didn't say a word. The 9th sea was completely silent. The incense stick burned, and time passed. The silence became pressure weighing down on everyone. If Shui Donglu hadn't just stated that he was 9 seals, then the mountain and sea realm would likely have already dissolved into chaos. When faced with life or death, one's choices can easily become irrational. However, even Shui Donglu claiming the identity of 9 seals did not have a huge impact. After all, the overall situation seemed to be a completely hopeless one. It was at this point that Shui Donglu spoke, his voice both ancient and exhausted. Life and death are important things to everyone. Ensuring that one's traditions and values can be passed on to future generations is something important to all sects and clans. To me, being able to pass on the Joss flame power and the bloodlines of the mountain and sea realm is also very important. Therefore, considering we have fought this war down to this point, any individual, any clan or sect, who wishes to surrender to the 33 heavens may do so without my interference. I won't kill you. It is your decision to make. Make your decision now, and I won't question it. Everyone has their own fate, and I dare not interfere with that. However, once this moment passes, and the fighting begins, anyone who turns traitor on the battlefield can rest assured that even if I die, I will be sure to take those traitors with me into death, along with the mountain and sea realm. Therefore, those of you who wish to surrender will leave the mountain and sea realm post-haste. Shui Donglio's voice contained no viciousness, but instead, an unswerving decisiveness that everyone could detect. Silence filled the mountain and sea realm. The army of outsiders looked contemptuously at the cultivators, as though the current turn of events were splendid entertainment. Then, just when the incense stick was about to finish burning, a sigh rang out from the 9th mountain and sea, from within one of the great clans, the Wang clan. I speak for the Wang clan. We choose to surrender. The earliest ancestor of the Wang clan was not from the mountain and sea realm, and only ended up here by accident. Therefore, this war of the mountains and seas is something we shall not participate in. The words spoken by the Wang clan patriarch caused most of the Wang clan cultivators to sigh in relief. However, a few of their number were clearly furious. One of them was Wang Mu, who tried to charge out from the ranks of the Wang clan. Before he could, an ancient-looking hand reached out and grabbed him. No! Wang Mu's eyes were completely bloodshot as he screamed in defiance. However, the old man behind him sighed, then rendered him unconscious with a palm strike. In that same moment, a beam of light shot up from within the Wang clan, as a tall, elegant young man appeared. It was none other than Wang Tingfei. Although he had his grievances with Meng Hao in this moment, when the survival of the realm was on the line, his choice was to stand with the mountains and seas. However, the Wang clan would not permit it, and he was prevented from leaving. At the same time that the Wang clan chose to surrender, the skinny old man in the Wang clan's bamboo forest sighed. How embarrassing, he muttered. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes. He would not fight in the battle, but he wanted to see if the mountain and sea realm might be able to make a comeback. After a moment of silence, a bitter voice spoke out from the ranks of another of the great clans, the Li clan. I speak for the Li clan. We surrender. When that voice echoed out, Li Linger, who was currently standing next to Paragon Sea Dream, began to tremble. Tears flowed down her as she cried, Patriarch, what are you doing? We are cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. I can't believe I'm even related to you. However, no one responded to Li Linger. Instead, more declarations of surrender began to ring out in the starry sky. I speak for the Heavenly Tao sect. I speak for the Sen clan. In the moments before the incense stick finished burning, one voice after another spoke out within the ninth mountain and sea. With the exception of the sects from the ninth mountain itself, and some of the staunchest sects from the other mountains and seas, everyone seemed to be choosing to surrender. Every voice that spoke caused Meng Hao to sink further into silence, until, suddenly a calm voice rang out, ancient and womanly. As soon as Meng Hao heard that voice, he looked up. I am the will of the ninth sea, and I choose to leave the mountain and sea realm. I choose to surrender. In total, 7 sects and 11 clans chose to surrender, as well as hundreds of thousands of individual cultivators. The final number of cultivators exceeded 1 million. The moment that those clans and sects chose to surrender, their only option was to follow the command of Shui Donglu and leave the mountain and sea realm. Staying behind was not a possibility. They were betrayers, and the mountain and sea realm would not tolerate their presence in the final battle. Gradually, they began to make their way out of the ninth mountain, taking their resources and their experts with them. They did not delay or move slowly. They left as quickly as was possible. The vast number of people involved left the power of the mountain and sea realm reduced by nearly 30%. The sight of so many cultivators taking flight caused those who remained behind to tremble inwardly. They had assumed that only a small number of people who would actually surrender. Who could have imagined that so many would give in? After all, even one person surrendering would be a serious blow to the morale of the mountain and sea realm as a whole, especially considering that the final battle was about to be fought. Even the outsiders had never expected so many people to surrender. When they saw what was happening, contemptuous looks appeared on their faces, and some of them even began to laugh. A wide smile could be seen on the face of the 8 Essences male paragon. The main reason he had attempted to drive a wedge into the forces of the mountain and sea realm was because of his fear of Shui Donglu. Although the outsider army seemed to have the upper hand, deep in his heart he wasn't completely confident, so he wanted to reduce their power somehow. And then the will of the ninth sea spoke out, causing the mountain and sea realm cultivators' minds to reel. The ninth sea was a part of the mountain and sea realm, so for it to surrender, the meaning behind such an act was profound, and many people didn't dare to even contemplate it. That was because the ninth sea declaring surrender indicated that the will of the mountain and sea realm as a whole had been so weakened by the destruction of the other mountains and seas that it was unable to maintain control over the ninth sea. If you likened the will of the mountain and sea realm to the commander-in-chief, then the 9 mountains and 9 seas were like generals. Now, 16 of those generals were dead, and the commander-in-chief was so weak that of his remaining 2 generals, one of them chose to turn traitor. Apparently, not even Xue Donglu had considered this would happen. An intense light began to shine in his eyes as his gaze came to rest upon the 9th sea, and then he sighed. Meng Hao trembled as he stared at the 9th sea, at the waves lapping across its surface, and the heads of the various sea denizens sticking up out of the water. As the 9th sea slowly began to move off, Meng Hao suddenly shouted in a voice like thunder, "Is this because of me?" It was a question that perhaps should not have been asked, and yet, he couldn't hold back from doing so. After a long moment of silence, the will of the 9th sea spoke back. "You've grown to the point that I regret being so stubborn back then. But, even if you didn't exist, I would still make this choice. I am the first and only sea in the entire realm to achieve self-awareness. If the mountain and sea realm itself were not faced with such difficulties, then I could bow my head to its authority. But now, the realm is about to disappear, and I don't want to be buried along with it." With that, the 9th sea flowed away from the 9th mountain like a retreating tide, until the 2 of them were completely separated. As traitors left, the mountain and sea realm cultivators who had chosen not to surrender felt as though their hearts were being stabbed by knives. By this point, their morale had reached rock bottom. And then, the incense stick stopped burning. However, the final battle didn't begin immediately. The sects and clans who had surrendered, as well as the random cultivators, flew out in various directions, keeping their distance from each other. As they dispersed, the 8 Essences male paragon hesitated for a moment before making the call for the final battle. The surrender of the 9th sea was something he took very seriously. It was with icy eyes that he examined the remaining cultivators of the mountain and sea, and saw how dejected they looked. It was in that exact same moment that someone in the mountain and sea realm shouted out in rage that the traitors should be chased down and killed. Some people even began to demand of Sea Dream, Xue Donglu, and Meng Hao that they be allowed to do so. Sea Dream and Meng Hao maintained bitter silence, but Xue Donglu waved his sleeve. "If they want to go, let them go. From now on, they have nothing to do with the mountain and sea realm." Although his voice seemed calm, the 8 Essences male paragon could detect the pain and disappointment therein. Then he began to laugh. Time passed as all of the cultivators who had chosen to surrender left the mountain and sea realm and neared the outsider army. Finally, the 8 Essences paragon waved his hand. "Let the final battle begin. Ryua Yuam Blel." Instantly, the outsider army which surrounded the 9th mountain roared, and then charged toward it, bursting with killing intent and ferocity. Soon, the front lines of the outsider army crossed paths with the surrendering mountain and sea cultivators, who were trembling. Mixed feelings could be seen on their faces. After all, the mountain and sea realm had once been their home. However, even as the outsider army swept past the surrendering mountain and sea cultivators, a lone rogue cultivator threw his head back and laughed. "My name is Zhao Tianliang. Live for the mountains and seas. Die for the mountains and seas." Without the slightest hesitation, he self-detonated. However, the sound of the explosion was insignificant compared to the army at large, and his final shout before death was similarly minuscule. But after that, more self-detonations occurred. Within the army of outsiders that surrounded the 9th mountain, 1,000 self-detonations erupted. Then 10,000. Then 100,000. With each self-detonation, a voice cried out, defiant, begrieved, and maddened. "My name is Sun Yuhai. Live for the mountains and seas. Die for the mountains and seas. My name is Chang Yi. Live for the mountains and seas. Die for the mountains and seas." Rumbling echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. Self-detonations occurred that could strike fear into the hearts of celestial beings. Tens of thousands of explosions transformed into a mighty, destructive power. At one point, an entire sect chose to unleash all of their madness by means of self-detonation. "My name is Zhou Sheng. Fellow Taoists of the mountains and seas. If any of you manage to stay alive, commemorate this sacrifice that I make this day. My name is Lu Wenyu. If anyone survives this war, please, avenge my death. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the entire sect self-detonated. The madness of the mountain and sea cultivators left the outsiders completely shaken. As for the cultivators who stood on the 9th mountain, their hearts were trembling. It wasn't just sects who made such a choice. Next, an entire clan suddenly scattered in all directions and then self-detonated, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases. As they exploded, they called out their names, and although they were loath to part with the mountains and seas, their rage toward the outsiders caused the power of their sacrifice to shake the starry sky. On this day, our heavenly Tao sect destroys our Tao. Mountain and sea cultivators, remember what we have done this day. Our Sen clan started this war 1,000,000 strong, and now only 9,000 remain. Our clan has been almost completely wiped out. Now all 9,000 of us self-detonate. Our bloodline will be wiped away, and yet we hesitate not. Mountain and sea cultivators, avenge our deaths. The Li clan are the descendants of Lord Li. Perhaps we are not cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, and perhaps we shouldn't even be here. But this is our home. Today, we willingly destroy our Tao. Young Linger, you had no need to curse me, your patriarch. Massive booms echoed out. This shocking turn of events threw the entire outsider army into utter chaos. Even the 8 essences male paragon's face fell. He could never have imagined that this would happen. At the same time, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were trembling, and their morale erupted from the depths of despair. The desperate and bitter voices which echoed out caused the blood of all the cultivators of the mountains and seas to boil. Their eyes were crimson as they began to roar with madness. The words of her patriarch echoed in Li Linger's ears, and she shook as she watched her own Li clan dying. As of this moment, even more self-detonations were occurring. Our Wintergate sect shall destroy our Tao. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Let the starry sky testify that the blood of our sect shall curse the 33 heavens to die a horrible death. How could the Klearsky Society possibly betray the mountains and seas? Dai, I, Dao Yunlai, am a cultivator of the mountains and seas. Remember my name, you villainous outsiders. Booms rang out as the self-detonations went on without end. From a distance, the glow of explosions lit up the starry sky of the 9th mountain, like countless blooming flowers. The only difference was that those flowers were flowers of blood. Meng Hao was trembling. As of this moment, he could sense that this was all part of Shui Dongliu's plan. It had been obvious to him from the moment Shui Donglu had mentioned allowing everyone to leave. Even still, he couldn't help but be moved. All of a sudden, he remembered something he had heard long ago, and now the true meaning occurred to him. After the heavens were changed, the world tree refused to surrender, and instead destroyed itself in the starry sky. It was a Tao. It was the culmination of all types of natural and magical laws. Perhaps, it was the true Tao, the final evolution which transformed into something that was both illusory and yet truly existed. The Tao. Suddenly, Shui Donglu called out, "Mountain and sea realm cultivators? If we don't fight now, then when will we?" Shui Dongliu's words seemed to cleave heaven and earth, to open up a massive door. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, with all their pent-up madness caused by everything that was happening, now burst out in a murderous charge. The final battle had begun. The battle, and in fact the war, had already been lost by the mountain and sea realm. However, despite losing, they still had their dignity. Even if they died, they would make the enemy feel pain, a pain that would last for a lifetime, and make it impossible to forget the dignity and spirit of the mountain and sea realm, and how terrifying it was. Ryua Yuam Blel. The self-detonations continued. However, not all of the defectors were secretly loyal. Some of them really were betraying the mountain and sea realm. However, because of the chaos unleashed by the double-dealing, even the traitors were fell upon by the outsiders. The 9th Sea, who truly had turned traitor, was not affected. Neither was the Wang clan. Just when it seemed they were about to be overwhelmed, a beam of sword light descended, separating them from the army. That was the handiwork of the 8 essences male paragon. Even as he grimly and furiously watched events play out, he took time to protect the Wang clan. As for all of the true traitors, after being attacked by the surrounding outsider army, none of them chose to self-detonate, and yet, they didn't prolong their lives much longer than those who did. The scene outside of the ninth mountain was one of utter chaos. Even as the voices continued to ring out, followed by the booms of self-detonation, the rest of the mountain and sea cultivators charged out into battle. Their eyes were completely bloodshot, and they had long since reached a state which was impossible to describe in terms of morale. According to an old saying, an army burning with indignation is bound to win. However, the mountain and sea cultivators were not simply burning with indignation. They were burning with madness and insanity. To them, the whole world was blood, and anything that was not that same bloody color would be savaged by them until they were. These cultivators had no fear of death, and given the chance, they would self-detonate in the moment before dying. They did so with no hesitation or shying back, and their shouts struck fear into the hearts of the outsiders. I killed one of these fools, but that's not enough. Ha ha ha. I killed 5 outsiders, that's good enough for me. I can die happy. Father, we'll be reunited soon. I used to be afraid of dying, but now I realize that there is nothing to fear in death. Bring it on, you damned outsiders. Bring it on. Die! Roars echoed out, and explosions rocked heaven and earth. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had gone mad. There were millions of them going up against tens of millions of outsiders, and yet, it was the outsiders who were being pushed back. All of the outsiders' scorn, mockery, and cruelty vanished, to be replaced by shock, confusion, and astonishment. They were completely shaken by the madness of the mountain and sea realm cultivators, and in fact couldn't understand this level of dedication. The mercilessness and bloodthirsty way that the mountain and sea realm cultivators fought left them flabbergasted. It was almost as if the tide of battle had completely shifted in the opposite direction. Every single cultivator of the mountain and sea realm joined in the fight. Only the mortals did not. Among that fighting force was Kujusi, Meng Hao's master pill demon, Sun Hai, Taiyangzi, the echelon cultivators, and other familiar faces. There was Chun Fan, Wang Yukai, Fatty, Li Linger, Jiyin, the patriarchs of the Fang clan, and also Fang Wei, and even more. By this point in the war, there was no need for troop formations or complicated strategies. Su Qing gritted her teeth, left Meng Hao's side, and began to slaughter her way into the army of outsiders. War was not the time to ruminate over matters like love and romance. Meng Hao was also there. The 3 outsider paragons, as well as all of their imperial lords, were battling their way onto the 9th mountain. Shui Donglu was fighting, as was the paragon puppet, Xidagarba, the mountain and sea lords, and paragon Sea Dream, who was burning her own life force. In addition to all that were the various chosen who had acquired good fortune in the 33 hells. They were the ones holding off the imperial lords, while Shui Donglu single-handedly took on Dao Fang. That particular battle caused the entire 9th mountain to shake and eventually start to show signs of crumbling. Sea Dream, the paragon puppet, and Xidagarba were running on fumes as they pinned down the 8 essences male paragon. As for Meng Hao, he brimmed with infinite killing intent as he fought the person who had brought about the death of his grandpa Fang, the female paragon with the weakened cultivation base. Fight! Heaven and earth wept, and the starry sky wept tears of blood. On the various planets, the mortals more or less understood that some shocking event was occurring beyond the sky. After all, it had been some time since they had glimpsed either the sun or the moon. From up above, countless dots of light could be seen, which were lanterns the mortals were using to light the endless night as they prostrated themselves to the heavens and offered up prayers. From the beggars to the emperors, everyone was doing the exact same thing. This was a war of complete genocide. If the mountains and seas were defeated, it wouldn't just be the cultivators who died. The mortal world would also cease to exist. Not even the outsider paragons could ever have predicted that the final battle would be so brutal, and yet that was exactly how things were playing out. The cultivator with the unusually large head sped across the 9th mountain, causing headaches for the powerful experts of the mountains and seas wherever he went. Although his cultivation base seemed comparable to the people he was tangling with, he rarely spent time in open fighting. The overall situation was only getting worse for the mountain and sea realm. On all fronts, it was essentially the same. Although Meng Hao was able to force the female paragon back across the battlefield, he couldn't kill her. Furthermore, the interference from the large-headed cultivator was only causing his murderous aura to burn hotter. Everyone was struggling to hold the line. However, it wouldn't be long before a breach was opened, and the outsiders burst in like a flood. The armies clashed, and the millions upon millions of outsiders were relentlessly pushed back. However, there were simply too many of them. The berserk fighting state of the mountain and sea cultivators could only last for so long. As the self-detonations continued, and as the cultivators grew wearier, casualties mounted on both sides. Over and over again, cries rang out across the battlefield of, "Live for the mountains and seas, die for the mountains and seas." It was the battle cry of the mountains and seas, and apparently, as long as those words could be heard echoing out, the mountains and seas would not fall. The moment the words ceased to be heard, it would mean the mountain and sea cultivators were all dead. On one part of the battlefield that Meng Hao couldn't see was Xianxia. Soaked in blood and screaming savagely, he was not just fighting, he was unleashing complete savagery. However, in his madness he was losing strength. His magical techniques were exhausted, his divine abilities spent, his magical items used up. And yet, he lunged forward and savagely buried his teeth into the neck of an outsider. That outsider had a higher cultivation base than him, but in its shock, it could do nothing more than let out a blood-curdling scream. Xianxia ripped at the outsider's throat with his teeth, ignoring the violent blows of other enemies blasting into him as he did so. Mad ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes, which were completely devoid of any regret. In the end, when he began to lose consciousness because of the unceasing attacks of the surrounding outsiders, he suddenly smiled. "Live for the mountains and seas, die for the mountains and seas. I am Xianxia." A boom rang out as he self-detonated. Although the power of the explosion wasn't enormous, he didn't hesitate for a moment in his decision. The outsider whose throat he had been slashing at was ripped to shreds by the explosion. The other surrounding outsiders managed to avoid death, but were seriously injured. Moments later, an enraged wave of mountain and sea cultivators surged in to take advantage of the situation. The outsiders' fear was visible in their eyes. From their perspective, these mountain and sea cultivators were not immortals. They were a race even more savage than that. On another part of the battlefield, where the three great Taoist societies were making their stand, Fan Donger was there, her hair in disarray as she fought. She no longer looked anything at all like a divine daughter. She seemed out of her mind as she fought with complete and utter ruthlessness. She had been a proud person, the divine daughter of the Nine Seas god world. But then came the defection of the Ninth Sea, which was a huge blow to the god world from the Ninth Sea. Fan Donger couldn't wrap her mind around it. The Ninth Sea was her home. The Ninth Sea hadn't just taken away the sea beasts which resided in it. Many of the Nine Seas god world disciples had left with it, even some of the patriarchs. Their departure had caused the glory and splendor of the Nine Seas god world to fade into nothing. Fan Donger didn't leave with them. She stayed with some of the other senior members of the sect, and the rest of the disciples, to slaughter their way into the outsider army. She was exhausted, and was soaked in both her own blood and the blood of the enemy. Her once beautiful face had been slashed by a magical blade, opening up a grisly wound that made her look even more ferocious. Normally speaking, she wouldn't have been able to last this long in the fight. However, a corpse floated behind her, whose hair flew out to defend her constantly. Fan Donger laughed bitterly as she continued to fight, and yet her exhaustion only increased. She cut down one more outsider, and that outsider's dying counterattack shattered most of her heart's blood vessels. "Am I going to die now?" she thought, coughing up a mouthful of blood. As she began to lose consciousness, she looked toward the ninth mountain and just barely managed to catch sight of Meng Hao. "Goodbye," she said, sighing. She was just about to self-detonate when the white-robed corpse behind her suddenly looked down at her with a benevolent expression. Sighing, the corpse's hair suddenly flew out, wrapping Fan Donger up in a cocoon which sank down into the starry sky. If there was a bottom to the starry sky down below, then that is where they went. No one else on the chaotic battlefield took note of their departure. Further off in the distance was a middle-aged cultivator, who threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He was covered in so many wounds it seemed impossible that he could still be alive. Numerous flying swords were stabbed into him from all angles, and he was completely soaked in blood. Despite all that, he looked as ferocious as ever as he slaughtered his way into the outsider army, laughing the entire time. "I am Song Luodan, you bastards, Dao child of the Song clan. I defeated Meng Hao once before. Why don't you outsider scumbags do me a favor and just do?" Song Luodan was now in the ancient realm, but he fought with such brutality and power that the surrounding outsiders were completely terrified and tried to avoid him at all costs. As he slaughtered his way through the battlefield, outsider corpses began to pile up around him. Eventually, his energy weakened and his aura disappeared. He came to a stop, surrounded by a multitude of corpses. He looked almost like he was simply resting there silently for a moment. Silent. However, after a bit of time passed, the shocked outsiders began to edge closer. At that point, one of the outsider elders sighed with mixed emotions and murmured, "He's finally dead." The mountain and sea cultivators fought on, along with Sea Dream and the Paragon puppet. Sea Dream hadn't accomplished much in the fighting so far. Her cultivation base had long since been in a state of atrophy, and it was only with the support of the Paragon puppet that she managed to continue fighting without suffering defeat. As for Shui Donglu, his attacks caused the starry sky to tremble as fantastic lights flashed about, accompanied by roaring booms. Meng Hao's eyes abounded with killing intent as he fought the 8 Essences female paragon. Because of the 3 scripture spikes, her cultivation base had dropped to the level of an imperial lord, and even seemed to be slipping toward that of a Dao sovereign. Meng Hao attacked without mercy. His paragon bridge descended, the crushing power of which left the female paragon coughing up blood. She tried to flee, but then he unleashed his demon-sealing hexing magic. The essence of space began to form as he tried to seal her, but it was in that exact moment that the large-headed cultivator suddenly appeared and unleashed a bizarre magical technique. Booms rang out, and the blood drained from Meng Hao's face as his essence of space was suddenly interrupted. The shocked female paragon coughed up blood. Moments before, she had felt the shadow of death looming over her. That didn't cause Meng Hao to pause, though. Even as he fell back, he unleashed the 4th hex, the self-hex, causing a multitude of clones to appear, all of which charged toward the female paragon in shocking fashion. The paragon's scalp went numb as she retreated in the face of countless Meng Hao clones, all unleashing the god-slaying fist. The convergence of so many god-slaying fists caused the starry sky to tremble, and filled the entire area with a towering murderous aura. "No!" she screamed. Unwilling to be defeated, she bit the tip of her tongue and spit out some blood, unleashing a secret magic that instantly caused her to grow blurry. At the same time, she produced a vast quantity of different magical items, holding nothing back as she then used even more secret magics to avoid the deadly fist strikes. It was in that exact same moment that the large-headed cultivator popped up yet again. Simultaneously, Meng Hao suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and jabbed it toward the man. "I've been waiting for you to show up," he said. Hexing magic was unleashed, and yet, a strange gleam appeared in the eyes of the large-headed cultivator. Even as the power of Meng Hao's hexing magic closed in, he suddenly split into 2. One version ended up trapped by the fetters of the hex, whereas the other took a step to appear by the side of the female paragon. Then, his body began to wriggle and shrink, except for his right hand, which grew larger as it apparently converged all of the power of his flesh and blood. Even as his body became completely out of proportion, a vicious expression could be seen on his face as he threw his own fist out to meet the god-slaying fist. Boom! Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, but the same thing happened to the large-headed cultivator. who simultaneously dragged the female paragon away. Despite having been rescued, she was also coughing up blood, and the seriousness of the injuries caused her to stare hatefully at Meng Hao. "You really remind me of my old master," said the large-headed cultivator, staring at Meng Hao with a serious expression as he wiped the blood from his mouth. The female paragon was currently not a match for Meng Hao, but because of the interference of the large-headed cultivator, Meng Hao was incapable of killing her. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes as he leapt back into the fight with the two of them. As they fought, the dazzling shine of magical techniques spread out in all directions. The fighting going on elsewhere was just as bitter. That was especially the case with Sea Dream, whose face was completely ashen as she tenaciously refused to stop fighting. The current battle involved the absolute peak fighters among both the 33 heavens and the mountain and sea realm. The starry sky twisted and distorted. Few words were exchanged. Everyone knew that in this battle, one side would be wiped out, or the other would. Originally, fighting like this should have been glorious and dazzling within the starry sky. However, the mountain and sea realm cultivators were fighting with their last blaze of glory, causing the starry sky to darken and fade. In this moment, the true glory belonged Song Luodan and the other cultivators like him. Then there were the cultivators who chose to self-detonate. They called out their names before becoming like bright stars shining out, casting light out once more into the starry sky. However, that light didn't last long. More and more cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fell in battle, and soon the outsiders were able to bypass them and start advancing upon the ninth mountain itself. In turn, mountain and sea cultivators fell back to try to stop them. The battleground was gradually shifting from being outside of the ninth mountain to within its very borders. The outsiders had finally made it to the last of the mountains. The starry sky was shattered, and the ninth mountain was quaking. Its Xuanwu turtle was howling miserably, a howl filled with grief and unyielding madness. Meng Hao's heart was trembling, and intense grief filled the hearts of Sea Dream and the other powerful experts. Xidagarba was laughing bitterly. Everyone knew that utter defeat was inevitable. However, deep within their hearts, there was still a glimmer of hope. Although that hope was vague, it hadn't disappeared completely, and clung to life like a candle flickering in the wind. Even as the army itself fought closer to the ninth mountain, Meng Hao and the other experts blocked the paragons of the 33 heavens. Of course, that also meant that they themselves could do nothing more in the fighting. Both sides were tying each other up. All of them could do little more than watch as the outsider army slowly and inexorably made its way toward the ninth mountain. Soon, the four great planets were under attack. The first to be destroyed was planet West Felicity. The entire planet was bombarded by countless outsider divine abilities and magical techniques, until it finally collapsed into nothing more than rubble. Heaven and earth shook violently as countless lives were snuffed out. Next was planet North Reed. After the outsiders poured into the planet, it became nothing more than crumbled ruins in the starry sky. The sight was like a sharp knife stabbing into the hearts of all the surviving mountain and sea cultivators. Some began to laugh bitterly. They had already given up on the idea of surviving. Ignoring all feelings of exhaustion, they turned and went back to slaughtering the outsiders. However, the outsider army was vast, and the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were dying left and right. Although their madness struck fear and shock into the hearts of the outsiders, in the end, the mountain and sea realm's forces were too small. Eventually, a third boom rang out within the space around the ninth mountain. Meng Hao watched with his own eyes as planet East Victory was transformed into ash. Impossible! Meng Hao's heart was trembling, and his eyes were bright red. He was still in the middle of fighting the large-headed cultivator and the 8 essences female paragon, and could hardly believe that what he was seeing was actually happening. There, in front of his very eyes, planet East Victory exploded. The 7th mountain and sea was destroyed, meaning that planet Tiger Cage is gone. That's impossible. And planet East Victory was fused with the first-generation patriarch. How could he possibly be destroyed? This is impossible. Meng Hao's heart trembled as he then watched the outsider army fighting its way toward planet South Heaven. At that point, he began to grow more anxious than ever. Although his heart was connected to Planet East Victory, his true home was Planet South Heaven. There's still hope. Looking around at the shattered ninth mountain, he saw the hopelessly outnumbered mountain and sea realm cultivators fighting against all odds. He watched the planets falling, and his heart was stabbed with pain. There must be hope. The windswept Imperial Lord hasn't appeared yet, nor has the successor of Immortal Ancient. Where is the windswept realm? If they haven't shown up yet, then there's still hope. The flames of war burned ever closer to Planet South Heaven. Planet South Heaven was Meng Hao's home, and was occupied by the Fang clan. Now that Planet East Victory was gone, everyone from the Fang clan was charging madly back in the direction of Planet South Heaven. As countless divine abilities were unleashed by the horde of outsiders, Planet South Heaven's spell formation appeared to defend the planet. At the same time as the spell formation activated, numerous figures appeared outside of Planet South Heaven. One of them was Emperor Tang himself, backed by an army of puppets clad in black armor. There was also Fang Xiufeng, Meng Li, Fang Yu, as well as all the other members of the Fang clan who stood guard on Planet South Heaven. Their eyes gleamed with determination. They had pledged their lives to Planet South Heaven, and would die with it. I swore an oath to stand guard over Planet South Heaven for 100,000 years. Even as Fang Xiufeng's voice echoed out, grim and determined, the army of outsiders surged forth in attack. At the same time, all of the members of the Fang clan, as well as numerous other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm who were connected to Planet South Heaven in a multitude of ways, raced over to fight both on Planet South Heaven itself and in the skies beyond it. Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot. Roaring, he turned to break free from the fight with the female paragon and the large-headed cultivator, heading toward Planet South Heaven with all the speed he could muster, to join his friends and family. His parents and sister were there, and all his fellow clan members. Fatty, Chun Fan, Wang Yukai, and Sun Hai were all racing in the same direction, as was Su Qing. In addition, there were Pill Demon and Kujusi. Planet South Heaven was Meng Hao's weak spot. To him, it was the most important and meaningful place in the entire mountain and sea realm. Even Patriarch Reliance roared in fury as he fought his way toward Planet South Heaven, a place which was inextricably tied into his memories. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out. Planet South Heaven did not collapse like Planet East Victory had, thanks to the bloodline spell formation of the All-Heavenly clan. The spell formation fought back against the endless hordes of outsiders, and yet, it was starting to fade. Emperor Tang laughed bitterly as he waved his hands, sending the innumerable black-armored puppets out to attack. They were joined by numerous vengeful ghosts which flew out from the spell formation. Among those ghosts were men and women, elderly and young. These were the Li clan cultivators who had sacrificed their own lives oh so many years ago. In life, they had been tasked with defending the mountain and sea realm, and they would do the same thing in death. Planet South Heaven was shaking as the entire place turned into a shocking battlefield. Meng Hao wanted to return to Planet South Heaven, but there was someone who disagreed. "Think you can just come and go as you please?" said the female paragon, eyes flickering with killing intent. Meng Hao had fought her relentlessly up to this point, putting her in numerous deadly crises. Although she now knew that he was an extremely powerful opponent, she still wanted to see him dead. Recalling what Paragon Xianfang had said before he died, the female paragon's desire to kill Meng Hao grew even more intense. As soon as she realized that he wanted to leave, her desire to stop him exploded out. "You aren't going anywhere. I'm going to force you to watch as everything you care about is completely destroyed." Even as the female paragon began to chase Meng Hao, the large-headed cultivator hesitated. Although he had followed along with the plan to come to fight in this battle, he hadn't spoken much so far, which indicated the true feelings in his heart. He sighed, but after a moment passed, chose to cooperate. Using his incredible speed, he shot after Meng Hao to block his path. It was in that moment that rumbling sounds echoed out from Planet South Heaven. Meng Hao caught sight of his father and mother surrounded by outsiders, coughing up blood. He saw Fatty and Wang Yukai, and all of his other friends arriving on the scene. He saw Su Qing laughing bitterly. He saw Patriarch Reliance roaring in fury, and he saw the alchemic flame within his master Pill Demon flickering as it charged up to self-detonate. Meng Hao was fearful, terrified, and his heart was being torn to pieces. A vicious expression appeared on his face as he let out a roar that caused heaven and earth to dim. "Screw off!" The large-headed cultivator and the female paragon were now facing the wrath of Meng Hao. Simultaneously, they unleashed essence power that transformed into a sea of light that blocked his path. Rumbling sounds rose up as Meng Hao shot forward and slammed head first into the sea of light, allowing it to envelop him as he fought his way forward. The female paragon was shocked, and the large-headed cultivator was visibly moved. They had just joined forces to unleash a shocking attack, but instead of evading, Meng Hao was trying to force his way through it. Booms could be heard as an asteroid formed around Meng Hao, which shattered after only a few breaths of time. Then he became an azure rock, which shattered just as quickly. Finally, the meat jelly appeared, gritting its teeth as it transformed into a suit of armor. It was only at that point that Meng Hao burst out from within the sea of light. "Want to pass?" "Never." A venomous gleam appeared in the female paragon's eyes, hatred for how Meng Hao had threatened her life during the recent fighting. She knew that he was powerful in terms of battle prowess, and that if he got past her, he would have a big influence on the fighting over planet South Heaven. Therefore, she steeled herself in an attempt to block Meng Hao's path. Neither Paragon Seedream, the Paragon Puppet, nor Shui Donglu were capable of forming clones, and thus were completely tied down fighting Daofeng and the other 8 essences Paragon. Xidagarba and the other mountain and sea lords and powerful experts, as well as Wang Yukai and the other chosen who had recently become Dao sovereigns and imperial lords, were also caught up fighting their counterparts among the outsiders. Planet South Heaven was in critical danger. The starry sky trembled as the 9th mountain teetered on the verge of collapse. This was absolutely the most critical moment of danger so far. On planet South Heaven itself, everything was shaking and rumbling. The seas and rivers ran red with blood. Emperor Tang's black-armored puppets were fighting fiercely, as were the ghosts of the Li clan. Because of them, the power unleashed by the spell formation was even more shocking than before. At the moment, all outsiders who attempted to break through the battle lines to enter planet South Heaven were cut down. Unfortunately, despite how the outsiders were cut down, and despite the vast power of the spell formation itself, it was impossible for it to deal with the sheer numbers involved. The outsider army was too vast, and as they charged to their deaths in the spell formation, it began to grow dim. Meng Hao's parents were completely spattered in blood. His sister was fighting with every ounce of strength she could muster, and Sun Hai stood by, protecting her. There were even a few times in which he sustained serious injuries to keep her safe. Meng Hao saw all of this happening. He even saw his master Pill Demon fighting ferociously, his alchemic flame burning bright. Although his cultivation base wasn't incredibly high, the medicinal pills he summoned allowed him to bolster the other mountain and sea cultivators with his own alchemic flame. Fatty wept bitterly as he fought. Of his once flourishing group of beloved partners, more than half were dead. Fatty was enraged to the point of madness, eyes bloodshot as he took vicious bites out of the enemy forces. Chun Fan was taciturn and trembling. Although he was fighting and killing the outsiders, his mind seemed to be in another place. It was as if some important and weighty matter had filled him with conflicting thoughts, as if he couldn't see through things clearly, and was struggling with a decision. Then there was Kujusi, who was able to lock down significant swaths of the outsider army. In fact, because of Knight's divine ability, some of the outsiders' most powerful experts were sucked away into ancient times to fight. To see everyone he knew in such bitter situations caused Meng Hao to tremble. His eyes burned with flames as he burst out of the sea of light, ready to fight. The large-headed cultivator instantly appeared in front of him and punched out with all of the power of his flesh and blood. A boom rang out, completely shaking Meng Hao. However, the counterstrike from Meng Hao was just as devastating. Both parties fell back, blood spraying out of their mouths. At the same time, the female paragon uttered a magical curse, causing the sea of light to twist and seethe. then explode out with power that inundated Meng Hao. "Wanna get past here?" "I don't think so." The female paragon chuckled coldly, backing up as she performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the sea of light to expand. Moments later, Meng Hao roars could be heard from within. "You just don't know when to back down," the large-headed cultivator said slowly. However, even as the words left his mouth, a new sound echoed out with the roaring in the sea of light. Suddenly, booming sounds like that of a huge drum could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. It was almost as if a giant were walking about within that sea of light. After the sound echoed out 7 times, the sound of the roaring reached a level that was difficult to put into words. Then, a colorful beam of light shot out from inside the sea of light. It was none other than Meng Hao. He was covered in blood, but as he shot out, the starry sky trembled, and an indescribably murderous aura exploded out, seeming to freeze everything. The large-headed cultivator gritted his teeth, sending his cultivation base into full rotation as he slammed toward Meng Hao. Even as the boom of their collision rang out, the female paragon suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spat out some blood. Her hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and she suddenly seemed to age as she unleashed a strange Taoist magic that caused the glob of blood to transform into a sea, a second barrier after the sea of light. After slamming into the large-headed cultivator, Meng Hao ignored any subsequent injuries to fly around the man, only to find a sea of blood now standing in his way. A boom rang out and the sea churned. The female paragon let out a miserable cry, and her hair was thrown into disarray. She was shaking, and her skin was covered in rips and tears. However, the sea of blood held, and would not allow Meng Hao to pass. "You shall not pass!" the woman screamed. Meng Hao was stuck inside of the sea of blood, his face pale, his body trembling. It was at that point that, without the slightest hesitation, he produced the sun bow and drew upon his life force to unleash 2 arrows. The first arrow pierced through the sea of blood, destroying more than half of it. The second arrow shot toward the female paragon herself, causing her eyes to widen as she fell back. This in turn caused the large-headed cultivator, who had initially been focused on blocking Meng Hao's progress, to change his plan and move to save the female paragon. All of this happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. After shooting the 2 arrows, Meng Hao's body was significantly withered, but his eyes gleamed with determination. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed the top speed he could muster to shoot toward Planet South Heaven. Unfortunately, he was a bit too late. Outside of Planet South Heaven, Feng Wei was laughing. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, madness, and slaughter. He had lost his right arm, his left arm, and both his legs. However, he still had his torso. "I am Feng Wei. The Wei in my name means to defend. Defend the Feng clan." As he fought on madly, other members of the Feng clan chose to self-detonate, sending explosive power out to bury the outsiders. The Grand Elder fell in battle. Feng Yanxu was there, hair in disarray, drenched in blood. Letting out a piercing cry, he self-detonated. One chosen after another fell in battle. There were many faces familiar to Meng Hao, and some which were strangers. However, as their voices rang out in the moments before their deaths, they became like swords that stabbed Meng Hao in the heart. His parents were injured, Feng Yu was injured, Su Qing was injured. Wounds crisscrossed Chen Fan and Sun Hai. Booms filled Planet South Heaven as the last of the black-armored puppets was destroyed. Emperor Tang laughed bitterly as countless outsiders blasted away at the Li clan's spell formation. Clearly, it was on the verge of complete collapse. "The Li clan is one of the all-heaven clans," he said. "Back then, we sacrificed our lives to create this spell formation. Today, we will make another sacrifice. Why wouldn't we die for the mountain and sea realm? We mountain and sea cultivators live and die for the mountains and seas." Emperor Tang's laughter grew louder and louder as he charged into the fighting, joined by the countless Li clan ghosts from the spell formation. One living cultivator led the ghosts of his clan into a deadly offensive, slaughtering their way into the army of outsiders, killing one after another after another. In the end, Emperor Tang's laughter rang out as he decisively shouted out in a voice that echoed through all heaven and earth. We mountain and sea cultivators live and die for the mountains and seas. Boom! When he chose to self-detonate, the last living member of the Li clan exploded, after which all of the ghosts also began to explode. In truth, the ghosts themselves could not self-detonate. What was exploding was Planet South Heaven's spell formation. The Li clan ghosts, the structure of the entire South Heaven Death Formation, were all exploding. The spell formation shook all of the lands, sending out a shockwave that blasted away all wind and clouds. The spell formation itself became resplendent light and a screaming tempest that raged out in all directions. The outsiders in the army were astonished, and those looks of shock were the last expressions to appear on their faces for all eternity. The blast rattled out, transforming one outsider after another into nothing more than ash. The huge boom caused all fighters in the war to turn their heads to look. Outsiders and mountain and sea cultivators alike couldn't help but look over. What they saw was the shockwave of the spell formation spreading out in a ring, wiping out more than 40% of the outsider army around Planet South Heaven. The Li clan was an all-heaven clan, a remnant of the true forces who had fought in the original war of the Paragon Immortal realm. They swore to defend the mountain and sea realm, and on this day, they lived up to their oath of tens upon tens of thousands of years. Each and every member of the clan died. Not a single successor to the bloodline remained. A wave of grief swept up into the hearts and minds of all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. We mountain and sea cultivators live and die for the mountains and seas. Those words echoed out into their minds, affixing themselves there for all time. Outside of Planet South Heaven, there were still millions of outsiders who were trembling after having just survived a horrific catastrophe. It was something they would never be able to forget. However, now that the spell formation was gone, Planet South Heaven had lost its defenses. Gradually, the outsiders' eyes began to glow red. It was hard to say who began the charge, but soon, the entire army was raging toward Planet South Heaven. It was also in this moment that, at the very apex of the starry sky, in the location where the 33 heavens came from, things had been very silent since the descent of Daofeng. But now, the starry sky there began to distort, as though a force of killing intent was pushing its way in. At some undetectable location in the starry sky bordering the mountain and sea realm in the vast expanse, a huge land mass was rumbling along, crushing anything that got in its way. Dragging that land mass along were 9 huge suns, radiating dazzling light. They were coming. Back on Planet South Heaven, the remnants of the spell formation were dissipating. As the millions of outsiders barreled forth in attack, cracks and crevices began to appear on the surface of the planet. Planet South Heaven was on the brink of collapsing. All of the cultivators on the planet were coughing up blood, and up in the sky, countless outsiders appeared and began to fight viciously. From the look of things, all creation on South Heaven existed in the shadows of the outsiders. Planet South Heaven was now in a moment of indescribable crisis. Meng Hao's father Fang Xiufeng coughed up a mouthful of blood as a hail of flying swords stabbed into him. When Meng Hao saw that happen, the entire world seemed to grind to a halt. Even as he burst out from within the sea of blood, these were the images which filled his eyes. No! Eyes bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, blasting a path through the outsider army. Countless outsiders screamed miserably as they were transformed into ash. Meng Hao shot with indescribable speed through the path he had created, arriving at Planet South Heaven just in time to catch his father as he began to fall down after having been stabbed through by numerous flying swords. At the same time, he unleashed a vicious blow onto the lands down below. Boom! The ground quaked, and yet was not destroyed. Instead, the power rebounded, shooting up into the sky, causing a massive force to slam into the outsiders. Miserable cries could be heard from the outsiders in the area as massive pressure slammed into them, causing them to explode. Instantly, all heaven and earth was filled with a rain of outsider blood. The outsiders who were still off in the distance gasped. Looking at Meng Hao in astonishment, they began to back up, not daring to get close at all. Meng Hao's hair was whipping around his head. He was like a volcano erupting with a murderous aura so intense it darkened everything. Fang Shufeng was critically injured, but it wasn't a fatal blow. Seeing Meng Hao appear so suddenly, he smiled, a smile filled with warmth, pride, and delight. The arrival of Meng Hao caused excitement to ripple through the members of the Fang clan, and all the other cultivators on planet South Heaven began to cry out passionately. Meng Hao! Crown Prince! The Crown Prince is back! Countless cries echoed out. Tears streamed down Meng Li's face as she helped Fang Shufeng out of Meng Hao's arms. There was no time for Meng Hao to reminisce. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Su Qing, Fatty, Chun Fan, Sun Hai, and his sister Fang Yu, and the wounds which covered them, Meng Hao's fury rose to new heights. Without speaking another word, he turned and unleashed his magical techniques and divine abilities. The Paragon Bridge rumbled out, and the mountain-consuming incantation caused countless mountains to appear. The nearby outsiders were incapable of evading. Considering the disparity between their cultivation bases and Meng Hao's, vast casualties were inflicted. Meng Hao seemed completely maddened as he charged out to unleash more slaughter. However, it was at this point that the large-headed cultivator and the female paragon came speeding over from off in the distance. Venomous hatred flickered in the paragon's eyes as she performing an incantation gesture, then hit herself on the top of the head. Instantly, a violet pearl shot out from her mouth, which transformed into a violet sea. The large-headed cultivator frowned, and then his body distorted as an intense level of power erupted off of him, which merged into the violet sea as it shot toward Meng Hao. A vicious expression twisted Meng Hao's face as he lifted the sun bow and fired 3 arrows. Shooting 3 arrows caused him to cough up blood and lose vast quantities of life force. 3 arrows was his limit. 3 shocking arrows. The first was like a dragon that shot toward the large-headed cultivator. And when it slammed into him, blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. Simultaneously, the second arrow closed in on him. The third arrow stabbed through the violet sea toward the female paragon, causing her eyes to widen. However, the large-headed cultivator was unable to extricate himself from his own danger to rescue her. So she had no choice but to grit her teeth and let the arrow stab through her. Instantly, she exploded. However, it didn't result in her death. After exploding, she reformed, whereupon her face was ashen, and the hatred in her eyes toward Meng Hao was even greater than before. "I'm going to skin you alive," she screamed. The life-saving magic she had just used came at a price, and that price was that she would never again be able to attain an 8 essences cultivation base. Because of the 3 spikes that had been stabbed into her, she had already been placed in a situation where it would have been difficult to return to the 8 essences level. However, the life-saving magic she had just used fractured her Dao foundation, ensuring that it would never be possible. Simultaneously, blood sprayed out of the mouth of the large-headed cultivator, whose body was half destroyed after dealing with the second arrow. However, he quickly began to form back together, and at the same time, a powerful gravitational force appeared, which shredded tens of thousands of nearby outsiders to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed them and was back at his peak level of power. "You've already reached your limit with those arrows," he said. "I didn't really want to kill you today, but we're on different sides. Please forgive me." After a moment, the large-headed cultivator sighed and then began to stride toward Meng Hao. The female paragon's hair was completely disheveled, and she was filled with unending venom. Once again, she slapped her forehead, spitting out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with chunks of internal organs. The blood rapidly transformed into a corrupt and defiled sea of blood which was far stronger than any of the other seas of blood she had produced. Shockingly, she even managed to pack some of her sealed and weakened essence into the sea of blood, making it burst with a power that rivaled the 8 essences level. That was something she normally wouldn't ever do, not even if the 33 heavens were about to lose the entire war. After all, she cared mostly about herself, and as long as there were some way to escape the situation, she would take it. But now, her Dao foundation has been crushed, dooming her to never again reach the 8 essences level. Her hatred had reached the level of insanity, and she therefore didn't hesitate to spit out her sealed essence, all in exchange for the chance to unleash and 8 essences divine ability. Corrupt your heart. Defile your Tao foundation. I call upon my life force magic to decimate your blood and send your soul into eternal destruction. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Meng Hao and the surrounding members of the Fong clan. And not just you, but your whole clan. Do you really think I wasn't aware that the damned heaven-severing Doyen was connected to you people by soul and blood? That was one of the main reasons for her hatred for both Meng Hao and the Fong clan. Even as the words left her mouth, the corrupt, defiled sea of blood shot toward Meng Hao so quickly that he had no chance to avoid or dodge it. Meng Hao instantly unleashed all of the power of his cultivation base, and yet it did nothing to the sea of blood. The Paragon Bridge, and even his hexing magic were all powerless to prevent it from boring into the pores in his body. The intense pain caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes bulged, and blue veins popped out all over his face. However, this divine ability had been unleashed by the female paragon at the cost of a huge sacrifice, and was something he couldn't match up to. The corrupt and defiled blood vanished into him, filling every part of his body. Instantly, it began to cancel out his own blood, to attack his heart, to defile and corrupt his internal organs. He had already been weak and injured, but now he was shaking even more violently, and his consciousness was fading. He almost seemed incapable of standing upright, and did so only by sheer willpower. Inside, he was screaming and struggling against the effects. "Kill them all," the female paragon said. Then she coughed up a mouthful of blood and sat down cross-legged, using her divine sense to manipulate the corrupt and defiled blood inside of Meng Hao. She planned to wipe him away for good. Clearly, she wished to vent her hatred for the heaven-severing Doyen upon the entire Fong clan. That hatred, coupled with the fact that Meng Hao had injured her so severely, ensured that she was devoted to the idea of destroying his Tao foundation. Roaring battle cries rang out as the outsider army once again charged forth in attack. The large-headed cultivator sighed quietly and chose not to do anything. He stood off the side, watching everything play out. Deep within his eyes, he seemed somewhat confused, as if he were pondering whether or not this war should ever have been fought. Outside of planet South Heaven, near the 9th mountain and sea cultivators were self-detonating, dying, and being shoved back across the battlefield as countless outsiders continued to fill the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain was teetering, filled with countless invisible cracks and fissures which left it on the verge of being completely destroyed. The mountain and sea realm was left with a single crumbling mountain and a broken planet. Meng Hao was trembling in the sky above planet South Heaven as the female paragon personally attempted to erode his Tao. As his blood was burned away, he continued to inch toward unconsciousness. Even his cultivation base was falling. Laughing bitterly, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of black blood filled with countless vile chunks of flesh. Gritting his teeth, he looked around at his compatriots, then rotated what was left of his cultivation base and said to them, "Stand behind me." With that, he strode forward to fight against the outsiders. Meng Hao was already having trouble standing. The outsiders were on the verge of killing his family, his friends, and all the other cultivators on South Heaven. He clenched his jaw and drew upon all the energy in his body to unleash a deadly attack, all to defend the people he cared about. Everyone began to cry out, "Haoer! Meng Hao! Crown Prince!" Su Qing wept and walked up to Meng Hao to help support him. However, Meng Hao pushed her to the side and reached out to grab an outsider who had been sneaking up to attack her from behind. He grabbed the outsider by the throat and then cracking sounds echoed out as its neck was crushed. "Get behind me," he said, panting. Then his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he once again unleashed destruction upon the outsider army. And yet, there only seemed to be more and more outsiders, and Meng Hao was getting weaker and weaker. Off in the distance, the Paragon puppet's eyes flickered and energy erupted off of it as it tried to head in Meng Hao's direction, only to be blocked by the other 8 essences Paragon. Paragon Sea Dream was also locked down and couldn't get close to planet South Heaven. Shui Donglu sighed, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face for a moment before fading away. "Everything is for the mountain and sea realm," he murmured in a voice that only he could hear. He sighed inwardly. The seal on planet South Heaven cannot be unraveled by a mountain and sea cultivator. only the outsiders. Plus, the right propelling souls are still required. It's almost time. Almost time. Even as he waved a hand to unleash another attack upon Daofeng, he looked up at the very end of the starry sky up above. A miserable cry rang out on planet South Heaven. Meng Hao was trembling and his cultivation base was dropping rapidly. The 8 Essences female paragon had paid an incredible price to unleash a divine ability that he could scarcely defend against. The power of that divine ability was relentlessly attempting to corrupt his blood and defile his body. Everything began to go blurry and countless voices were crying out in his ears. There were angry roars, boastful taunts, miserable shrieks, and bitter weeping. Die, he said softly. He once again burst out toward the surrounding outsiders, leaving behind a trail of blood and death. Outsider corpses were piling up everywhere. His left arm was broken, but he had his right. He gritted his teeth as his cultivation base continued to drop. Waving his right hand, he summoned numerous mountains. With each step he took, gale force winds swept about and the attacking outsiders were destroyed. He was protecting the people he cared for and loved. He didn't want to see his friends and family hurt. His mind was empty, devoid of any thoughts except that determination. Countless outsiders roared as they attacked, and even though he was slipping closer toward unconsciousness, his desire to kill was no less. His right arm was broken, but he merely gritted his teeth in response. His legs were crushed, but he ignored the pain. Defiant, shocking roars echoed out in all directions. The Fong clan cultivators, Fatty, Meng Hao's parents, and all the other mountain and sea cultivators unleashed attacks in all directions. Thanks to the protection being offered by Meng Hao, some of them were wounded, but none were in danger of losing their lives. However, the price paid by Meng Hao was that his cultivation base continued to drop dangerously. The large-headed cultivator hovered there silently. Next to him was the female paragon, brow furrowed in concentration as she directed her divine ability. Meng Hao was burning his life force. Exhaustion engulfed him like floodwaters. His vision was now not just growing blurry, it was also darkening. He wasn't sure how many outsiders he had killed, but it seemed like no matter how many he cut down, more appeared in their place. He was weak beyond belief. He attempted to summon his soul lamps to extinguish them as a way to recover. However, because of the corruption of his blood, his soul lamps were defiled and he could not summon them. He began to headbutt the outsiders, causing black blood to spray out of his mouth. His cultivation base continued to fall. Behind him, all those he was protecting were injured, maddened, and begrieved. Tears streamed down their faces as they looked at Meng Hao there in front of them, as solid as a mountain. An endless field of outsider corpses stretched out in front of him, beyond which was the seemingly infinite army. They looked at Meng Hao with fear and shock. He was no longer equivalent to a paragon, his cultivation base had dropped and he was teetering on the verge of collapse. However, the intense murderous aura which radiated out of him could shake heaven and earth. As he stood there surrounded by death, energy surging, the outsiders were so frightened that they didn't dare to advance any further. Conflicted expressions could be seen as they looked at Meng Hao. Cultivators like him were rare in the 33 heavens, but after invading the mountain and sea realm, they had seen one after another. And now they were facing Meng Hao. For the moment, the battlefield went silent, and although Meng Hao's eyes were somewhat blank, he managed to quietly say, "Qing'er, bind my wounds." Su Qing approached, tears streaming down her ashen face. She ripped a strip of cloth off of her garment, and as all of the nearby outsiders and Fong clan cultivators watched, she wrapped it tightly around his broken right arm. Seeing her tears, he murmured, "Don't cry. Tighter now, otherwise it might slip." Su Qing bit her lip and quietly bound the other arm, making sure the bandages were tight. Even as the outsiders stood there, terrified and unwilling to advance, the female paragon's eyes opened and she cried out shrilly, "Kill them all!" Her voice and her status ensured that the outsiders only hesitated for a moment before erupting with powerful roars. Then, the army surged like floodwaters toward Meng Hao. Planet South heaven trembled, and crevices opened up all over its surface. Apparently, it was on the very brink of collapsing. As Meng Hao stood there, fighting to clear his vision, the mastiff flew out from his bag of holding, roaring as it charged into the outsiders. The blood demon ripped open a rift and emerged, and Meng Hao's blood spirit appeared, both of whom attacked the outsiders viciously. Meng Hao's legs were shattered, making it impossible to walk, But he stood there like a mountain, allowing the virtual sea of outsiders to bash into him. And yet, he didn't fall. His right hand shot out to lock around the neck of one outsider, while his left fist slammed into the chest of another. Outsiders were launching divine abilities at him from all directions, but even as they slammed into him, he headbutted another outsider. This disturbing scene left the outsiders completely shocked. The Mastiff was fighting like mad, a streak of red light flying about. Soon, there were simply too many outsiders, so the Mastiff grabbed Meng Hao with its teeth, sustaining severe injuries as it dragged him back toward the Fang clan cultivators. Blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. His cultivation base had already dropped below the immortal realm. His fellow clan members, his family, and his friends were all weeping from the tragedy of what was happening. Meng Hao struggled to rise to his feet when all of a sudden a hand clasped softly onto his shoulder. It was Fang Xiufeng. He had sustained serious injuries, and yet his hands still radiated intense pressure as he looked down at Meng Hao. Howard, allow father to step in. If you survive this, make sure to take care of yourself in the future. With that, Fang Xiufeng took a deep breath and, without giving Meng Hao a chance to say or do anything, strode forward toward the outsiders. He was Meng Hao's father, and he wouldn't sit idly by while his own son fought for him. He was Fang Xiufeng. He had been the greatest chosen of the Fang clan. He was the clan chief. But what he was most proud of was that he was Meng Hao's father. Today is the day that the mountain and sea realm dies and the Fang clan dies. You want to wipe us out to end a blood feud? Well, if even a drop of Fang clan blood survives, then no matter how many years pass, we will get revenge. As Fang Xiufeng strode out, vast numbers of Fang clan cultivators joined him to attack the outsiders. Earlier, Meng Hao had been protecting them. But now they would protect Meng Hao. Rumbling echoed out as the slaughter began. By this point, the cultivators of the Fang clan had reached a state of madness that exceeded that of any of the other mountain and sea cultivators in the fight so far. The boom of self-detonations began to ring out. Blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth and his vision faded even more. He heard the countless miserable shrieks echoing in his ears. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. He saw fellow clan members self-detonating. He saw his father there in the middle of the outsider army, slaughtering the enemy. However, he was already wounded, and suddenly, an outsider landed a heavy blow on his chest. He fell back, killing the outsider, but unable to avoid a flying sword which stabbed into his heart. The sword stabbed through him, causing a spray of blood to erupt out of him like a fountain. Meng Hao was shaking, and his eyes were wide. As he watched everything happen, he wanted to make everything stop, but was unable to change anything. As the sword stabbed through Fang Xiufeng, he let out an indomitable roar, and then he looked back at his wife. He looked at his daughter, and he looked at his son. In the past, he had intentionally looked at his son with awe and reverence, something that a father normally wouldn't do. But he was willing to do just that. He was willing to set the example for others. He knew that Meng Hao was actually soft-hearted and that he needed to learn about the bitterness of war. He needed to grow up in a way that could only be done in the most bitter of battles. He had come to the realization long ago that he wouldn't be able to stand by Meng Hao's side forever. Eventually, the day would come when he wouldn't be there, and when that happened, he hoped that his son could be strong. His love for Meng Hao was just like Ku Yunhai's love for Ku Jusi. It was profound and filled with hope. Today, he stepped out to fight knowing that he would die. He knew that considering the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, he shouldn't be in such danger right now. Fang Xiufeng knew that it was only because of himself and the other clan members. He didn't want to be a hindrance to Meng Hao, and because of that, because of the incredible danger Meng Hao was facing, Fang Xiufeng chose to ensure that no such hindrance existed. Your path still stretches far out into the future. As father and son gazed into each other's eyes, Meng Hao's heart felt like it was tearing apart. He felt confusion gnawing at him and fear. "Dad," he mouthed. Fang Xiufeng smiled, then closed his eyes. "Farewell, my Howard." When he opened his eyes, they shone with a bright light as he chose to self-detonate. His injuries were severe, so he knew that even if he didn't self-detonate, he would die in the fighting. Instead, he would tell everyone, "I am Fang Xiufeng. Live and die for the mountains and seas." The boom that echoed out was not an unusual sound on the battlefield. But to Meng Hao, it was as if all heaven and earth were shaking. It was a sound that reaved the heavens and sundered the earth. Meng Hao's entire world was completely shaken. No. Meng Hao was trembling as tears of anguish rolled down his cheeks. His world was crumbling. This was the second time he had experienced the pain of a father passing away. The first time had been with Ku Yunhai, and now it was with his true father, Fang Shifeng. Memories from his childhood rose up in his mind. How his father had slaughtered Fang clan cultivators to protect him, and how he had agreed to be stranded on planet South Heaven for 100,000 years for him. He remembered reuniting with his parents and the look in his father's eyes as he passed on his sword technique, simultaneously cowing all of South Heaven. He remembered his father's quiet encouragement when he had finally left planet South Heaven. He remembered how tall and strong his father seemed, like a mountain in his heart. He remembered how, after becoming the crown prince of the Fang clan, he had taken the whole clan to pay respects and the tears of pride which had glistened in his father's eyes. He remembered how, after his cultivation base had reached towering heights, and the war had broken out, his father had looked at him with such awe and reverence. Back then, he didn't understand that, and had even felt hurt and alone. But he had buried those feelings and focused on being strong. Now, in that single look that his father gave him, Meng Hao realized that it had all been done intentionally by his father. He realized that his father chose to die because, at this critical and deadly crossroads in the war, he didn't want to become a hindrance to his son. He hoped that his own death would give Meng Hao a chance to survive. His love for his son was clear and profoundly deep. Everything he did was for his son, for Meng Hao. A father is often stern and doesn't express his love for his children, but when the critical moment arrives, he will sacrifice himself, even if all that gives them is a bit more time to flee for their lives. Meng Hao was trembling, and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. His heart was broken, and as his tears spilled down his face, they began to turn red. A strange sound began to echo in his throat, and it was hard to tell whether it was weeping or laughter, despair or rage. Off in the distance, Fang Wei's head flew off of his shoulders as he was decapitated. In the moment before he was killed, his glaring eyes seemed to shout, "I am Fang Wei. I will defend the Fang clan." Countless members of the Fang clan wept with madness as they fought. One after another self-detonated, using that power to batter at the outsiders. Fang Yu was attacking like mad, just as everyone else was. Sun Hai was by her side. She was the true love of his life, and he would protect her even if he died doing so. Shielding her with his body, they slaughtered their way into the outsiders. Meng Hao's mother was standing there in a daze, her hand extended as if she were trying to grab hold of something. However, there was nothing there. She watched as her husband transformed into a blazing inferno, then into ash, taking numerous outsiders with him into death. Trembling, she smiled. It was a poignant smile, a soft smile, and at the same time, her eyes filled with both understanding and determination. "When we got married, you said that we would live together and die together. During Meng Hao's 7th-year tribulation, you said that together we would defy fate. That night you went, sword in hand, to cut down the vile clan members who persecuted Howard. You thought that I wasn't watching, but I was. You returned, soaked in blood, and wept softly as you looked over Howard as he slept. In the Tower of Tang, you stopped me from going to save him, but I knew that at the same time your heart was breaking. You were struggling just like I was, and I knew because when you held my hand, your hand was shaking even harder than mine. When Howard brought the clan to pay respects, you put on a casual front, but I know that you were more excited and proud than you had ever been. When you brought Sun Hai to meet us, I know that you had already run a thorough investigation on him. You wholeheartedly approved of your son-in-law because you realized how sincere his feelings were for you. To ensure that everyone revered and respected Howard, you had to pretend that you were awestruck. I know that you did that. For Howard, you aren't the type of person who is good at expressing himself, but I know that you love Howard and you just as much as I do. We were married on planet East Victory and sent to stand guard on planet South Heaven. We spent many years together, but today, you've gone. And I'll go with you because I remember that oath we made on the day we were married. We lived together, and we die together. Even as the booms echoed out on the battlefield, Meng Li turned to look at Meng Hao and Fang Yu, and she smiled. She was loath to part with them, but she understood the meaning of Fang Xiufeng's death. And so, she began to walk out onto the battlefield. Howard, you Flee from this place. It doesn't matter how. Get away. Flee and live. Meng Hao trembled as he watched his mother walk out into the outsider army. As they swept over her, a sudden explosion ripped through their ranks. Blue veins popped out on Meng Hao's face and neck. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was shaking so hard that wisps of smoke began to rise up from his head. Dad! Mom! Tears flowed down his face. He wanted to cry, and at the same time to laugh. He wanted to howl in anguish and roar in rage. However, all the sounds were stuck in his throat. In that moment, Meng Hao's world seemed to stop moving. His blood ceased flowing. Everything went still. The only sound that could be heard was the beating of his heart, which pounded like thunder. It filled his mind, as if it wished to burst out from within him, to sweep through the starry sky and put an end to everything. Suddenly, the cold voice of the female paragon echoed out. This planet will be destroyed. That man who just died was your father? And that woman who died with him was your mother? How amusing. Her words were like a key that unlocked the cage within which Meng Hao had been festering. He suddenly began to laugh, a laughter filled with misery, dementia, and defiance. Gone? Are they really gone? You people should die. You shall die. You must die. As Meng Hao laughed, tears of blood streamed down his face. He was shaking harder than ever now, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted out of him. When the female paragon heard his laughter, she shivered uncontrollably, and her heart seized. For some reason, she even felt a bit frightened. When the large-headed cultivator heard Meng Hao's laughter, his pupils constricted. Meng Hao slowly looked up, his eyes shining with grief as he looked out across the battlefield. You want to corrupt my Tao? You want to defile my blood? You want to befoul my soul? I was fighting back before. I didn't want that defilement. But now I think, maybe that was a mistake. Who cares about a bit of befoulment? Eyes shining with coldness and insanity, he embraced the grief, and suddenly, the look in his eyes transformed into something bizarrely shocking. Who cares about some defilement? I don't need my Tao. I don't need my blood. I don't need my soul. I only need to kill you people. Even as the words left his mouth, it was without the slightest hesitation that he stopped fighting back against the corruption and defilement within his blood. In the blink of an eye, he began to shake as the power of the curse transformed his blood, stained his soul, washed over his bones, and besmirched his Tao foundation. All of a sudden, the aura which erupted from within him was no longer that of the immortal realm or the ancient realm. Instead, it was some type of fusion and indescribable, unspeakable aura. It was a multifarious aura. Moments ago, it had been completely ordinary, but now it was almost diabolical. Before, it was pure and clean, but now it was corrupt and defiled. Black veins spread out across his face and then his entire body. His hair grew incredibly long, and shrill laughter rang out as he stood there shaking. As the laughter filled the air, he shattered his Tao foundation and his immortal meridians. The surrounding outsiders were completely and utterly shocked. They could sense something terrifying within Meng Hao, something that was neither immortal, god, nor devil. It was like a mutation, a shocking aura which had mutated out from an immortal. You, the female paragon said with a gasp. She seemed astonished, even incredulous. She was sure that her corruption magic shouldn't do anything like this. After unleashing it, the victim should have turned into a pool of defiled blood, but now, although Meng Hao clearly was being corrupted, he wasn't dying, but instead was undergoing some strange transmogrification. How could this be? She thought. Her scalp was tingling from the bizarre, indescribable sensation she was now getting from Meng Hao. It was almost as if heaven and earth were being affected, as if the starry sky were being influenced. All immortals, all gods, all cultivators, everything in existence could sense the incredible pressure coming from Meng Hao. What is that? The large-headed cultivator's eyes went wide, and he began to pant as he started at Meng Hao, his mind reeling. Rumbling could be heard as Meng Hao slowly looked up. His eyes were now bright red, not from being bloodshot, but because, in his pain and anguish, they had actually turned crimson. They were like gemstones, but if you looked at them long enough, they seemed like seas of blood. He had bright red eyes, skin covered with black veins, and long pitch-black hair. As he stood there, all creation seemed to be trembling, and ripples were surging out through the starry sky. At the same time, a sensation of utter terror began to rise up in the hearts of the outsiders. It was as if some sinister and mysterious pressure had suddenly begun to radiate out from Meng Hao. "The only person who knows what choice I made back then," he murmured, "is me." With that, he waved his hand, and his soul lamps suddenly appeared. They were different than before. These soul lamps burned with a mysterious, blue-violet flame. The blue-violet fire made no noise as it burned, and yet the entire starry sky shook. Both on planet South Heaven and outside of it, outsiders and cultivators alike, everyone, even the paragons, even Shui Donglu, felt a terrifying sensation. There was a devil, and there was a god who was half of an immortal. Furthermore, there ought to have been a true immortal. The Paragon Immortal realm was to be the birthplace of that immortal. Apparently, it had been foreordained that at some point in history, the immortal would open his eyes and stride forth to reach the ultimate peak of existence. The immortal was above the god and could suppress the devil. That was the legend which was spoken of. However, the truth was, what was being produced by the Paragon Immortal realm right now was not the immortal. It was the demon. The mountains and seas were the birthplace, and all the resources of heaven and earth were called upon to instigate this change with the immortal. He had watched his family self-detonate, and the starry sky shook. Amidst laughter and tears, the immortal became the demon. "The demon," murmured Shui Donglu, looking in the direction of planet South Heaven. "Now the aeon span has its demonic chi." One, the chaotic aura radiating off of Meng Hao could most rightly be described as demonic chi. Because the immortal had transformed, it was demonic chi. As of this moment, demonic chi raged beyond control. "Now, are you happy?" Meng Hao said, laughing a laughter that seemed like weeping. It was filled with something bizarre and subversive, and a towering rage that shook everything in the heavens. Fear gripped the hearts of the outsiders, and as for the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, their hearts welled up with grief and sorrow. "Now, are you at ease?" Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and everything in heaven and earth trembled as his energy rocketed up. As Meng Hao began to stride forward, his bizarre laughter contained an indescribable multifariousness, a madness, a coldness, the epitome of all contradiction. Even as he took his first step forward, several of his soul lamps winked out, and the fourth desolation began, the desolation of the soul. Normally speaking, the desolation of the soul was a tribulation that would be extremely difficult for ancient realm cultivators. However, Meng Hao's soul had already been defiled, so to him, this desolation counted for little. Both life and death were simply different types of transformations. The desolation of the soul was gone in an instant. Of his 33 soul lamps, only 18 were still lit. Originally, the smoke that came up from the soul lamps upon being extinguished should have been green. But now it was black. As the smoke shot toward Meng Hao, he absorbed it, and his hair grew even longer than before. More black veins snaked out across his skin. His eyes were bright, and he looked even more bizarrely demonic than before. As he stepped forth, he spoke, voice soft. "If you people are happy now, at ease, then that means it's time for me to be happy and at ease. It's time for all of you to die." As the female paragon hovered there, her pupils constricted with astonishment. She began to back up, and at the same time, hit her hand down onto the top of her head. Instantly, a swath of mist appeared above her, which transformed into a bell. The bell tolled, causing vibrations to spread out in all directions. Next, the female paragon lifted her hand up to strike the top of her head again. But before her hand could fall, Meng Hao's laughter filled her ears. It was like the sound of crying, filled with incredible bizarreness. "Hitting yourself? Let me help." Even as the words left his mouth, Meng Hao shot toward the female paragon. The large-headed cultivator's heart began to pound. Gritting his teeth, he shot toward Meng Hao to intercept him, unleashing a fist strike. However, Meng Hao's body distorted, and unexpectedly, he passed right through the large-headed cultivator, as if he didn't even exist. Completely ignoring him, he bore down on the female paragon. "And no!" she screamed, her eyes widening. Meng Hao's right hand then lifted up as he prepared to do exactly as he had said, and hit her head. When he struck her, a boom echoed out, and the female paragon's head actually exploded. Blood, brain matter, and rotten filth exploded out in all directions. And yet, Meng Hao didn't stop hitting. "I noticed that you hit yourself a few times. Allow me to help hit you a few more times." He continued to strike her again and again and again. Her body was collapsing, and she was dead, but he kept smashing his palm down over and over again, crying and laughing at the same time. Booms filled the air, and everyone watched as the female paragon's body was beaten into a bloody pulp by Meng Hao. Gasps rang out. Her screaming soul flew out from her destroyed body, but before she could flee, Meng Hao's hand shot out to grab her. She had already managed to put some distance between the two of them, but it was almost as if Meng Hao controlled all of heaven and earth, and his hand instantly closed around her. "Do you really dare to kill me?" she screamed, clearly terrified. Meng Hao looked at her with a bizarrely demonic smile that seemed to contain infinite weeping. "No, I don't," he said softly. Then, as all of the outsiders watched, as the large-headed cultivator and the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm looked on, Meng Hao took the female paragon's soul and popped it into his mouth. Simultaneously crying and laughing, he began to chew. He chomped down viciously over and over again as he ate her soul. Her blood-curdling screams echoed out clear for everyone to hear, and they were left trembling. The members of the Fong clan stood there quietly. Fatty and Meng Hao's other friends, as well as his sister, watched with sadness in their eyes. This Meng Hao seemed like a complete stranger to them, and yet they knew why he had changed in such a way. The only person who didn't have such a look in her eyes was Su Qing. Her expression was one of staunch determination. She was not shaken at all. Meng Hao looked around, chuckling and whimpering, his expression enough to strike astonishment into the hearts of all onlookers. Then he turned his gaze toward Su Qing and said, "Want some? It's yummy." Su Qing didn't hesitate for a moment before nodding. "If you are the immortal, I will join you. If you become the devil, I will join you. If you become the demon, I will join you." Meng Hao looked at Su Qing and laughed. It was hard to tell what he was thinking as he did, but tears could be seen in his eyes. However, those tears didn't spill. Not a drop fell down. The surrounding outsiders were trembling, and without even thinking about it, they began to back up. The large-headed cultivator's heart was pounding, and just as he was preparing to flee, Meng Hao suddenly turned to look at him. "And what about you? Why were you helping her? I can tell that you have a powerful karma thread attached to you. It's too bad it's so faint. It's also too bad that you chose to come looking for death." As he spoke those last words, Meng Hao's face twisted viciously. A moment ago, his expression had been a mixture of laughing and crying, but now it was distorted in rage. He looked purely fiendish as a black fog suddenly erupted out from inside of him. Then, he shot toward the large-headed cultivator. The large-headed cultivator's scalp tingled as he fell back as fast as he could. However, he couldn't match Meng Hao in terms of speed. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao had overtaken him, and they were both surrounded by black fog. Screams echoed out, along with Meng Hao's bizarre weeping laughter. Occasional booms could be heard, which caused all hearts to tremble. It was impossible to tell what was happening inside of the black fog. Not even Shui Donglu could see through it. The rest of the battlefield was dead silent. All eyes were fixed upon the black fog. Soon a figure barreled out. It was the large-headed cultivator. His eyes had been ripped out of their sockets, and one still dangled there, swinging back and forth. His ears had been torn off, and he was covered with wounds. Most shocking of all was that a gaping bite mark could be seen on his neck, which spurted with blood. His face was twisted with fear, and he screamed as he fled. Apparently, whatever had happened inside that fog left him completely and utterly shaken. Everyone looked on at what was happening, completely flabbergasted. Finally, Meng Hao emerged from the fog. He appeared to be injured, and blood was seeping down his chin. However, his laughter and weeping continued to echo out. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes seemed to glow even redder than before. Chuckling and whimpering, he said, "I can't actually beat you now, but if you get close enough, I will eat you." When the fleeing large-headed cultivator heard his words, he shivered, clearly scared out of his mind. "And then we get to you people," Meng Hao said, turning his head toward the outsiders surrounding Planet South Heaven. They were all trembling, and it was hard to say who did it first, but they all began to flee. All of the outsiders near Planet South Heaven took to flight, surging away from the planet like a receding tide. Meng Hao's weeping laughter filled the air as he shot toward the retreating army. Instantly, screams began to rise up as countless outsiders met their end. Those who were far away he killed. Those who were near he ate. Blood spread out everywhere, and the gruesome sight of the battlefield filled the outsiders with such extreme terror that they fled en masse. One single person drove an army of millions of outsiders away from Planet South Heaven. Meng Hao's clothes were drenched in blood, and the most piercing sound on the entire battlefield was his weeping laughter. His aura was bizarre and multifarious, and it left Paragon Sea-Dream and everyone else completely rattled. As for the rest of the army of outsiders around the Ninth Mountain, the ones who hadn't attacked Planet South Heaven, they were looking at Meng Hao with astonishment and terror. A lunatic. He's completely insane. His dad and mom died. His clan members were killed, and it drove him crazy. What is he? The demon? Is he the legendary entity was supposedly going to be born in the Paragon Immortal realm? The demon? Damn it, this is the demon that the Immortal God realm and the Devil realm were hoping would appear when they changed things? They're going to be sorry. As the outsiders trembled, the 8 Essences male Paragon looked at Meng Hao, and an incredible coldness rose up within him. Even Dao Feng was panting as he stared at Meng Hao. He had to admit that, as of this moment, Meng Hao's energy was completely astonishing. "One person can't win a war," Meng Hao said. "But you people have pushed things too far." Laughing and crying, his hair whipping about him, looking more bizarre than ever, he bared his teeth and looked at Dao Feng and the 8 Essences Paragon. "I can't beat you people now, but what I can do is eat you." With that, he took a step forward, looking more bizarrely demonic than ever. "Who told you to provoke me? Does this make you happy? Are you at ease now?" Meng Hao's strange voice echoed out across the battlefield, causing all outsiders to tremble. Even the most powerful experts were shocked. "Parlor tricks," snorted the 8 Essences Paragon, suddenly advancing toward Meng Hao. Paragon Sea-Dream was about to try to intercept him when, to her shock, the Paragon puppet held out its hand to block her path. Sea-Dream gaped as she looked at the Paragon puppet to confirm that its eyes really were those of Meng Hao. At the same time, the large-headed cultivator was shaking as he fled, trailing black fog. However, he was far enough from the battlefield, and people were so focused on Meng Hao that nobody was paying any attention to him anymore. As the 8 Essences Paragon closed in on Meng Hao, the power of all his essences erupted out. However, in almost the exact same instant, Meng Hao clenched his fist, and suddenly his aura changed. No longer was he laughing and crying. Instead, he seemed completely and utterly domineering. That domineering air placed him as the most important entity in existence. As he unleashed his fist strike, it was as if the vast expanse itself would bow to his energy. As they closed in on each other, Meng Hao's energy erupted as he unleashed one god-slaying fist after another. After another, he threw his head back and roared, taking 7 steps and unleashing a punch with each step. It was none other than the 7 god steps, which caused his energy to rocket up, until he took his 7th step and unleashed his 7th punch, whereupon his domineering air spiked. It was as if he had superseded the starry sky, become the center of all attention, as if he were so utterly mad that he would kill his opponent even if he died in the process. This was in such sharp contrast to the previous laughing and crying that the 8 Essences Paragon could never have predicted that something like this would happen. In the blink of an eye, the two met and began to fight. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as his aura changed once again. It was no longer domineering. It was now murderous. Apparently, he was completely oblivious to his injuries, like a wild animal who didn't even care if his body collapsed. He pounced toward the 8 Essences Paragon with shocking speed, mouth gaping as he attempted to take a bite out of the man's head. The Paragon was astounded and fell back immediately, but Meng Hao's mouth still landed on his arm, and a huge chunk of flesh was ripped off. Meng Hao then turned to look at him, his eyes red, his hair flying about, and he looked like nothing more than a rabid beast. "You," the Paragon said, heart thumping. Meng Hao began to chortle as he leapt forth in attack yet again, ignoring any injuries and ignoring any possibility of dying. He seemed completely and utterly insane, his eyes shining with brutal ferocity, totally oblivious to life and death, completely willing to end in mutual destruction. The Paragon was deeply alarmed. "Insane!" he cried, backing up. "You're completely insane." However, Meng Hao's aura then changed again. A pure, righteous, and noble immortal chi erupted from within him. However, he still looked just as ferocious as before, like a fierce beast. And, when an immortal is enraged, the heavens collapse, and earth is shattered. Meng Hao stood there in grand fashion, immortal chi flowing around him, essence power swirling as he performed an incantation gesture and unleashed numerous magical techniques. Mountains descended, the Paragon Bridge crushed down, and a windstorm screamed, transforming into lightning. Magical techniques flew out at high speed, making him almost like a sea of magic as he charged toward the Paragon. The lightning cauldron even appeared, and after performing a teleportation, an azure rock slashed at the Paragon from behind in a vicious attack. The man's face fell, and just when he was about to counterattack, Meng Hao suddenly loosened his fist, allowing the man to strike him. His right arm exploded into a cloud of gore, and half of his body was destroyed, and yet he accomplished his goal of getting close to the Paragon. Chuckling and whimpering, he ferociously bit down onto the Paragon's throat and ripped the flesh out. The man screamed miserably, flinging Meng Hao away from him and shooting backward, simultaneously clasping his hand down over the wound on his throat. He wanted to speak, to say something, but the sound wouldn't come out. As of this moment, his expression was one of complete stupefaction and terror. It was rare for him to find an enemy on the battlefield who he truly feared, but as of this moment he was terrified of Meng Hao. That was even more so the case when Meng Hao licked his lips and began to close in on him again. The man's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode, and he suddenly recalled what Meng Hao had said only moments ago. "I can't beat you people now, but what I can do is eat you." What is he, damn it? He thought. The immortal god realm and the devil realm induced a change in the immortal, but what exactly appeared in its place? He's even more terrifying than the immortal. He stared at Meng Hao, raging inwardly, and was just about to fall back when suddenly, his face flickered. He looked down at some of his wounds and noticed that they were black, and that the blackness was spreading. "A curse!" he exclaimed, face flickering. "No, not a curse. That's just my hatred." Meng Hao chuckled, whimpered, and then charged forward. The Paragon's face turned grim, and he let out an enraged shout as his body began to wither. At the same time, his nascent divinity emerged, leaving his body behind and fleeing, unwilling to have any further contact with Meng Hao. "Insane!" he cried. "You're completely insane." Laughing at the sight of the fleeing Paragon, Meng Hao turned to look at Dao Fong and said, "Don't get near me." Dao Fong shivered and began to back up, his scalp numb. If Meng Hao's cultivation base were significantly weaker than theirs, it wouldn't be so frightening, but he was clearly just a hair below them. All of the bizarre multifariousness, and the pressure weighing down from his aura, made it difficult for them to unleash their full potential. Most importantly, they simply weren't as vicious as Meng Hao. He was so insane that he didn't even care if he died. as long as he could bite down on some flesh and blood. Dao Feng couldn't shake the scene of the terrifying look on the face of the female paragon's soul as it was devoured. He suddenly had the feeling that the immortal god realm and the devil realm had made a mistake. Perhaps the true immortal possessed power that placed it above the god, a power that could suppress the devil, but it was still possible to defeat that immortal in battle. In contrast, this demon, despite having just been born, despite not being strong enough yet to throw the vast expanse into chaos, had already shown how potentially terrifying he was. That was even more so when Meng Hao's arm began to regrow in front of all eyes and rapidly reappeared like new. That left Dao Feng completely shaken. As of this moment, the paragons were fleeing the battlefield, the large-headed cultivator was fleeing, and the army was also fleeing. All of that was because of the sudden transformation, the sudden birth of the demon. Meng Hao technically wasn't very powerful at the moment, but for all intents and purposes, he might as well be. His laughter drifted out, becoming crying, and he trembled. In the madness of that laughter, he seemed to be laughing at himself and crying for his relatives. Everyone who heard it sank into silence, outsiders, mountain and sea cultivators, and Shui Donglu alike. Meng Hao, Feng Yu said, trembling in Sun Hai's arms. She looked at her little brother, at Meng Hao, and her heart twinged with pain. Their parents were gone, and Meng Hao was now her only blood relative. Fatty wept as he looked at Meng Hao. He wanted to say something, but wasn't sure what. All he knew was that looking at Meng Hao like this filled him with pain. Then there was Chun Fan, and Meng Hao's master pill demon, and further off in the distance, Kujusi, who had a torn look in his eyes. Everyone who was still alive on planet South Heaven was watching Meng Hao. They saw his demonic chi, they saw how terrifying he was, and they saw that laughing, crying expression. Shui Donglu, maybe you're really 9 seals, and maybe you aren't. Whoever you are, your machinations swept up me, my grandpa Meng, my grandpa Feng, and my parents. The mountain and sea realm is in ruins, and planet South Heaven is virtually destroyed. I have become the demon. Presumably, the time has come to carry out your final plan. Meng Hao looked up into the starry sky, his voice resonating oddly as he gazed at the heavens. The starry sky trembled as Shui Donglu appeared. In another direction, Dao Feng and the 8 Essences Paragon were consumed by terror and began to flee, allowing Paragon Sea Dream and Meng Hao's Paragon Puppet to approach Shui Donglu. The Paragon Puppet's eyes were bright red. Meng Hao's transformation had affected its aura as well. It stood there, eyes filled with a bizarre, demonic gleam as it looked at Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu remained silent for a long moment, a torn expression on his face. Finally, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. I've made many plans and many preparations, and many are dead and gone because of them. I implore you to let all of that go. As for me, my conscience is clear when it comes to the mountain and sea realm. I only feel guilty about the Feng clan. Your Feng clan is an all-heaven clan, with an extraordinary bloodline. After arriving in the mountain and sea realm, your first-generation patriarch acquired heaven-defying good fortune which changed the all-heaven bloodline. Because of the multiple lives offered by the Nirvana fruit, the Feng clan bloodline became the most suitable for my designs. Furthermore, you are the epitome and culmination of the Feng clan bloodline. Therefore, Meng Hao cut in. My so-called 7th-year tribulation was actually orchestrated by you. He swished his sleeve, and the odd way his voice seemed to contain both laughter and crying was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel unsettled. After a moment, Shui Donglu nodded. Your 7th-year tribulation was caused by me. I was the one who arranged for your grandpa Meng to become a mountain and sea lord, and it was I who extracted your grandpa Feng's soul and placed it into the heaven-severing scripture. I also arranged everything that happened with your parents. I was the one who sent them to stand guard over planet South Heaven. That was because their souls were the most likely to become the propelling souls. Even the enmity between the Ji clan and your Feng clan was set up by me. Your cultivation of the hexing magics of the League of Demon Sealers was my doing. My purpose in all of this was for you to become the new will of the mountains and seas, or perhaps the immortal. However, along the way you changed your own fate. Throughout my life, I never let the mountains and seas down. I did let the Fong clan down. However, your grandpa Fong isn't really dead. And in some ways, your parents aren't dead either. Soon, if my plan succeeds, I will destroy myself in front of you. I will dig out my heart and offer my life as a sacrifice to the blood of the Fong clan. If my plan fails, then I will still wipe out my own soul fire to help you get what you want. All of my plans were centered around the Fong clan's nirvanic rebirth. Even as the words left his mouth, Shui Donglu suddenly looked up toward the apex of the starry sky, and a mad fire seemed to be burning in his eyes. It was in that exact same moment that the highest point of the starry sky suddenly distorted and twisted, and the starry sky even seemed to melt. Then it spread apart to reveal a portion of the vast expanse beyond. There was also an enormous land mass speeding forward, a continent. The land mass was gargantuan and was filled with innumerable mountains and seas. Up in front were 9 huge suns, dragging it along. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions as it approached the mountain and sea realm at incredible speed. It was none other than the immortal god continent. This was one of the 2 major powers which had destroyed the Paragon immortal realm, the immortal god realm. Each of those 9 suns emanated the aura of a paragon. Thunderous rumbling echoed out, the starry sky melted, and the 9th mountain shook. Even just the mere pressure which was weighing down was enough to threaten to destroy the 9th mountain. The mountain and sea cultivators' minds were spinning as they stared in shock at what was happening. As for Meng Hao, he looked up and stared at the source of the chaos in the starry sky. The enormous, shocking land mass. An enormous statue was visible on that land mass, depicting a man with a calm expression and ordinary features. However, the pressure that radiated off of him was impossible to describe. Almost in the same instant that Meng Hao saw the statue, his eyes narrowed. This statue looked familiar to him. It looked exactly like the statue of the black-robed slaughter from Echelon Cultivator Dao Heaven's Paragon Magic. The only difference was that apparently, the 2 of them had different personalities. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the 9 suns all appeared within the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm. Behind them, innumerable cultivators could be seen on the land mass, patiently waiting in battle formation, apparently completely prepared to wage war. Scintillating energy filled the air, as though this land were the king of all heaven and earth, to whom myriad worlds would prostrate, with boundless immortal chi and towering godly power. Could shake the vast expanse, change time, and alter space. It could even look down upon the great Taos of heaven and earth. From the look of it, not even the vast expanse could cause this world to feel fear. It was as if it were the pinnacle force in the starry sky. Compared to it, the 33 heavens were like nothing. Suddenly, an icy cold voice echoed out from the huge land mass to fill the whole mountain and sea realm. Paragon Immortal Realm, hand over the precious treasure, destroy your immortal meridians, and become a lower realm. You have no hope of winning this war. A moment later, the voice of a woman could be heard, somewhat suspicious, but also seemingly pleased. What is that aura, demon? Chuckling and whimpering, Meng Hao swished his sleeve, and as he looked up at the boundless land mass up above, his eyes glowed with a more intense redness than before. He licked his lips, and an air of madness began to emanate out. "Are you people happy now too?" he murmured. "Are you at ease?" The descent of the huge landmass caused the mountain and sea realm cultivators to awaken from their shock from what had just occurred with Meng Hao. The astonishing landmass caused them to feel pressure like heavenly might. Despair instantly rose up in the hearts and minds of the cultivators, and simultaneously, the army of outsiders began to tremble, quickly edged backward, and then dropped to their knees to kowtow. The 8 Essences Paragon had a very serious look on his face, and inwardly, he was sighing with relief. He really had no desire to tangle further with Meng Hao in combat. Meng Hao was like a nightmare, and thus, He couldn't be happier to clasp hands and bow deeply to the incoming land mass. Only Dao Feng reacted differently. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and he didn't so much as bend his waist as he stood there. In fact, a slight glimmer of displeasure appeared in his eyes. It was at this point that Shui Donglu began to laugh loudly, and his eyes glittered as he watched the immortal god continent descending, and more specifically, one corner of it that was already completely within the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm. Even as his laughter echoed out, he suddenly spoke. "You owe me. One attack. Sever the corner of that land mass." Even as Shui Donglio's voice echoed about like thunder, a black-robed figure appeared at the apex of the starry sky, right near the corner of the land mass that was jutting into the mountain and sea realm. He was blurry, making it impossible to see his face clearly. However, as soon as he appeared, an enormous murderous aura roiled out, shaking heaven and earth. Even the huge land mass began to vibrate. The black-robed man calmly lifted his hand into the air, then chopped it down toward the huge land mass. It was impossible to determine exactly the quantity or nature of the divine abilities and magical techniques he used. But that simple chopping motion caused the entire land mass to shake violently. Countless cultivators immediately began to cry out in alarm, and numerous shocking defensive mechanisms were unleashed, defenses that even a paragon would be hard-pressed to obliterate. In fact, those defenses were what had made this land mass virtually invincible on its journeys through the vast expanse. But now they seemed to do no good. They could do nothing to defend against this blow, and in fact, an enormous crevice opened up on the corner of the land mass that was inside the mountain and sea realm's starry sky. The crevice grew wider, turning into a vast gulch. Mountains toppled, seas were parted, and plains were shattered. In the blink of an eye, that huge corner of the land mass, which was larger by far than any of the 33 heavens, began to completely tear away from the land mass as a whole. The land mass was being split apart. The entire world was completely shaken. The outsider's jaws dropped, and the 8 essences paragon stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Dao Feng was so shocked that his fur stood on end. Only Meng Hao reacted differently. The flames of madness in his eyes burned bright, and he began to cackle uproariously. That chopping motion severed an entire section of the huge land mass, which was something that caused the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm and the forces of the 33 heavens to gasp in incredulity. The cultivators of the immortal god realm were dumbstruck, and the entire land mass was completely shaken. For something like this to happen went completely beyond the expectations of the cultivators there, and they didn't even have time to react to it. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the severed corner of the landmass lost its ability to sustain flight and began to fall down toward the mountain and sea realm. The countless cultivators on that corner instantly flew out, and at the same time, the black-robed man turned to leave. The entire time, he hadn't spoken a single word. Neither had anyone seen his face. The immortal god continent had only just appeared and was already severely damaged, leaving them in a complete rage. "Think you can just leave?" Someone roared as more than 10 figures charged toward him. Shockingly, 9 of those figures were the ones within the suns, and the entire group all erupted with paragon power. As they closed in, the black-robed man frowned and stopped in place. Then he turned his head, allowing the paragon-level experts to see his face. It was none other than Slaughter. In that moment, the numerous paragons felt their minds spinning, as though countless lightning bolts were striking them. They all lurched to a stop, gasping, expressions of complete disbelief covering their faces as they began to cry out. "Patriarch! What? The Patriarch? It's the Patriarch!" Even as their shocked voices rang out over the immortal god continent, more figures emerged and sped toward the area. There were men and women, old-timers and youngsters, but all of them were extremely powerful. Slaughter didn't do anything more than look at them before striding off and vanishing. "Success or failure will be determined by this one opportunity," Shui Donglu said, swishing his sleeve and looking in the direction of the rest of the land masses belonging to the 33 heavens. "Windswept, when do you plan to make your move if not now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, The 8 Essences Paragon's face flickered, as did those of the other outsider experts in the army. They had been aware that Windswept could be a traitor, and had even prepared for such an outcome. However, Shui Donglio's words seemed to be filled with complete and utter confidence. It was at this point that rumbling began to echo out from the 33 heavens, as all of the land masses began to tilt on their sides. It was impossible to determine how the windswept Imperial Lord was doing this, or how he had slipped free from the guard of the outsider experts. However, it didn't really matter what price he had paid, or how Shui Donglu might have helped him. What mattered was that the 33rd heaven, the 32nd heaven, the 31st heaven, in fact, all of the remaining heavenly land masses, began to rumble and shoot toward the severed corner of the enormous land mass which was falling down through the starry sky. This scene caused the mountain and sea cultivators' hearts to tremble. A collective gasp could be heard from the outsider army. The 8 Essences Paragon was enraged, and even the monkey Dao Fong was astonished. The experts from the Immortal God continent had exactly the same reaction, and quickly tried to unleash their power to interfere. However, Slaughter's strike had not just severed the corner, it had also contained some sort of sealing power which was just enough to prevent the experts from the Immortal God continent from doing anything. It was in that exact same moment that the heavenly land masses began to slam into the severed corner of the Immortal God continent. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out that could shake heaven and earth as the severed portion of the land mass was crushed into rubble. Simultaneously, the heavenly land masses were also destroyed, transforming into nothing more than ash. The collision caused all of the immortal chi which had been part of that corner of the land mass to be released into the mountain and sea realm, immortal chi that was so powerful it was difficult to put into words. The land masses of the 33 heavens which were destroyed also unleashed an aura which merged with that immortal chi, filling the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm. As soon as those auras merged, a huge blast resulted, which ripped open part of the starry sky, and beyond it, the vast expanse. This was what really mattered. What really mattered was this unprecedented blow struck by the land masses. Amidst rumbling sounds, an enormous hole was opened up. Instantly, the starry sky trembled, and the outsiders were thrown into shock. The 8 Essences Paragon was astonished, and the experts on the Immortal God continent let out incredulous shouts. They're opening the seal. They're going to make a run for it. From the look of it, that hole opened up into a tunnel. The seal was the most critical factor in Shui Donglio's plan. In addition to the 33 heavens and Dao Fong, there was something else suppressing the mountain and sea realm. A seal left behind by the 2 powerful forces which had fought the Paragon Immortal Realm. That was the key, and that seal's name was the Aeon Span. It actually didn't exist within the mountain and sea realm itself, but outside of the 33 heavens. Also, only the arrival of the Immortal God continent, and the pressure which came with it, could make the invisible Aeon Span appear in the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm. This was the very moment that Shui Donglu had been waiting for. Tearing open that seal required a blow from a powerful land mass, like what had just happened. In addition, the auras of both the 33 heavens and the Immortal God realm needed to be fused with demonic chi. Those 3 types of energy, when merged together, could weaken the Aeon Span. Missing even one of them was unacceptable. But with all of them together, along with the force produced by continents colliding, a hole could be opened. That was the purpose of Windswept's traitorous act, and that was the purpose of Slaughter severing a corner of the land mass. All of that was necessary to break open the seal. It required meticulous planning, and the perfect amount of elements involved. It required calculating exactly how many of the heavenly land masses were required, as well as the exact size of the corner of the Immortal God continent that needed to be severed. Shui Donglu had prepared for countless years for this very moment. He had sent many people to attack the 33 heavens, to die fighting Dao Fong, all to measure the exact extent of the Aeon Span. In the end, all the scattered information that had been gathered were pieced together to form a precise answer to the question. And that was merely the first phase of Shui Donglio's plan. Suddenly, his words rang out to the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. What I cared about regarding this war was neither how each battle in the war progressed, nor whether we would ultimately be victorious, he murmured. Rather, I cared about how to preserve the mountain and sea realm. From the very beginning, I needed to accomplish 3 tasks. The first task was to draw out the war until the immortal god continent arrived. Yes, I was sure that they would be the first to arrive. The second task was to preserve the true resources of the mountains and seas until their arrival. Even at the cost of innumerable lives, it was important to save the final salvo for the critical moment. Because of that, many cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were sacrificed. All for the future. There was no one above sacrifice. All of you, and even me. All of that sacrifice was necessary to fuel the third phase of my plan. You can't blame me for keeping so many cards up my sleeves. I hid everything and deceived everyone. The third task I needed to accomplish in this war was the part of the plan that involved Planet South Heaven and the Fong clan. There is a seal in place on Planet South Heaven that mountain and sea cultivators cannot affect. It was necessary for me to use the outsiders to destroy it. Don't forget, Planet South Heaven is also known as the Door of South Heaven. The power to propel the wings could not come from Fong Shufeng and his wife alone. Every flap of the wings drains massive amount of soul power. Those souls are the souls of the 99% of the mountain and sea cultivators who have died in the fighting. In the end, they had to die, and they had to die before the immortal god continent arrived. If they died too late, there wouldn't be enough time to absorb them and propel the wings. Shui Donglio's voice seemed to be filled with grief, a grief which was reflected in the glow of his eyes. I'm sorry, I've been keeping so much hidden from you. The price to be paid was the lives of 99% of the mountain and sea realm. If we succeed, then the mountain and sea realm can escape from this war and fly to freedom. If we fail, then my Tao will be destroyed, and I will fight to the death. Shui Donglu flicked his sleeve. As the hole opened up in the starry sky, the surrounding outsider army was shocked, and the powerful experts from the immortal god continent instantly went on guard. Then, Shui Donglu raised his hands high above his head. Mountain and sea realm, awaken! The instant the words left his mouth, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted out from Shui Donglu. Energy surged out as the second phase of his plan was unfurled. As his energy erupted out, and his voice echoed through the starry sky, the pressure weighing down from the immortal god continent actually caused the crumbled ninth mountain to suddenly emit massive rumbling sounds and reappear whole within the starry sky. The ninth mountain stood just as it had before. Within the celestial pond, the Xuanwu turtle howled, but this time, it didn't just make noise. This time, shocking energy erupted off of the body of the Xuanwu turtle itself. At the same time, the 8th mountain, 7th mountain, 6th mountain, 5th mountain, all of the mountains which had been destroyed in the war, reappeared for all to see, erect within the starry sky, radiating intense energy. When the first mountain appeared, all 9 mountains could be seen. It was as if they hadn't even sustained a scratch of damage. Apparently, what had been destroyed were mere projections. This was Shui Donglio's plan. To completely fool the outsiders, as well as the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm had not been destroyed. Next, the first sea appeared, then the second sea, the third sea, and so on until 8 seas could be seen, pulsing with boundless power that caused the starry sky to tremble. The outsiders were flabbergasted and couldn't believe what they were seeing. There was one sea missing, the 9th sea. It really had turned traitor, and was now sitting there uneasily among the outsider army. Within the same army, the 8 essences paragon's face turned grim to the extreme. Off to the side, the monkey Dao Feng's eyes were glowing brightly with shock and fear. Now it makes sense. When I destroyed that mountain with my staff, I couldn't help but wonder why the mountains were so weak. No wonder. And here I thought the mountain and sea realm was weak. How could I ever have imagined that I was so far from the truth? Dao Feng clenched his right hand into a fist. The feeling of being completely and utterly made a fool of filled his eyes with murderous rage. Meng Hao's laughter suddenly ceased, and no sounds of crying could be heard. He was suddenly very quiet, as though his aura had returned to its normal state. However, his eyes were just as red as ever, indicating that henceforth, he was not an immortal, but a demon. He looked at the newly reformed mountain and sea realm, which seemed even more intensely real than the mountain and sea realm which he knew. There was a boundlessness to it, something that seemed to conform perfectly with the boundless domineering nature of Paragon 9 Seals, who had created it. Although this development was surprising, after thinking about it for a moment, Meng Hao realized that it was all within the purview of predictability. However, things weren't over yet. The resources of the mountain and sea realm weren't limited to this. The destroyed sun and moon suddenly reappeared, and all of a sudden, Meng Hao realized that the bow he had was not the true precious treasure. It was only a projection. When the sun reappeared, the bow projection turned into a beam of light that shot back to the sun itself. Furthermore, the precious treasure that Xitigarbha had acquired from the moon did the same thing as it returned to the moon. The sun and the moon began to shine with brilliant light, filling the starry sky with boundless radiance. The surviving cultivators of the mountain and sea realm stared with overt shock. It was as if the pressure weighing down on the realm had finally reached the point where it couldn't be sustained anymore, causing the whole world to erupt. Rumbling could be heard as the immortal ancient Taoist rite appeared. It was as if time were changing. An enormous coffin rose up, glittering with immortal light. It slowly began to open, and a withered hand reached up from within and grasped the side of the coffin. Then an old man pulled himself to his feet. Instantly, the aura of an 8 essences paragon erupted out, causing a gasp to rise up from the outsider army. The outsider's 8 essences paragon stared with wide eyes, and Dao Feng's pupils constricted. "Taoist immortal ancient," said an ancient voice from the immortal god continent. The old man standing up from within the coffin was none other than Taoist immortal ancient, who was second only to 9 seals in the Paragon immortal realm. His cultivation base was at the 8 essences level, but he actually stood on the very cusp of 9 essences. As that happened, one of the other 3 great Taoist societies, the 9 Seas God World, summoned numerous god doors. As they opened, countless figures appeared, clad in brown armor, radiating ancient, murderous auras. Apparently, they had been asleep for a very long time, but had now awakened, and were slowly appearing. Dozens of them could be seen, and each one erupted with the pressure of an imperial lord. It was an ancient, primeval aura that not even Wang Yukai and the other newly raised imperial lords could match up to. Next was the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Massive rumbling could be heard as 1 billion swords materialized, which shot forth to swirl around the mountain and sea realm. Each one of those 1 billion swords contained an ancient soul, which were none other than the souls of the cultivators who had died when the catastrophe struck the Paragon immortal realm. They had been sleeping up until this moment, but now they were awake. Things weren't over yet. The mountain and sea realm continued to rumble as 3 temples appeared, which shone with boundless light and the power of scriptures. These were the temples of the 3 great doyens, and also the origin of the 3 classic scriptures. It was also in this very moment that a completely shocking will swept through the starry sky. It was none other than the will of the mountains and seas. It had been slowly weakened from the beginning of the war until it finally dispersed. But as of this moment, it had formed back together to shocking effect. It was far more powerful than it had been before. This was the true and authentic will of the mountains and seas. The pressure weighing down caused all of the outsiders in the mountain and sea realm to reel from astonishment, blood spraying out of their mouths. Regardless of the levels of their cultivation base, they fell back in shock. That was even more true of the 8 essences Paragon and Dao Feng, both of whom looked completely crestfallen. The 8 essences Paragon muttered. And yet, the mountain and sea realm's resources were still abundant, and continued to erupt out. A roaring sound echoed out from the first sea as the sea water churned. Shockingly, a huge giant rose up from the depths of the seafloor. It was enormous, and its body was covered with countless glowing white designs. Heaven and earth cowered beneath it, and most notable of all was that its face had 3 eyes. It extended its hand and made a grasping motion, and in response, a beam of light shot out from the first mountain, within which was a gigantic battle axe. The giant grabbed the battle axe and then let out a powerful roar. Cries of shocked alarm rang out from the immortal god continent. A three-eyed god. The three-eyed god tribe was from one of the few lower realms who had chosen not to rebel. Their battle prowess was strong, and in fact they had fought fiercely with the god tribes of the immortal god continent. The resources of the mountains and seas exploded out. Rumbling sounds echoed out as heaven and earth dimmed. The starry sky trembled, and everything shook violently. Next, beams of light shot out from the second mountain, and as the second sea churned, a war chariot appeared, completely vicious in appearance and emanating a boundless glow, as well as ghastly coldness. Apparently, this war chariot could pierce the souls of paragons. In the blink of an eye, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth mountains, and their respective seas, all unleashed powerful resources. Some of them came from the mountains, some from the planets themselves. Astonishingly, a completely domineering river of reincarnation flowed out from the fourth mountain. Soaring energy and countless roars echoed out from within the mountain and sea realm, causing widespread shock among the outsiders. From the 9 mountains, the 9 Xuanwu turtles roared forth, energy surging, eyes brimming with killing intent that caused the starry sky to tremble. It was also in this moment that, outside of the 9th mountain, planet South Heaven began to rumble. Shui Donglio's eyes shone with a bright light. And now, the third phase of the plan shall begin. The butterfly beneath planet South Heaven shall be released. He quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then threw his head back and howled. The sound echoed out, causing planet South Heaven to tremble. It had already been on the verge of collapse, but now it completely fell apart. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard as it collapsed into clouds of rubble that spread out in all directions, revealing 100,000 motes of black light inside. Instantly, they shot out, howling with ferocity and a thirst for blood. It was as if a cage had been opened, unleashing a massive beast. Those motes of light were actually 100,000 monstrous devils. During the catastrophe that had befallen the Paragon Immortal realm, they had been taken captive in battle. Then, their minds were replaced and filled with an understanding of only one thing: killing. 100,000 terrifying howls echoed out, and 100,000 pairs of crimson eyes burned. Originally, they had no formation or order, but then the will of the mountains and seas took control, sending one group toward the army of outsiders, and the other toward the apex of the starry sky and the immortal god continent. Things weren't over yet, though. After the 100,000 devils were released from within the rubble of planet South Heaven, something else appeared within the darkness. It was a butterfly. When the butterfly flew out, it didn't seem very large. However, in the blink of an eye, it began to grow like mad until it was huge. Soon, it was as big as a planet, and even then, it didn't seem like it had reached its limit. The instant the butterfly appeared, the army of outsiders erupted into pandemonium. A look of incredulity appeared on the face of the 8 Essences Paragon, and Dao Feng gasped as though his mind were being struck by lightning. The immortal god continent was also shaken, and when the powerful experts there saw the butterfly, their pupils constricted. Devil butterfly, a devil realm world butterfly. When the devil realm came, one of their world butterflies was supposedly destroyed. Who could ever have guessed that it didn't actually die, but instead was imprisoned here? Its mind was erased, and it became part of the immortal world. They actually want to use this world butterfly to break free from the battlefield. But that's impossible. In the grand scheme of things, Devil Realm world butterflies are vitally important. There were only 9 of them, and even if the immortal world subjugated one, it would be extremely difficult to control. Wait. Look closely. That butterfly is actually dead. Countless voices erupted out in discussion. By this point, people were able to deduce Shui Donglio's true plan. He planned to use this world butterfly as the new version of the mountain and sea realm to pass through that tunnel to leave the battlefield. If he succeeded, then the mountain and sea realm would have neither won the war nor lost it. However, it would gain a chance to survive, to develop, and to thrive once more. As soon as the butterfly appeared, it became clear that, just as people were saying, it was actually dead. Its eyes were blank, and there didn't appear to be even the slightest sign of life force upon it. It truly was dead. But then, the butterfly's wings began to slowly fill with life force, and then were propelled first down and then up. Meng Hao had long since waved his sleeve and extracted everyone from the crumbling and ruined planet South Heaven. He now hovered in the starry sky, looking down at the ruins, a laughing, crying expression on his face as he looked at the 100,000 devils charging into battle, and the huge butterfly. When his gaze came to rest on the butterfly itself, his heart suddenly seized. He stopped laughing, stopped crying, and even the redness of his eyes flickered. There was a familiarity to the aura on the butterfly, something that he would never be able to forget for his entire life. A tremor ran through him. Off to the side, Feng Yu's eyes went wide as she stared at the butterfly, shivering. Dad? And Mom? As Meng Hao stared at the butterfly, he could clearly sense the aura of his father, Feng Xiufeng, upon the left wing of the butterfly. Furthermore, the right wing contained the life force of his mother, Meng Li. Just as Shui Donglu had said, his parents weren't actually dead. In a certain way, they had been given new lives as the wings of this butterfly. Every flap of the wings of that butterfly was like an embrace shared between them. Gradually, Meng Hao caught sight of the image of his father and mother holding each other. Then they turned to look at him, their expressions warm and kind. They were even smiling, and it was a smile that caused tears to well up in Meng Hao's eyes. By this point, he was absolutely sure beyond the shadow of a doubt that he really was sensing the auras of his father and mother. It was also at this point that Shui Donglio's voice echoed out again. Mountain and sea cultivators, come immediately to the mountain and sea butterfly. Henceforth, the bloodline members of the Feng clan are the guardians of the mountains and seas. The moment Shui Donglio's voice rang out, the wings of the butterfly separated, whereupon a boundless gravitational force erupted out, grabbing a hold of all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. The instant that force wrapped around them, they were pulled from all directions toward the butterfly. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the wings, and when they reappeared, they were in a new world. This was the new immortal world. All of the people who were standing near Meng Hao, including Su Qing, Pill Demon, Fatty, Feng Yu, Sun Hai, and even Patriarch Reliance, were instantly absorbed into the butterfly to appear within that new world. As for Meng Hao, he neared, but did not step onto the butterfly itself. He remained off to the side to stand guard, to defend this world that contained his loved ones, his friends, and the Feng clan. The butterfly began to pick up speed as it shot toward the hole in the starry sky. Shui Donglu, Sea Dream, Xidagarba, the Paragon Puppet, and all of the other backup reserves of the mountains and seas flew in formation around the butterfly, guarding it as it made its break toward the tunnel. It was in that exact same moment that a roar rose up from the outsider army as they prepared to block the way. The 8 Essences Paragon took a step forward, and a vicious expression appeared on Dao Feng's face as he hefted his staff and began his charge. However, before they could even get close, Meng Hao suddenly turned his head to look at them, and then licked his lips, causing both the 8 Essences Paragon and Dao Feng to stop in their tracks. At the apex of the starry sky, what was left of the immortal god continent once again continued its descent. The suns screamed forth, along with the figures inside of them, as they shot toward the butterfly. There were other powerful experts from the immortal god continent who also charged forth, so many that it was impossible to count. They could not permit the mountain and sea realm to make a comeback. They could not allow the mountain and sea realm to escape. But then, Shui Donglu flicked his sleeve, and an obsessive gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. Life and death will be determined in this moment, he roared. The wills of the 8 seas erupted forth, bolstered by the Xuanwu turtles to create a force so shocking that everything trembled. In concert with the power of the 9 mountains, and the will of the mountain and sea realm itself, a huge spell formation began to form, the Mountain and Sea Grand Aegis. As soon as the dazzling light rose up, the backup forces of the mountain and sea realm began to virtually froth at the mouth as they prepared to fight the intercepting enemies, to defend the butterfly as it sped toward the tunnel. When the two sides clashed, massive booms rang out, and intense fighting began. The powerful experts from the immortal god continent had power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, which they unleashed to full effect upon the backup reserve of the mountain and sea realm. But then, from within the rubble of planet South Heaven, hoarse laughter rang out in all directions, and a boundless sea of flames suddenly lit up the darkness as it shot out into the starry sky. Within that sea of flames was a face that Meng Hao didn't recognize. However, he did recognize its eyes. It was none other than the essence of divine flame which had been suppressed beneath the surface of planet South Heaven. "Dao Feng, you shall die!" the face howled. Now that it was free, the divine flame caused everything around it to shake as it sped murderously toward Dao Feng. The mountain and sea grand aegis formed from a massive convergence of various wills, becoming a complex pattern that attempted to slaughter any of the immortal god continent cultivators or other outsiders who attempted to break through. The mountains and seas followed the butterfly, and within the boundaries of the spell formation, Meng Hao and the other powerful experts of the mountains and seas provided defense. In the middle of it all was the butterfly. The combined power of the mountain and sea realm was focused on defending the butterfly and getting to the tunnel. However, the real danger to them as they made their charge did not come from the outsider army. After all, Shui Donglio's brutal plan had made it seem all along like the outsider army had the upper hand. However, the truth was that while the mountain and sea cultivators were losing their lives, the true power and reserves of the mountains and seas had never been unleashed. It was harsh, but according to Shui Donglio's plan, everyone was expendable. Because of that, the outsider army couldn't so much as get close to the mountain and sea grand aegis without being destroyed. The real danger, the real reason why Shui Donglu had been willing to sacrifice everyone in order to keep the true reserves safe, was the immortal god continent. Rumbling echoed out as 4 of their suns unleashed boundless pressure which crushed down. Within those suns were 4 figures, each one of which burst with the matchless power of an 8 essences paragon. Behind them were countless cultivators of the immortal god continent, who were unleashing divine abilities that no one in the mountain and sea realm had ever seen before. In addition, they possessed matchless dignity and seething killing intent. In the blink of an eye, fighting broke out. At the same time, massive rumbling could be heard from the grand aegis as it rotated to full power. Then the will of the mountains and seas rose up, ensuring that even if the spell formation took damage, it was quickly repaired. The butterfly continued to get closer and closer to the tunnel. The grand aegis was so incredible that not even an 8 essences paragon would be able to break through it in a short period of time. Not the 8 essences paragon from the 33 heavens, nor the other 5 8 essences outsider paragons, could do anything except be blocked outside. As the battle commenced, a cold snort suddenly echoed out from the immortal god continent as a beautiful woman appeared. She seemed cold and detached, and wore a long violet robe. As she strode out, a young man could be seen following along beside her. Mixed emotions could be seen on his face as he looked silently at the mountain and sea realm. The woman immediately extended her right hand and shoved her palm out toward the mountain and sea grand aegis. That gesture caused her face to redden slightly, but the massive force that erupted out shook the starry sky and sent the minds of all cultivators reeling. Even the 8 essences paragons were in awe of her aura. Hers was the aura of 9 essences. 9 essences paragon. A huge boom rang out as her attack slammed into the grand aegis, which instantly began to crumble. Normally speaking, the spell formation should not have been damaged so easily, but unfortunately, it was missing the power of 1C. That was something that Shui Donglu hadn't figured into his plans, and never had enough time to compensate for. His original plan had called for the grand aegis to hold out until they reached the tunnel, or at least, until they got closer than they were now. The most he could do now was make them pay a heavy price to break through the spell formation. Even in the moment that it crumbled apart, a backlash force erupted out from it. Shui Donglu threw his head back and howled, "Mountain and sea seal!" Instantly, The shattered remnants of the spell formation shot toward the female paragon and began to form a seal around her. Even as she frowned in response, another cold snort rang out that seemed filled with complete ancientness. Accompanying it was an ancient figure who emerged from within the immortal god continent. It was an old man, wearing a white robe, with long white hair and eyebrows that made him seem extremely dignified. He held a string of prayer beads in his right hand, and as he strode out, his eyes shone like the heavens. Simultaneously, as the mountain and sea grand aegis shattered, the 5-8 essences paragons instantly burst in, followed by countless other powerful experts. You people aren't going anywhere. Even as the hosts charged in to attack, the old man known as Taoist Immortal Ancient opened his eyes. His body seemed devoid of life force, and rife with an aura of death. However, his cloudy eyes suddenly began to glow brightly, and he took a step forward, completely ignoring the other 8 essences paragons to head directly toward the old man in the white robe and white eyebrows. The two of them immediately began to exchange blows that rocked heaven and earth. At the same time, the three-eyed god roared and charged forth to block the path of an 8 essences paragon, standing firm to prevent him from even getting close to the butterfly. A bizarrely demonic glint appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he took a step forward. No laughter or crying could be heard, but his eyes burned with crimson light, and he erupted with a shocking aura as he began to fight ruthlessly. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as he licked his lips, the desire to slaughter and consume the enemy growing stronger within him. As of this moment, the mountain and sea realm truly had reached the most critical of junctures. Booms rang out across the battlefield. 1 billion flying swords turned into a rain of destruction. Tens of thousands of former imperial lords, the river of Reincarnation, and 100,000 devils fought like mad to defend the butterfly from the immortal god continent. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with crimson light as he fought his way toward the nearest 8 essences paragon. As he closed in, his aura transformed until he was like a wild beast, oblivious to matters of life and death. That 8 essences paragon was one of the sons of the immortal god continent, with an incredibly high position. However, he had never encountered a cultivator like Meng Hao before, and within a split second, Meng Hao had torn a huge chunk of flesh off of him. His rage erupted, and just when he was about to strike back, he found himself facing a shocking god-slaying fist. Paragon Sea Dream started laughing, and a cold gleam appeared in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she began to burn what remained of her dwindling longevity in exchange for more cultivation-based power, which she immediately unleashed in combat. Fighting broke out everywhere, and off in the distance, even more cultivators were approaching from the direction of the immortal god continent. Shui Donglu roared, and his sleeves whipped about as he went up against the other 8 essences paragons. Protecting the butterfly as it continued to speed toward the tunnel was the most important thing. Even as the butterfly's head began to enter the tunnel, the sealed female paragon began to break free. Her bonds crumbled, and she took a step forward, entering the mountain and sea realm and reaching out with her right hand to grab at the butterfly. "Get back here!" Rumbling echoed out as a massive force surged toward the butterfly, which began to tremble. At the same time, the corpse of Taoist Immortal Ancient, who was fighting the white-robed old man, looked back at the butterfly, then unhesitatingly closed his eyes and self-detonated. He moved with such decisiveness that the white-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. He tried to back up, but the power of the self-detonation swept over him like floodwaters and began to spread out through the entire starry sky. Wherever it passed, outsiders and cultivators from the immortal god continent let out blood-curdling screams as they were wiped out of existence. Then, the power began to wash over the mountain and sea realm, although it did not harm any of the forces of the mountains and seas. Instead, it was targeted directly at the 9 essences female paragon. Her face fell. Even someone as powerful as herself had no choice but to evade. She immediately dispelled the force with which she was dragging the butterfly and fell back. In that same instant, the power of self-detonation transformed into a propelling force which then shoved the butterfly toward the tunnel. "Immortal Ancient!" cried Shui Donglu, grief filling his eyes. He knew that the immortal ancient which had appeared was already dead, and couldn't last in the fight for very long. The fact that he might choose to self-detonate at a critical juncture was something that Shui Donglu had long since taken into consideration. In fact, he himself might do just that. In all the plans he made, the only true mistake came from not predicting that the Ninth Sea would turn traitor. In the past, he had taken into consideration the potential betrayal of cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. However, he never thought that the Ninth Sea would actually make such a decision. It wasn't that he didn't know about the friction between Meng Hao and the Ninth Sea. He had taken that to be a small matter. After all, at the time it was just a difference in their points of view. Now it seemed obvious now that there was a more important reason for the Ninth Sea's betrayal. It wants to become an independent will, Shui Donglu thought bitterly. The Ninth Sea's betrayal became the flaw in the mountain and sea Grand Aegis, ensuring that it could only last for a short time before being destroyed. The price to be paid to make up for that weakness was a life. And unfortunately, the life of Taoist Immortal Ancient was not enough. It was in this critical moment that beams of light filled the starry sky as the 8 Essences Paragons once again closed in. In addition, there were 2 9 Essences Paragons from the Immortal God continent. But the three-eyed god threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Eyes gleaming with determination, he leaped forward unhesitatingly and chose to self-detonate. The blast surged out, propelling the butterfly further into the tunnel, until it was halfway inside. Next, the war chariot exploded, then the ancient imperial lords. As of this moment, they all chose to self-detonate. The 1 billion flying swords, and the other forces which made up the backup reserves of the mountains and seas, all did the same thing. Boom! The resulting explosion caused blinding light to spread out over the battlefield. At the same time, the 9 Xuanwu turtles, as well as the 8 seas, all added power to the butterfly's movement. The incoming paragons were swept over by the force of the self-detonation blasts, and at the same time, the butterfly was pushed all the way into the tunnel. It seemed as if they were on the verge of escaping, as if within the space of a few breaths of time the mountain and sea realm would be gone, as if the immortal god continent had absolutely no time with which to react. However, it was within those few breaths of time that everything would be decided. Hordes of cultivators charged forth from the immortal god continent. The tunnel was vibrating, as though the butterfly's escape was now impossible to prevent. In Shui Donglio's plan, the next few breaths of time were supposed to be covered by the protection of the Grand Aegis. However, the betrayal of the Ninth Sea turned that plan into nothing more than a dream. Even the slightest mistake must be compensated with a massive price, Shui Donglu said softly. So many lives have already been sacrificed. Now it's my turn. With that, he took a step forward, and suddenly he seemed completely different than before. In a mere instant, he was no longer an old man, but instead young and strapping. He took a deep breath, then extended his hand toward the mountain and sea realm. Shrink, he said. That single word caused the entire mountain and sea realm, all of the 9 mountains and the 8 seas, to shrink down into the form of a magical item which came to rest on Shui Donglio's palm. Then he tossed it away behind him, whereupon all the surrounding cultivators, including Meng Hao, Xidagarba, Paragon Sea Dream, and others, were all shoved toward the tunnel, along with the shrunken mountains and seas. Struggling wasn't even an option. Meng Hao and the others were flung into the tunnel. As for the shrunken mountain and sea realm, it headed toward Meng Hao, transforming into a shining seed which merged into his forehead. Meng Hao's mind began to rumble as he looked out at Shui Donglu, who hovered there in the starry sky, just outside the tunnel. Shui Donglu was alone, preparing to block all oncomers, to buy the time for the butterfly which had been lost by the Ninth Sea. Shui Donglio's voice echoed with seemingly infinite power as he said, Meng Hao, I owe the bloodline of the Fong clan. Today, I will repay what I owe you. I'm giving you the mountain and sea realm. Take it and also take my beginning-ending hexing magic. This is the League of Demon Sealers' first-generation hex. Take my cultivation base and take my Tao. This is the final phase of my plan. Use my cultivation base and my Tao for the sake of the Paragon Immortal Realm to become something that surpasses 9 seals, surpasses paragons, surpasses immortals and devils, and is above all else, the ultimate powerful expert. The tunnel shook as the butterfly flew along, surrounded by Meng Hao and the other powerful experts. Countless vortexes appeared. Explosive power was gathered which dramatically increased the speed of the butterfly. However, despite that sudden outburst of speed, when they looked back, they could still see Shui Donglu standing outside of the tunnel like a mountain. Meng Hao's red pupils flickered with mixed emotions as he watched Shui Donglu suddenly growing much larger. He was no longer older, but rather a young man. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a shocking aura to rise up around him. There was also brilliant light, all of which was the power of a 9 essences cultivation base which roared to life inside of him. However, he seemed incapable of actually making a move. His cultivation base rocketed up, but all he could do was stand there, as if to use himself to block the entrance to the tunnel. If anyone on the other side wanted to enter, they would have to destroy him first. It was in that exact same moment when he began to grow larger, and his cultivation base grew more powerful, that in some mysterious fashion, he formed a connection to the mountain and sea realm seed within Meng Hao's body. It was like a spiritual consecration, like the transmission of a Tao, causing Meng Hao to shake and his mind to rumble. Boundless understanding of the Tao of heaven, complete confidence regarding the cultivation base, and deep comprehension regarding various magical techniques, all passed into Meng Hao from Shui Donglu. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but a boundless cultivation base power, as well as life force essence, all poured into Meng Hao. Trembling, he let out a howl as shocking and monumental changes occurred inside of him. Outside of the tunnel, the frustrated howls of the people from the immortal god continent could be heard. He's passing on his immortal Tao. He's using himself as the seed, then self-immolating to help someone else ascend. That's a magical technique left behind from the Paragon Immortal realm, but originally it was completely malevolent. You could consume another person to help ascension. But this guy, he's using that magic in the opposite way. Amidst the buzz of conversation, the 9 essences female paragon frowned for a moment, then snorted and took a step forward. The old man with the white eyebrows and robe sighed, and continued to advance. As for the other 8 essences paragons, they all kept moving forward. It took only a moment for rumbling sounds to fill all ears as they closed in with deadly force on Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu chuckled, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked at the virtually all-powerful cultivators of the immortal god realm. We mountain and sea cultivators live and die for the mountains and seas. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, summoning a divine ability. Drawing upon himself, he burned his own body and unleashed his cultivation base, partly to block his opponents and partly to give to Meng Hao. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he sustained countless injuries. However, he didn't shrink back in the slightest. He stood there outside of the tunnel, laughing just as before. I am not 9 seals, although my body contains a stream of 9 seals' discarnate soul. I'm not sure whether he used me to gain another life, or if I used him to return to the world. The question of who I actually am is something I've pondered for countless millennia. Perhaps I've known the answer all along. I was originally a mourning death soul. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. I called back the clone to slash the gods and stop the enemy within the mountains and seas. I discussed the Tao with extermination and asked about the heaven of all living things. I spared no effort. I did everything I could. Perhaps some people will hate me, and perhaps some will denounce me. But when it comes to the mountain and sea realm, I will never, ever have any regrets. I have lived my life for the mountain and sea realm, and now I will die for it. My wish is fulfilled, and I have absolutely no regrets. We mountain and sea cultivators live and die for the mountains and seas. As Shui Donglu laughed, a look of madness gleamed in his eyes. Just before he was about to be completely destroyed by the enemy, he made the same choice that so many other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had made when they were on the verge of dying. Self-detonation. By means of self-detonation, he would injure those who were giving chase. By means of self-detonation, he would pass on his legacy with burning speed to Meng Hao, to deliver to him superlative good fortune. Shui Donglu was self-detonating. As soon as that happened, the vortexes in the tunnel spun faster than ever, increasing the butterfly's speed dramatically. It took only a moment for it to shoot far off in the distance. It was also in that moment that Meng Hao's mind filled with the crash of infinite thunderclaps. He shook visibly as countless daos filled his thoughts, provoking frenzied growth within him. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his vision swam for a moment before he passed out. Paragon's sea dream quickly caught him. Then she, along with everyone else atop the butterfly, looked back with mixed emotions at the blinding, scintillating lights flashing near the entrance of the tunnel. However, it didn't take long before a huge boom echoed out from that very area. A moment later, vast numbers of immortal god cultivators poured in. At the same time, their huge continent also reached the tunnel itself. Moments later, the tunnel itself began to crumble into pieces. In that very instant, the butterfly was rapidly sucked out to the end of the tunnel. Time seemed to slow until it was impossible to tell how much had passed. When things returned to normal, they were in the starry sky of the vast expanse, shooting out from a vortex which had just appeared. When the mountain and sea cultivators looked out, they saw an endless starry sky. The vast expanse. There were no planets or heavenly bodies, only layers of pulsing mist. Behind them was where the mountain and sea realm had formerly been located. Looking back, they could see a blurry vortex, within which were countless dots of light. This was the first time most of these cultivators had seen the outside world, and it looked very unfamiliar. Meng Hao was still unconscious, but a shocking power seemed to be brewing within him, stirring and rumbling. The butterfly quickly shot out into the vast expanse. However, it didn't take long before rumbling sounds echoed out from the very location it had just emerged from. The vortex which had been ripped open suddenly grew larger, then exploded as a gigantic landmass emerged. Then, that vortex, which was connected to the former location of the mountain and sea realm shattered, vanished for all eternity. What had just emerged was none other than the immortal god continent, which immediately cast countless enraged and murderous auras out in all directions. The boundless starry sky of the vast expanse. They won't be able to escape. When the immortal god continent chases someone, they can't escape. Meng Hao. The name of the successor is Meng Hao. After a moment, they determined the direction Meng Hao and the others had taken, and went all out in pursuit. Even as the immortal god continent gave chase, a lone ship appeared within the vast expanse. It hovered there, an old man on the prow, who suddenly opened his eyes and looked off into the distance. After a moment passed, he shook his head and sighed. If they knew the truth about it all, would they do this? He murmured. Perhaps the only person who knew which he referred to was him. Another moment passed, and then the ship began to fade away. The old man continued his never-ending journey. Apparently, his stop in the mountain and sea realm had just been a brief respite from a lifelong journey. Now he made his way off into the distance once again. Perhaps we will never meet again. And yet, that demon seemed quite interesting. He sighed, and his eyes glittered thoughtfully. Even as the ship disappeared, an emaciated cultivator appeared off in another direction. Hovering at his side was an enormous mosquito. Both of them looked off into the distance. The cultivator had a wretched appearance, but at the moment, he was frowning in apparent hesitation. Is this war really necessary? Lunatics. They're all lunatics. It was all to prevent the immortal from appearing, all to transform him into the demon. If Wang Mu were here, he would instantly recognize this gaunt old man. He was none other than his master, who had taught him the ways of cultivation in the bamboo forest of the Wang clan. After a moment passed, the gaunt cultivator sighed. The jinx has been gone for many, many years, gone to parts unknown. And yet, the same type of thing is happening again. Well, forget it. I'm not getting involved. The emaciated cultivator shook his head, then began to make his way off into the distance. Perhaps from his perspective, what the immortal god continent was doing was a bit excessive, maybe even vile. Yet in the end, It wasn't anything fatally wrong. Even Slaughter appeared, looking off into the distance. Apparently, even he felt that what was happening was relatively meaningless. It was possible that, at this point in time, there was no one who understood what type of explosive tempest would arise because of the events playing out. The Immortal had become the demon, and the demon could become the pinnacle of the vast expanse. The pursuit was underway. The final events of the war which had just played out caused mixed feelings to rise up in the hearts of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm regarding Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu had given the mountain and sea realm hope. When they were mired in the depths of hopelessness, he had provided a slight chance for survival. That tiny chance had grown larger and larger, until survival now was a distinct possibility. Although it seemed possible that the butterfly might still meet destruction, the truth was that the instant it had emerged from that vortex into the vast expanse, the mountain and sea realm had already escaped the fate of certain destruction. As of this moment, the mountain and sea realm was in control of its own fate. There were no fetters and no seals. There were number 33 heavens and no Daofeng. There was no Aeon seal. There were no two powers crushing down on them from above. It could even be said that the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had finally acquired true freedom. Tens upon tens of thousands of years had passed since the Paragon Immortal realm, and during that time they had never possessed freedom. They were being chased, but as far as the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were concerned, they still had their freedom. The downside was that the cost of that freedom had been immeasurable. As for the handful of cultivators who actually remained behind, when they thought about that seemingly impossible chance which Shui Donglu had procured, they were filled with mixed feelings, including both hatred and respect. 99% of the cultivators had died. In exchange for that, every flap of the wings of the butterfly caused more of the dead souls of the mountain and sea realm cultivators to fade away. In fact, it might be better to say that the wings were not being propelled by Fang Shufeng and Meng Li, but rather by the lives of the mountain and sea cultivators. Shui Donglu self-detonated to block the path of the enemy, all to buy just a bit of time for the butterfly to help Meng Hao successfully lead the realm to survival. When it came to his choices and actions, no one could judge whether they were completely right or wrong, or whether in the grand scheme of things he had done good or evil. The only thing that remained behind were complicated thoughts and emotions. Everyone stood there silently as the butterfly sped out into the vast expanse. Meng Hao was still unconscious, as he had been ever since the final moments in the tunnel. He could not stay in the world which existed inside the butterfly. When the others tried to take him inside, the butterfly began to tremble as if it were about to disperse. Therefore, they were forced to leave him outside, atop the body of the butterfly itself. Sea Dream, Xidagarba, and everyone else remained in his vicinity as Dharma protectors. There were two other figures near him, a Taoist couple. It was none other than Fang Shufeng and Meng Li. They didn't look the least bit incorporeal. They were as solid as if they were real, and they sat next to Meng Hao, looking softly at their Haoer. In their eyes, Meng Hao would always be their little baby. Haoer, we didn't leave. Wake up and you can see us. Haoer. The others around Meng Hao looked at his parents with expressions of deep respect. Even Paragon Sea Dream had clasped hands and bowed deeply to them when they had appeared. Everyone knew that the butterfly itself belonged to the Fang clan, and that the two souls propelling the wings were none other than this husband and wife. They had not died, but had been reborn into a new, eternal form of life. The butterfly was still flapping its wings, carrying its group of homeless wanderers off into the vast expanse. Behind them was the immortal god continent, gave chase at top speed, drawing ever closer. In a different direction out in the vast expanse was another land mass, deathly silent, being pulled along by several huge butterflies. That land mass was currently changing its course to head toward Meng Hao's location. Meng Hao was dreaming. Within that dream, there was endless lightning and thunder. He heard laughter and weeping that seemed to rip everything asunder. As the lightning crashed around him, black veins could be seen snaking across his body. Something else was visible, a distinct symbol. A hexing magic. A hexing magic of the League of Demon Sealers. Meng Hao had already mastered the 2nd through 8th hexes. Now, he was surrounded by lightning that apparently came from Shui Donglio's first hex, which was in the process of fusing into him, enabling him to gain enlightenment of the first demon-sealing hex, the beginning-ending hex. All living things are affected by the cause and effect of karma, by life and death. All things have a beginning and an end. In addition to the hexing magic, Meng Hao was surrounded by a vast sea. That sea was like a cultivation base, filling his world with enormous crashing waves that he was actually able to absorb. His cultivation base was rising unceasingly, and his mind was seething with countless Taoist magics which were capable of rocking all creation, of altering the heavens. It was hard to say how much time passed before the lightning within that world faded. When it finally happened, Meng Hao closed his eyes and sank down into the depths of the cultivation base sea. Within those depths were 9 tiny mountains, between which were 8 seas that remained unfused with the cultivation base sea. Meng Hao settled cross-legged amidst the 9 mountains and 8 seas, eyes closed in meditation. He appeared to be seeking enlightenment. His face was occasionally twisted with struggle, occasionally blank with confusion, occasionally beaming with joy. There were constant changes, and at the same time, the sea around him was gradually shrinking down. The surrounding 9 mountains and 8 seas seemed to be connecting to Meng Hao in some mysterious fashion, and were even shaking in concert with his heartbeat. 8 complex symbols gradually appeared on his forehead. The last of those symbols was only half complete, and still in the process of growing. These were Meng Hao's hexing magics. When that last symbol was complete, it would indicate that Meng Hao could wield all 8 generations of hexing magic. The rest of the symbols all had varying levels of essence aura emanating off of them, as if they might burst forth with essence aura at any time. Surrounding Meng Hao were 33 soul lamps, of which 18 were burning and 15 were extinguished. Of the 18 burning soul lamps, 1 was the prime lamp. Were it to be destroyed, it would result in Meng Hao's death. All of a sudden, one of the 18 soul lamps suddenly went out. As more time passed, more of the lamps were extinguished. Each time that happened, black smoke would rise up and pour into Meng Hao's body. His cultivation base, his aura, and his fleshly body all experienced incredible growth. The good fortune from Shui Donglu was doing just as he had intended. It was transforming Meng Hao into a consummate peak expert. Although the process was somewhat slow, and might last a long time, it was a process that would not stop. At the same time, the immortal god continent was closing in on the butterfly. There, Paragon Sea Dream looked at Meng Hao for a long moment, and then finally made a decision. She rose to her feet, looked out at the vast expanse with an expression of sadness, and then softly murmured, "Everyone from that generation has gone. Now it's my turn, the most useless of them all. I can sense the devil realm up ahead, and the immortal god realm chasing us. I am the most good-for-nothing of the paragons. My cultivation base isn't sufficient, and my skill in strategy is lacking. I've been able to do very, very little." She stood there for a moment silently. I watched the mountain and sea realm be destroyed, and I watched her appear. I watched as the butterfly soared out into the starry sky, and now I watch as the enemy pursues us. What else can I do? I've lived a long time in this life of mine, and yet still, I'm useless. The only thing I ever had was my plan with the echelon. Well, now is the time to accomplish my purpose with that plan. The hope of the mountain and sea realm lies, not with me, but with him. She turned her head to look at the unconscious Meng Hao. Then her eyes flickered with determination, and she reached her hand out and pointed at one of the butterfly wings. The gesture instantly caused 2 people to vanish from within the world of the butterfly wing. They were the only 2 remaining echelon cultivators other than Meng Hao, and a moment later, they reappeared in front of Sea Dream. One of them was the echelon cultivator from the first mountain, Dao Heaven. The other was the 7th mountain's echelon cultivator, Yuan Jian. They had not yet recovered from the injuries they had sustained in the war, but as soon as they appeared and realized where they were, they looked over at Meng Hao, and then clasped hands and bowed to Paragon Sea Dream. She looked at them silently for a moment, then softly said, "Are you 2 ready?" Dao Heaven and Yuan Jian had looks of staunch determination on their faces as they nodded deeply. They had already lost everything. Their homes, their clans. As for friends, they only had a few left. All that truly remained in their hearts was a throbbing hatred. Well then, Sea Dream continued, it's time to execute the Echelon mission. I worked on this plan for many, many years, the only strategy one ever came up with. In a moment, I will unleash a reincarnation magic, which will be fed by your life forces. I will send one of you to the Immortal God continent, and the other to the Devil realm. There you will be like seeds planted to overthrow the enemy. Your futures will be bleak, and you might even die in the process. There is an even greater likelihood that my plan has no hope of succeeding at all, and that you will be able to do nothing to topple either of those two great powers. Sea Dream closed her eyes and murmured to herself, however, it's still worth trying. With that, her eyes sparkled. She slowly extended her right hand and tapped Yuan Jian's forehead. His body began to tremble, and the echelon mark on his forehead radiated scintillating light that cascaded around him. It gradually covered his entire body until Yuan Jian transformed into ash. Then he disappeared. The strand of his soul which was left was propelled by means of Paragon Sea Dream's life force essence out into the vast expanse. There it would look for a path to reincarnation, a way to find its way through the void to the Devil realm. Let my memories guide you. Let my life force be your path. Take power from my cultivation base to enter the cycle of reincarnation. I was part of the great catastrophe that struck the Paragon Immortal realm. Back then, I managed to leave a mark in the Devil realm. Go, Echelon Cultivator. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Yuan Jian's soul vanished into the vast expanse, following a strange path to enter the reincarnation cycle of the Devil realm. The magical technique being used was something beyond description. However, this was truly Paragon Sea Dream's soul plan. Even the scheme with Windswept had been arranged by Shui Donglu, and had not been carried out by herself. Dao Heaven's eyes flickered with bright light. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In almost that same moment, the echelon mark on his forehead began to shine, surrounding his body with light. Then he vanished from the butterfly. After accomplishing these things, Paragon Sea Dream coughed up a mouthful of blood and seemed to wither. She had already been burning her life force back in the fight for the mountain and sea realm, and had accomplished her plan only by means of sacrificing some of her essence. Now she was like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out. Finally, it's my turn. Smiling, she waved her sleeve and took a step forward to appear out in the vast expanse, off of the surface of the butterfly. There, she stretched both arms out wide, causing rumbling sounds to echo out from inside of her. At the same time, an invisible fire began to burn away at her. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation in her actions. She knew that her soul would disperse, that she would not enter the cycle of reincarnation, and that her Tao foundation would be destroyed. Even still, she took every scrap of power that she had, every bit of life force, and burned it hard and fast. In that moment, she once again looked like she had when she was young. Her body trembled as shocking fluctuations emanated out, transforming into a destructive vortex around her. She was not choosing to self-detonate. Instead, she was burning all her remaining cultivation base to become divine sense power that spread out in all directions. She was using her death to find a direction for the mountain and sea realm and the butterfly to travel in, a direction where safety would exist for later generations. She was a paragon, always and forever. Perhaps she didn't have the ultimate cultivation base, and perhaps she wasn't the most capable. But the sun and the moon and all the heavens could bear witness that her heart belonged to the mountain and sea realm. Rumbling could be heard as her divine sense spread out, backed by the burning of her cultivation base and life force. It spread out into the boundless expanse, searching everywhere for the slightest chance of survival for the mountain and sea realm. She could sense the ever-nearing immortal god continent and the approach of the devil realm. As her divine sense continued to spread out unceasingly, her body withered rapidly. In the end, she began to fall apart. Her legs transformed into motes of light that began to dissipate. And yet, she didn't give up, all to find hope for the mountain and sea realm. Dream's divine sense spread out further and further. Everything from her waist down had transformed into motes of light. It was then that, shockingly, she noticed a vortex spinning somewhere far, far away. It was a vortex larger and grander than the space once occupied by the Paragon Immortal realm, and within it could be sensed an intense, terrifying pressure that was no less powerful than that exerted by the immortal god continent. There was indescribable danger inside, and within the cracks and crevices that riddled the swirling vortex, it was just possible to discern that in the centermost region was a coffin. The coffin was green, and inside of it was the corpse of a woman who almost appeared to be sleeping. Next to the coffin was a stone stele, upon which was a line of script that Paragon Dream could just barely read. The entire starry sky owes me a debt, and likewise, I owe you a debt. You could awaken from slumber if you wished, but you do not. Well then, I will use this starry sky, transformed into the vast expanse, to accompany you in death. That vortex was a place that had nothing whatsoever to do with the mountain and sea realm, the immortal god continent, or the devil realm. It was another world, a world that had seen the passing of countless ages. Apparently, it had even existed back in the days when there was no immortal god continent or devil realm. Apparently, the reason why the vast expanse existed to begin with was because of that world. Dream had never seen this woman before, but as soon as she laid eyes on her, her mind reeled. Somehow, she was filled with the sensation that this was the place where the mountain and sea realm could find its chance at survival. The vortex itself was bizarre in appearance. It consisted only of the colors black and white, and also contained some sort of time-shifting magic, which made it so that Paragon Dream couldn't examine it for very long. A moment later, her divine sense was on the verge of running out, so she retracted it. By now, everything below her neck had transformed into light. That's the place. That is where the mountain and sea realm has a chance to survive. She seemed excited as she pulled back her divine sense. And yet, it was in that same moment that the vast expanse churned as the immortal god continent appeared not too far away in the distance. However, Paragon Dream continued to smile as her head transformed into motes of light. Those motes of light then propelled the butterfly ahead with incredible speed, and with it all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Rumbling could be heard as the butterfly shot away from the immortal god continent, which continued to pursue relentlessly, despite the distance between them. The motes of light were all that remained of Paragon Dream, and they were about to fade away. She quickly pushed the butterfly toward the vortex she had discovered with her divine sense, and passed on the information about it to Feng Xiufeng and Meng Li. Go there. That is where hope exists. The butterfly changed its course, speeding rapidly in the direction indicated by Paragon Dream. At this point, the motes of light that were Dream began to fade away. She watched as the butterfly disappeared off in the distance. Smiling, she offered it all of her well wishes. She was Dream, who had stood guard over the mountain and sea realm ever since the final battle of the Paragon Immortal realm. Now she was dying. Shui Donglu gave the last bit of his life force to buy hope for the mountain and sea realm, and now Dream did the same thing. She gave her life to point the realm in the right direction. Big Bro 9 Seals, I'm coming to join you. I'm the most useless of everyone. I was useless back then, and now, I'm just as useless. I didn't even kill an Imperial Lord, let alone a Paragon. Completely useless. To all you children of the mountain and sea realm, I truly hope that you can live quiet and safe lives. Smiling, Paragon Dream faded away into the vast expanse for all eternity. Of all the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm on the butterfly, the only one to witness her passing was Xidagarba. When she was gone, a look of deep sadness appeared in his eyes. As for Meng Hao, he was currently in that other world in his mind. Because of the sea of his cultivation base, he was growing more powerful. Of the soul lamps which surrounded him, a total of 20 were extinguished. Of the hex marks on his forehead, the one which represented the first hex was more than half complete. Essence was growing rapidly within the 8 marks. The demonic chi and immortal chi within him, as well as all other types of energy, were rapidly fusing together, transforming into a completely bizarre aura. His heart was now beginning to pound. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. With every beat of his heart, it felt as if lightning were crashing in his brain. Gradually, the effect spread outside of his body, causing bursts of lightning to appear in the vast expanse beyond the butterfly. Time passed, although it was hard to say exactly how much. The butterfly shot through the vast expanse in the direction Paragon's sea dream had indicated, drawing ever closer to the vortex she had discovered. One day, the murkiness of the vast expanse lessened. Ahead of the butterfly, a huge vortex had become visible. It was so large that, although it was a vast distance away, it looked very close. This was none other than the location Paragon's sea dream had seen with her divine sense. In the same moment that the vortex became visible, the vast expanse filled with rumbling sounds as the immortal god continent appeared once again. The starry sky of the vast expanse was so vastly large that no one could truly say how large it was. Or perhaps it would be more correct to say that people who did know the answer to that question were incredibly rare. To most cultivators and even other life forms, the starry sky that was the vast expanse was essentially unending. After all, most beings wouldn't be able to travel to the ends of the vast expanse, not even the immortal god continent. In the end, it was too large. Nor could anyone clearly explain how many vortexes or floating land masses existed. However, everyone knew that wherever vortexes existed in the vast expanse, civilizations could be found. Even if they were extinct, evidence would remain of their existence, remnants that could give a glimpse into their former glory. As for the land masses that floated about, they were always places of great danger, locations of either powerful experts, or the shades of the dead. However, the vast expanse was so large that the space between such land masses was incredible. It was even possible to travel for tens upon tens of thousands of years and never run into a single one. As for the immortal god continent and the devil realm, they had traveled far and wide within the vast expanse. Although they had never traveled far enough to grasp the overall shape of the vast expanse, whenever they encountered other forces, they always came out on top. In fact, they knew much more about this newly appeared vortex than most others would. Almost as soon as the immortal god continent appeared, the voice of a woman echoed out from the land mass, passing through the vast expanse into the ears of the people standing on the back of the butterfly. There are 3 restricted areas within the vast expanse, mysterious locations within which lurk profound secrets relating to the creation of the vast expanse itself. The place you are traveling toward is one of those 3. It is called the Green Coffin Vortex. Xidagarba's expression was one of vigilance. Standing next to him was the Paragon puppet, which had been reduced to a very simple state of consciousness due to Meng Hao being in a coma. Wang Yukai was also present, as were Ji Yin and others, such as the Mountain and Sea Lords and Kujusi. These people were the most powerful experts in the Mountain and Sea realm. They were guarding Meng Hao, and as such, their faces were grim as they stared out at the immortal god continent. The woman's voice echoed out once more. Choosing to go to a place like that is essentially choosing to die. Even as she spoke, certain cultivators from the immortal god continent were flying out into the vast expanse. Some of those cultivators were like suns and emanated shocking fluctuations. In the rear position was the same cold woman who had appeared back in the Mountain and Sea realm, whose cultivation-based fluctuations were those of the 9 essences level. She was the one who had just spoken. According to the legends, she continued, the black and white vortex which spins there outside the green coffin vortex contains a Tao of time. It is a great Tao that did not just appear randomly. It was forcibly acquired and left there to feed the woman inside the coffin. As for who exactly that woman is, nobody knows. Years ago, my husband came here and observed this place for a long time, and in the end said only one thing. He said that the person in that coffin is the origin of the starry sky that became the vast expanse. Eventually, the 9 essences woman's eyes came to rest on Meng Hao, who was unconscious on the back of the butterfly. We have reached the point where the hostilities should cease. There is no need for you to proceed any further. Our entire purpose for starting this war was First, to prevent the rise of the immortal, and second, to acquire a mirror. The woman looked at the butterfly, her expression cold as she said, "The funny thing is that both of those reasons were originally unconnected, but now they are inexorably intertwined. Just hand that man over and allow yourselves to be sealed. Then you can be on your way." In the starry sky of the vast expanse, 9 essences paragons are the most powerful of beings. If you want to stay alive in the vast expanse, then no matter where you go, you will need a 9 essences paragon. Her words caused incredible pressure to weigh down on the vast expanse, and left the butterfly trembling and incapable of moving. "Do you people disagree?" A moment later, the woman waved her right hand, causing an incredible force to surge down. Just when she was about to take a step forward, her heart suddenly thumped as she realized that Meng Hao had just twitched. "Is he waking up?" she thought, smiling, her eyes glittering coldly. "How amusing. I'm also curious to see the true strength of this immortal who became the demon." She pointed out at the butterfly. "Don't leave a single one alive." As the words left her mouth, the surrounding cultivators of the immortal god continent charged in attack. The 4 suns radiated boundless light as they shot toward the butterfly, closing in almost instantly. Sadness appeared on Xianxia's face, and everyone else had bloodshot eyes. As the cultivators of the immortal god continent closed in, a beam of light shot out from the butterfly, a divine ability which transformed into a shield. However, it could only protect them for a moment before it began to crumble and collapse. At that point, Xianxia launched himself forward to attack, along with Wang Yukai, the Paragon puppet, and everyone else.